Hello, chat. Oh, I forgot to turn my light on. Whoops. There we go. My secret almost exposed. The display behind me doesn't actually light up. I just use a photography light. How are we doing tonight? It's build review night. Unbelievable that we are here already. One stream down for the weekend. We did the gauntlet yesterday. Hyacinth somehow won. And now we're here for part 2. I see a lot of familiar faces in chat. Hello, Scorps, Shadow, Yin Chao, Rage, JC, Tesselo, Sparkle, Betray, Vanilla Angel. Bunch of others I saw as well. There's just a lot of people here that I recognize already. It's nice to see everyone. I know quite a few of you submitted builds. And we're going to be reviewing all of them. Yes, I'm doing every single build that was submitted in this channel today, live on stream. And my completely unfiltered thoughts on them. Whether your build is a flex, whether you want genuine advice, we'll be looking through and seeing how we can improve, or how even the good ones could improve, because I am very nitpicky. I'm even nitpicky of my builds that are pretty high up there in the rankings. But whatever the case, it's good to see everyone. And hello, Kit, our winner and champion yesterday of the Gauntlet bracket predictions, unbelievably predicting somehow that Hyacinth and Finan would make it to the finals together. I don't know how. I don't know how you could ever see that coming. Maybe she's just a prophet. Hello, Muyong. I hope the doggies are better behaved today. I put them to sleep. Wow, wait, no, not like that. I didn't know. Let me reword that. They're asleep. I put them to bed. Yeah, I purposely delayed stream an hour tonight so I could spend more time with them playing in the yard, tiring them out, and then I let them go to bed. I did not put them to sleep. That was a horrible way to word that. Oh, and hi, ETH? ETH? I've never known how to pronounce your name. I say ETH when I see it in my head, but that's probably not right. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's short for Ethan. I've always said ETH. Hello, Dr. Ratio Lover. I have a guess who that is. That's probably Josie. You did what to the dogs? Guys, I promise they're okay. I posted a really cute video earlier in the pets channel of Katie eating from the watering bucket I had after I watered my plants. It's very cute. Took them for long walks afterwards too, but it was like close to 90 degrees today, which is insane for my state. So it was pretty hot. Yeah, I think I got a little bit of a sunburn, so might be the closest to a tan I've ever had in my entire life. But the builds that we had submitted today all came from the wonderful website Fribbles. This is not a sponsor. I'm just plugging a fantastic tool that literally anybody who cares about builds in HSR should be utilizing. It formats your builds in a way where it shows your combat stats. You can place in the characters you have in the Eidolon investments, and it'll give you rankings based on your build in its entirety, what you're running them with, and the teammates you have as well, along with the pieces being individually scored. The main benefit of this is being able to see where you can improve, because let's say my castress here was at like 90 crit rate. I would want her to be at 100 because she's a multi-hit character, right? She has a lot of hits in her kit. And if I'm only hitting 9 out of 10 of those being crits, I'm going to miss a lot of crits. And so I'd want to improve that part of my build and other things as well. It's just a great tool, and I'm really glad that everybody that submitted builds today followed the instructions to use Fribbles to submit their builds, because it'll make it 10 times easier for me to give you a proper grading and to give you proper advice. Rach asks, can I use Fribbles even if I don't care about builds? Yes, you can, Rach. Got Cheeto on 3 screens? Brother, I don't think you need me on that many screens, but I appreciate the dedication. Fribbles does have maintenance right now. It's because the servers are down. I actually really wanted to let people enter their builds literally as stream was going. I was just going to keep doing them because like we have enough for an entire stream, but I wanted more. But I didn't know that maintenance was today. I literally had no idea I'd be streaming during maintenance. So I mean, I guess it works out that I had you guys send your builds like this. If I had planned to actually go on like Fribbles on your UIDs to look at it that way, we wouldn't have a stream today. Like we would not be able to do a stream today because I would not be able to see your builds. So thankfully we entered it this way. But yeah, that's unfortunate we can't get any more entries after this. So I think we will probably get started. Our first entry is from Yin Chao. I remember telling them to send one image at a time and wait through the slow mode. And then immediately afterwards, everyone just sent multiple entries. I was like, well, sorry, Yin Chao. Maybe that wasn't the best advice to give. But we're going to be starting off with their Jade submission that they gave. Right off the bat, you can see that every build on Fribbles has a ranking. This one is WTF, which stands for... We all know what it stands for. It means it's a solid build. It's a good build. The ranking scale on Fribbles is a little skewed to what you would normally see in most like academic settings because it has letter grades. You know, it goes F, D, C, B, A, and like you would think an A is good, but an A on Fribbles really is not that good. It's actually like it's literally like middle of the pack because then there's rankings afterwards of S, SS, SSS, and then WTF. And there's pluses for all of these, and then there's Aeon, which is like the pinnacle of what your build can be, and there's another 50% on that, just which is insane build territory. So to have a WTF ranking is quite good. So we're going to take a look at their individual pieces here first, along with the ratio. Jade is usually played slow, so having no speed really isn't a big deal. In fact, you could even run her on the slow set. I actually quite like the slow set on her, especially if you're not against a quantum weak enemy, which is the only weakness that these quantum set has. But piece by piece, we have one dead stat here, but it went into flat attack, so it's not too bad. We've got a really nice four-liner here where it went all into good stats. The effector is a little unfortunate, but she doesn't really need anything else. You know, a flat attack isn't possible here because it's gloves, so really this is about as good as a piece is going to get. Maybe some more roll value would be nice, but I don't think it needs it. It's a solid piece. Solid body. Very good boots with one dead roll. She has a quantum orb, which I do like to see, and all 5 rolls went into crit damage. That is insane. That is a lot of crit damage on one piece. And of course, we have an attack percent rope with 2 dead rolls, so this would probably be the weakest piece here. I do like this planner set on her. You can run her on... Oh god, what's it called? Sigonia. But I would really only recommend that in Pure Fiction. Outside of Pure Fiction, I think that set is pretty mid, and I don't like how long it takes to ramp up. So I think this is probably the best generalist planner set that you can run on Jade, and I think that this is a solid build all around. You know, you're not missing anything here. I don't think you would have to do anything else to this to improve it. It's very strong. The only thing I would say is that if you want to improve it because you love Jade, then keep working towards it, because you could probably get a much better rope than this. I wouldn't recommend dicing this because you have 2 dead stats, so even if you block one, you're still at a 33% chance to hit one of these, and you're probably going to hit it at least once, if not multiple times, and then you're going to be sad. So overall, I think it's a really, really solid build. Chino, your webcam is covering the rope stats. Ah, shit. Okay, hang on. Let's see if I can fix this. How do I want to position this? Display, capture 2. If I move this like this. There we go. Okay, I think that'll work. Now you can see the whole build when I'm like doing it like this. And if I zoom in... Okay, it still covers it a little bit. It's better than before though. At least you could see the stats off the screen. Chino, you should just remove the webcam. Alright, yeah. I'll see you guys later. I could move the webcam too. Here, wait, hang on. Let me see if I can do that, actually. Little scuffed. Ooh, off the screen. Less of me, more of screen. I think that'll be better. Okay. Well, overall, as I said, very solid Jade build, so good work, Yin Chao. I think this is one of the better Jades I've seen. There are not a lot of Jade enjoyers out there. She's not in a great spot in the meta, but it's good to see people dedicated to their mains. So, good build all around. The webcam stays. I'm still here, don't worry. On the left, maybe? Yeah, I could do that, actually. Here, that's a good idea. Let me do that. Woo! Yeah, I think like that is probably fine. All right, let me test it. Yeah, now we're just covering stuff that doesn't matter. Okay, it's weird for me to be on this side of the screen, but I think it's better than nothing. I'm playing Borderlands and that orb shocked me to the point of getting killed. Yeah, it's a very, very good orb. I don't think I have a single piece where it's 5 into the same crit stat. Maybe 1. I might have a crit rate piece like this, but it's rare. Because I think my Caster's rope missed 1 on her crit rate. Anyways, If I spend this long at every build, we're going to be here all night. So let me move on. Next, we have Axe of the Laudel. Here are the characters I'd like help with in order of what the site says was the worst to best. I don't know. I just feel like there's something more I could be doing, especially with my Anoxa and Ashvale. BT dubs, I am a low spender, but I haven't spent anything since 3.8. Advise me like I'm free to play, not looking to clear anomaly arbitration, just looking to make my teams and builds better overall. I think that is completely fair. A majority of players are not going to be trying to clear anomaly arbitration, and we should be grading as such. I think the best scale to use is MOC. Let's take a look and see what we have. So immediately, anytime you see a letter grade that is this low, you can probably assume that there's something wrong with the build. So let's take a look through these pieces and see what we have here. Right away, just from your combat stats, I can see your crit rate is really low. You're missing crits more than 1/4 of the time, which is a lot on Ashvale because his follow-up attacks are actually multi-hit. It's not just one hit like most follow-up characters. So those extra procs on those follow-ups are going to be missing crits, and you're going to be missing out on a lot of damage because of that. I would honestly recommend switching to a crit rate body, because you are really low on crit rate here. You're only at 43 out of combat, and like it shows here, 73 in combat. So yeah, I would definitely recommend going to a crit rate body if you can, because that would be a significant upgrade just right off the bat. Along with that, as we can see on the boots, we are missing most of these rolls into useful stats. We only actually have 2 useful stats here. We don't even have crit rate, which makes sense because you're pretty low on the crit rate on this build. So we had 1 dead roll into HP percent, and then 2, which are like half dead rolls, went into flat attack. You know, flat attack's not really where you want them to be going because it's a lot less valuable than attack percent. So we definitely missed quite a bit of our value in that piece, and it started off sort of meh as it was. Looks like you had a 4-liner here. 3 went into crit and then 2 missed. This one's not too bad. You can always improve your hat and your gloves because they're so easy to farm, but even still, I think this is one of your better pieces that I've seen so far, so I wouldn't say this one's that bad. Your gloves here went 3 into speed and 2 into break effect, so we didn't hit crit at all, and we don't have crit rate on them. What is your combat speed? 145.7. I'm assuming you're running a -1 Sunday here. Did you put Sunday in your builds? No, it's fine in. Okay. If you're not running a -1 Sunday, I would highly advise doing that with Ashvale so you can get more actions with him, make better use of his kit, and just get your ults up more frequently. And then let's look at the planners. Missed crit entirely on this as well. You do have the right main stat, which is good, but if you do have an attack percent orb, I would actually advise using that. There also are just other planner sets you can use as well. I know this is the new one and this is his best in slot, but you don't have to use this set if you don't have good pieces on it, which I wouldn't say that this orb is very good because you're missing most of your value here. You know, the 2 attack percent rolls are nice, but you're missing out on a lot of crit value you could have if you had 2 crit stats and if you rolled into them, and he doesn't use the effect or effect hit rate. And then for your regen rope, regen is fine on Ashvale. I don't actually dislike it. I don't think you need it, especially if you're running him with Sunday, but I'm also not against it. You know, you have a solid amount of attack in combat, so you could really make an argument for either, and I'm not going to criticize either one. I think either one is fine. Your rolls are completely even here. This is what we call a Thanos piece. You don't have 2 crit again on here, but you did roll into speed, attack percent, and crit rate once each, which is not bad. You're getting most of your value in this piece, minus the fact that you have flat defense and it rolled into it once, but it's not a bad rope, especially because it's an energy regen rope, and those are really hard to farm. So I would mainly focus right now on getting a stronger 4-piece and getting more crit rate because you are severely lacking crit rate at the moment. You're going to be missing a lot of crits in combat and just missing out on damage because of that. And your planners, I would see if you have any other sets that Ashvale can use, like Inert Salsado or the other follow-up set that I'm forgetting the name of. I know Yin Shao had it on their build. This set, I forget what it's called. Someone wants to tell me. That follow-up set as well that you can use. And so you just have options, and then you might not be as hard-pressed to improve your build quickly, and then you can work on farming this one over time if you want to move him back over to it. Yeah, some of these rolls are tragic. Yeah, that's just that's how Relic RNG works. It's the same in any game. It really sucks when your rolls go into the wrong pieces, especially like, you know, you have a 4-line with double crit here and you only hit 3. At least it's a majority, but still missing the 2 always feels bad because it could have been all 5, you know what I mean? But yeah, I would definitely focus on the crit rate first, and let's move on to your next build, which is Anoxa. We have an Eagle Anoxa. Okay, you're already making me a little happy with that. But similarly to your Ashvale, you are missing almost 20% crit rate here, so you're going to be missing about 1/5 of your crits. And Anoxa, similarly to Ashvale, is a multi-hit character. So his skill bounces, and it'll bounce per target. So let's say you're against 5 targets. one of those bounces is likely not going to be critting. So that really is unfortunate because you're going to be missing out on a lot of damage there, especially any bounces that are hitting your primary target that you're trying to kill. Along with this, I see that you're on a 126 speed Anaxa, but you're running with Sunday. I know that you're also running your Ashvale with Sunday. So if you're either -1 or you're hyperspeed, I wouldn't assume you have a build for both. If you do, then props to you. I mean, shoot, I mean, I do too, but it's I really don't like switching back and forth, even since they added the artifact loadouts, relic loadouts, Genshin Brain, holy. So yeah, unless you're running a hyperspeed Sunday here, which if you are, you don't need this much speed, I would probably try to get him up to like 134 with a 133.4 Sunday, or like 135 with a 134 Sunday. You want your Sunday to be -1 so you can immediately advance your Anaxa to get more actions off. I also don't think that you need an energy regen rope if you're running him with both Sunday and Saridra. I know that you're running Eagle, so you want to get more ults off so you can get more Eagle procs, but when you have these two teammates together, your energy regen rope is basically not making a diff at this point. Saridra making an Anaxa skill 4 times means anytime that you get your double skill off, you're going to get your ult up. And the regen rope's not changing that. There are some tricky scenarios where maybe it'll make a difference. You can get 1 extra ult off, but I don't think that's worth it compared to the amount of benefit you could get by just running an attack percent rope here with this specific setup. If you weren't running Sunday, I would be a little more okay with it, but since you're running both Saridra and Sunday, I don't think you need him to be on an energy regen. You forgot relic loadouts were a thing? Dude, I've used them once. I use it on Hyacinth because she has 2 different planner sets that I use for Elation and Remembrance, but other than that, I don't know. I haven't found a great use case for them yet. I mean, I'm happy they're in the game, but it's just, I really need to work on trying to get them to be more useful for me. Imagine being 5 years old and not having loadouts for artifacts. Poor Genshin. All right, let me take a look at these pieces. So on your hat, we have missed most of our values, similar to some other pieces we saw earlier. You have 2 dead rolls into defense percent, and then, like I said, kind of a half dead roll into flat attack. You missed out on speed entirely, and you got 1 roll into crit damage. So this isn't really even a piece I would even consider using, honestly. This is a pretty weak piece, and I think you could easily refarm this. So if you are really intent on using Eagle and Anaxa, and you're not going to use the other set, the purple one, the Erudition set, I would definitely start farming some more and try to get a better piece. Or you could strongbox it. The strongbox equivalent, you can forge it. Kind of a similar story here. You did get some speed rolls here. This was a 4-liner as well, but you did miss a dead roll here in defense and 1 in break effect. This is significantly better than your last piece, but even still, you're still missing a lot of value by not having crit rate on both of these pieces, and you're suffering for it a bit because you're missing so much crit rate in your combat stats. Luckily, you are running a crit rate body on this build, but unfortunately, all of these stats for you are completely useless. You don't have crit damage, you don't have attack percent, you don't have speed. The only thing that you are partially benefiting from here is your flat attack. So this body is basically just a main stat for you and a piece to complete your 4-piece, which isn't ideal. You want to be getting a lot more value from your substats because substats add up a lot and give you your build a lot more power in combat. I mean, this percentage here that Fribbles gives is, granted, take it with a grain of salt because they use a very specific simulations when they do this, but 70% of 200% potential, you're missing more than double what you could be hitting in combat. And pieces like this are definitely attributing to that because you could be doing a lot more, but you're just missing out on a lot of stat value with that. I accidentally clicked off of it. For your boots here, I don't hate running attack percent boots, but I would like it better if you were doing that on a 0 speed Anaxa with a hyper speed Sunday, or vice versa if you were doing this with enough speed substats to get him to +1 over Sunday. If you're going to be running like an Anaxa build where you're not trying to build him speedy and you have a really fast Sunday, then I think attack percent boots are fine. But then also you want to be not hitting speed in these pieces because it's going to be impacting how you do in combat with that. And Saridra also gives you speed in combat. So I definitely lean more towards a -1 Sunday with this team setup. And I think you could just run speed boots here, but then you'd have to compensate by making your Sunday a decent bit faster. But you could do like a 144, 143 sort of thing and it'd be fine. And then, and the rolls, obviously you missed most of them. This is a piece where you could re-roll it. I wouldn't really recommend though. It's only a 3-liner. I think when you're using dice, you should be getting as much value as possible. And so with 2 dead stats here and it being only a 3-liner, I wouldn't really recommend it. Wind Orb, we only have 1 useful stat. You did hit it twice, so that's good, but the other 2 rolls going into HP percent and then 2 dead stats as well. You're not going to be getting a ton of value from that as well. I'm glad you have the right main stat, but you're going to be missing, like I said, quite a bit of damage value. And sort of the same story over here. You do have attack percent instead this time, so you do actually have 2 useful stats here, but you are missing crit rate like you are on a majority of your pieces. In fact, you only have crit rate as a substat on 1 of the 5 that you could have it on, which is why you're missing so much crit rate in combat. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that you're hitting 80 right now. Sunday's helping you with that. But whatever the case, there's definitely some room for improvement here. I would definitely focus on farming. If you're really intent on using Eagle, I would keep farming for Eagle. You could also switch him over to the Erudition set if you have better pieces there. I'm not sure what you have farmed in your account, but whatever the case, there definitely is a lot of room for improvement. So just look out for more stat value that you can get. I know that relics are hard, and like my advice just being get better relics isn't really that helpful, but your main goal here is to definitely hit 100% crit rate and then get to a speed threshold where your Sunday is more useful, because right now you're in the middle of like 2 things you could be doing and you're not doing either of them. So I think that is probably the best way to go about that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do build reviews and read chat at the same time. Let me... Since Chino is on the left, is he the other Chino? Yeah, I'm the one that does change that archetype. I almost forgot the name of my own show. I am Evil Chino. All right, let's move on to the next build. Finan almost won the gauntlet yesterday. So we're gonna have a similar problem here where you're missing almost 28% crit rate, or you got 27.7 crit rate that you're missing. So you're going to be missing a significant amount of your crits. And similar to the other 2 characters we just talked about, right? Finan has multi-hits with his meteors, all right? They all hit several times before you get the one big one. So if you're missing crits on those, or God forbid you miss the crit on the big one, you're going to be missing out on a lot of damage. Now, I do like what I see right here with your orb. You have a very nice orb that I'm zoomed in on while I'm looking at your combat stats. So congratulations there. You do not have to change that. But let's take a look at some of your other pieces here. And I do see that you're running with Sunday again, and you have 113 speed. So you actually do hit 133.6 in combat thanks to Saridra. But the only way you're making use of this is if your Sunday is 133.5 or 133.4, which I'm guessing he probably isn't. If he is, then kudos for you for getting the decimals down. But like I said before, you want to get a -1 setup here. I would get your Finan either 1 speed faster or get Sunday to that decimal. And even still, you might run into some problems with that small decimal difference. I like having the 1 speed difference, because I have had decimal differences before that actually ends up swapping just from some certain things that can happen in combat. So overall, I would definitely focus on getting Sunday to a speed threshold that benefits your characters and focusing your character's speed around that. So 1 more speed roll on your Finan would fix that problem. And you could definitely hit that on some of these pieces up here that are very replaceable, because we're missing 2 effective stats here. Same with on the gloves as well. All right, we have attack percent and then a crit on each of them. And it hit a couple of times, but we're still missing a lot of that stat value that we talked about. You actually have a very nice body. That's not what I meant to say. Your Finan has a nice body piece. He hit crit rate a lot on this. This is very good crit value. 1 dead roll and it's into flat attack. That's about as good as it can get. Honestly, you don't have to change this at all. This is a good piece. Keep that. So that's good. And then your boots, I would say that they're definitely replaceable. Attack percent is fine if you're going to be able to get him to like a 134 or 135, and you're very close to that already. Like if this hit speed once, you'd be good, and then you could just run like a 134 Sunday or 133.4 Sunday, and then you have that -1 setup. But similarly to your other pieces, you've missed a decent amount of roll value here, and you only have 1 crit stat. So you could definitely refarm these 3 pieces and try to get some more stat value there. The unfortunate part with your build here is that your body is so good in terms of rolls, but you need so much crit rate. And so you're to get 100% crit rate in combat while using this incredible body piece is going to be a very tall order. You're going to need effectively, let me do some math. 27. You probably need like 8 more crit rate rolls, 7 or 8 more crit rate rolls. Which is a tall order, but I mean, considering how many dead stats you have on these pieces, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, 10, 11. It's possible. You just need to hit a lot of crit rate in your substats. So overall, room for improvement for sure. This one is better in terms of piece value because like these two pieces are really solid. It's just you need to round out your build a bit better to make more sense with the composition that you're running, and also try to get that crit rate up because that is pretty low. Roll all in crit rate. That's pretty much the advice if you want to keep using this insane piece, which sucks. I hate having a relic that is so good that you can't use it. I have these gloves that I've wanted to use on Evernight for like close to a year now. No, that's not true. She hasn't even been out that long. Probably like 7 or 8 months. And they literally rolled like 4 times crit rate, once crit damage, and I can't use it on her because she's already overcapped on crit rate. Like, it's just completely useless for her. But they're so good, but I just can't use them. Sometimes we have to make the hard decision and let the good pieces go. He's going in order they're posted? Yes, I am. And now we have your Silverwolf level 999 build. Immediately, first thing I am noticing is that you're already overcapped on crit rate before you've even gone into combat. This is a big no-no for Silverwolf because she has smart crit in her kit. And what that means is that she will fix your crit rate no matter how dog shit it is. All right, you can have like 50 crit rate and she's like, here, I'll give you crit rate until I'm full. It's great. So you never have to be 100 outside of combat. You don't even have to be like 90. You could be like 80 or 70 crit rate on her pre-combat and you're fine. I would immediately get rid of this crit rate body on her and switch this to crit damage because you do not have to be at the maximum crit rate. You do not need to be overcapped on her because she can give herself crit and make her stronger. You do hit 160 in combat, which is good, especially because you don't have her light cone or Yao Guang's light cone, or her E1 or E2 it is, whichever one gives speed. You do have an E1 Huohuo though, that's kind of nice. So that's where you're getting that speed from, but I do like that you're hitting 160, that's good. Nothing to complain about there. And you do actually have good combat stats, it's a lot worse when you realize that you could be doing a lot better because you're already overcapped on crit rate pre. So it's all going into crit damage, but I mean, it's just... You could be saving yourself the 3.7 crit rate here that could just be going into more stat value. So I would change that. Also, if you ever get Yao Guang's light cone, you would be absolutely shooting yourself in the foot by having this high of crit rate. But to look at your pieces here, honestly, solid hat. This is a 4-liner with all the stats that she wants. You could literally, I kid you not, you could take this piece, re-roll it, with this blocked, the defense percent blocked, if you have a blocker, and you would get perfect stat value from this. That's up to you whether or not you want to do that on a hat. You definitely don't have to, but if you wanted a like perfect piece for your Silverwolf, you could do that. The option is there. I don't really recommend it if you don't have those materials at handy, but just putting the idea out there because I've done it for some of my builds, but I also have access to way more dice than the average player, so that's just my whale brain talking. I see a 4-liner, I see 3 perfect stats with 1 to be blocked, and I'm like, all right, let's do it. Another thing to keep in mind here is that you are missing some crit value here on your gloves. These could be refarmed, but you did hit most of your stat value. This was a 4-liner with 5 rolls. So it's still a very solid piece. But like I said before, you are overcapped in crit rate currently. That would fix if you just fix your body. So, you know, this piece doesn't have to be replaced, but you could. There's definitely room for improvement there. Solid boots, honestly. You know, the attack percent rolls are a little unfortunate, but this is another case where if you really wanted to, you could try to reroll it. You'd be gambling on this one, though, because it's a 50-50, and with the blocker, you have a 33% chance to hit a dead stat, because she only wants crit on speed main stat boots. So the rolls here are a little unfortunate, and they're still solid as they are. You don't have to do it. This is just if you really wanted to perfect your build. But honestly, I actually think your 4-piece is pretty good. Aside from the body, which I would change the main stat. Your orb's fine. You know, 2 missed rolls is unfortunate, but I don't know. I think of all the builds you've shown me so far, this is by far the best one. I have 1 nitpick, which is just to change your main stat. Other than that, you could do that and leave her as is. And I think you could focus on your other characters after that and not have to worry about it. So I think that is probably the advice I would give you for all of the builds you submitted. So thank you for submitting all of them. One thing I love about Fribbles is it actually has the thing that shows how worth it is to use dice, and it's super useful. Yes, it does. If you scroll down on your builds, it'll actually show you what the reroll potential of your pieces, and that is very helpful. To the average player, like I said, I wouldn't recommend rerolling like your hats or your gloves, even if they could be perfect. Unless you want a perfect build. And I'm someone that likes perfect builds, so I've done it on some of my pieces, but you definitely do not have to follow suit. Next up, we have JC and their Saber. This is the only character they have E6 in Honkai Star Rail. So we have to expect that they have put all of their love into this character. Let's tell you what we are dealing with here. Right off the bat, you are at 100% crit rate in combat with only a 0.3 overcap, so that is very good. That's about as good as it can get. That's literally just a roll value difference, so very good there. Solid amount of crit damage and a very large amount of damage percent. 142 speed. I imagine you're probably running your Sunday -1 under that. You have a little bit more speed than I would like in that setup because you're like a little bit off of a soft threshold. You're 0.3 off of a soft threshold. And then obviously 133.4 is like an actual threshold that you could be aiming for, but there's not really a wrong thing. There's nothing wrong with having more speed. So long as your Sunday is 1 under that or like 2 under that so that you're getting full value from him being able to immediately advance her. So I think that's fine as long as you're utilizing Sunday speed properly. I wish Fribbles could show me the Sunday speed. That would be so helpful. Let's take a look at your pieces though. Very solid hat. You only have 1 dead roll and you have 3 useful stats here. It was a 4-liner, so this is a solid piece. Your gloves here, which is actually a bracelet. We are missing crit rate here, but you actually don't need it because you're at 100% already, so it doesn't matter. So the crit damage rolls here are actually pretty nice. The 1 dead roll into HP is a little unfortunate, but like I said before, the only thing you'd really want to be hitting is crit damage, unless you were trying to hit like a 160 speed saber with like a 161 saber with a 160 Sunday. That would be kind of crazy. I've never seen that actually. That'd be cool if you did that, but that'd be hard to aim for. You'd have to get a lot more speed rolls. So yeah, you don't need the speed roll there. The only useful roll this could go into is crit damage. So I don't really have a nitpick there. You know, the Fribble says it's an A+ piece. It's not very good, but honestly, for your build, I'd say this piece is pretty solid because your build is well-rounded with the 100% crit rate. Do have a crit damage body as well. 3 useful stats, and we got 1 roll into each of them with 1 dead roll into effect res. This is a solid piece. I wouldn't change this, honestly. The attack percent's nice. The speed, you don't need it, but it's good. And then the crit rate is what's getting you to 100%, so you don't have to change that either. All in all, a very nice piece. Then we have speed boots with crit rate, crit damage, and flat attack, and it hit flat attack once, which is fine. And then we have solid rolls into crit rate and crit damage. Very good boots. Boots are a very hard piece to get right, especially speed boots, so I'd say this is a good piece. We're on an attack percent orb, which I actually think is a good choice because you have so much freaking damage percent in combat that I think it would be diminishing returns at that point. So I'd say the attack percent orb is actually the right move here. And you do have very solid rolls here. You got 2 into crit rate, you got 1 into speed, and then flat attack as well is good value. So you really have the 4 stats here that you would want on an attack percent orb. You have all 4 useful stats. The 1 roll into flat attack is a little unfortunate, but I mean, it's close to perfect anyways. I wouldn't change that either. And then you have an attack percent rope. This is probably your worst piece, just because you have 2 dead rolls into flat defense with HP percent. So you have 2 dead stats and then also 2 dead rolls. Crit rate and crit damage roll are nice, and it's nice that it has crit rate and crit damage, but your rope would be the one thing I could say you could improve if you wanted to get your saber and even higher up. But you would want your rolls to go once into crit rate and then a couple into crit damage because you're already at 100% crit rate and we don't want to be overcapping. So your room for improvement is slim because there's only really 1 stat that you want. In fact, I would even say that you could lose some of your speed rolls and then you would still be getting more value if they go into crit damage. But all in all, it's a very solid build. You don't have to change anything. I just know that you're a saber main and that you want to, I know you want to have the best saber. So I would focus on the rope if you are trying to improve her. And I mean, as much as like this is unfortunate, the only way you could really improve this piece is if you have like a 4-liner with crit damage again and it all goes crit damage. Or sorry, if you have a 4-liner and it all goes crit damage, because this was a 3-liner. So there's a few things that you could improve, but it is a very solid build all around, and it definitely shows your dedication to Saber. So good submission. Wish I had submitted something now, but I decided to sleep. I wish you guys could submit something. I'm so sad that Fribbles is down. I didn't know that the servers would be offline. You're still working on her, JC? I can tell. I know you're a Saber main. You're going to be working on her for the rest of time, just like I do with my Farina. We, JC, all praying that Rin is a Saber support. I am not praying Rin is a Saber support. I hope Rin is her own character. My pink girls, I don't have Yao yet, but I will pull ASAP. Well, you get to in a couple hours. Oh, and it looks like you put her in the build for me. Okay. Let's take a look at us, Evanescia. Right off the bat, perfect 100% crit rate. That is, good lord, that is so satisfying. Very solid amount of crit damage. Your speed is good, honestly. I don't like too much speed on Evanescia because when she takes too many actions, she actually loses certified banger stacks. So, like when I was originally running domains to get Evanescia pieces, I was trying to get her as fast as possible. I was even farming an eagle set on the side for her because like I wanted a really speedy Evanescia, just to find out that that was like completely useless. So this speed I think is perfectly fine. I think this is a healthy speed to be at. 134 is where I'd say most Evanescia should probably be at. You could even make an argument for base speed, but she gets like no benefits from attack percent boots that at that point is kind of like why even bother? So I think this is perfectly fine. And obviously 100% crit rate is very satisfying. But let's take a look at your pieces here. We have 2 dead rolls on your hat, but it was a 4-liner, so you're not losing as much as you could be because you have 3 good rolls into crit rate and crit damage. Crit rate and crit damage are really the only stats you're looking for on her, mainly crit damage as well because she can overcap so easily. I mean, I'm glad you hit exactly 70 to get her to 100 because otherwise you would be overcapped. So yeah, it looks like your rolls went well there. All good rolls on her gloves. Again, you got the 2 stats that she wants, crit rate and crit damage, and you rolled all of them. Only thing that could change is if this was a 4-liner. So yeah, great piece. Your body rolled 3 times into crit rate, once into speed, and once into flat defense. The fact this is a 4-liner and that you hit crit 3 times is honestly really impressive because hitting bodies 4-liners on crit that many times is very rare. It's hard to hit the same stat over and over, especially the one that you want. So I would say this is a very solid body piece. Your boots here are pretty good as well. You know, you missed 1 roll, but that's okay. It's still the 2 stats that she wants and you have them again. So crit rate, crit damage, and you hit crit damage twice, crit rate once, and you miss 1. That's fine. It wasn't a 4-liner, but it is what it is. Boots are hard in the first place. I would say these are perfectly fine to keep as well. So I'd say your 4-piece is honestly really solid. I don't think you have to do any more farming. It's very good as is. Let's take a look at your planners. Attack percent sphere, I think, is perfectly fine. You can quite literally run like any main stat on her because they're all no diff. In fact, I'm more of a fan of having survivability on her. I like HP percent because she just does not benefit from attack and physical like at all. It's like a 1%, 2% diff. It's like nothing. You did miss some rolls here. You actually missed 3 of your rolls on a 4-liner, which is a little unfortunate. You would really only want them to be going into crit damage though because you're already at 100% crit rate. So re-rolling this would be extremely risky. But it's definitely the piece that I think could have the most improvement just because you missed so many of your rolls. And then we have a juicy energy regen rope here. 4 hits into crit on an energy regen rope 4-liner is an incredible feat. Energy regen ropes are the hardest piece to farm in the game. It is like the rarest main stat that you can get. So the fact that you hit this, the fact that you hit crit that many times and it was a 4-liner is insanely good. This is a very good Evanescia rope. Far better than the rope that I have on mine. My Evanescia's rope sucks. So this is a very good piece. I would not change this. The 1 dead roll, who even gives a crap? This is very good. Overall, a very solid Evanescia build. I think that you do not have to farm anymore for this. This is very good as is, and especially because you're at 100% crit rate, you don't have to change anything. Bro, that rope, I'm so jealous. Dude, it's so good. I wish I had this rope. This is a very good rope. I am jealous as well. Let's take a look at your next build you submitted. Cyrene. Uh-oh. Lexi. Lexi, looks who it is. Let's take a look at their Cyrene build. We have a 3.1% overcap. That's not really a big deal, honestly. I don't really care that much about small overcaps like that. That's 1 roll. It is what it is. And Cyrene gets so much crit rate that it's hard to not be overcapping in a lot of instances. Cyrene S5 coming soon to a Lexi near you. Hey, it's Cyrene. It is Cyrene. They are running an E0 free-to-play Lightcone Cyrene, though. So honestly, having this solid of a build on that is pretty impressive. So let's take a look. Right away, I would like to give you props for running Von Walk on her. A lot of people don't realize the value of Von Walk. It's a very solid planner set. I like it a lot. She does have a very solid option in the Remembrance planner set, but I see that you're actually running it on your RMC instead to compensate, which I really like that as well. I was about to say, I hope you're running it on someone on the team, and you are. So that's a really good choice as well. Having this giving your team the speed is a very good thing to do. So yeah, great choice there. I think that having Von Walk on her is great for getting her stacked up faster. So let's take a look at your pieces. We have 3 useful stats on the hat with 1 dead stat, but that's fine because you hit all of the useful stats. It was a 4-liner and you hit crit rate, speed, and HP percent for all your rolls, so that's very good. Same thing here. You have 3 useful stats with 1 dead stat, but you hit all of your useful stats on a 4-liner, so again, a very good piece. Your body is another 4-liner. Wow, all 4 of your pieces are 4-liners. Holy shit. Your body's another 4-liner. You did hit crit rate once, but that's fine because you don't need more crit rate because you're already overcapped. So hitting speed twice was nice. The 2 dead stats, a little unfortunate. The only thing that would be better here is if you hit speed or if you had HP percent on here. But overall, it's still good. I don't think you have to refarm that. I think it's a solid piece. And then your boots are very good as well. This is probably where part of your overcappings come from because you have 11.3 crit rate here. And we have 1 dead roll as well, but still very, very good boots. These would be even better if you did not have 3.1 over, but it's still very, very solid. And then Von Walk, of course, I'm very proud. 4-liner sphere with speed, crit rate, and crit damage is insane. And the fact that you hit all 3 stats with all 5 of your rolls is ridiculous. This orb is kind of nuts. I'm not going to lie. This orb is very nuts. This is a very, very good piece. So very good job there. I would never change that personally. And that definitely shows me another reason why you're using Von Walk, because that's a very good piece. And then we have an HP percent rope, which is very standard. 3 rolls into speed, which you love to see, and then 1 into crit rate, which is not needed, of course. If you had crit rate damage there, it'd be even better, but it's fine. This is a very good build, just like your last one. I don't think you have to change anything. This is a very, very solid Cyrene build, and one that I give you a thumbs up for. I love this orb. This is a very, very good orb. I think some people are salivating for this orb. And we have an E4 Evernight. I hope that you're going to E6 her, because E4 is a crazy stopping point. I love Evernight though, and her E6 is very fun. So if you are actually going for it, then kudos to you because she's a great character. But let's take a look and see what you're running here. We are running a very slow Evernight, which is fine. She doesn't really need the speed. You can opt for a 134. You can even get like a ton of speed from like just your teammates if you get enough investment, but it's not a necessity. I don't think you have to. I prefer HP percent boots in Honor, honestly, especially at this level investment. If you get her to E6, you could make a more of an argument for it because you want to be getting more EVs off to get more damage because you just get so much value. You could even argue for it at E2 as well if you really want to run speed boots, but I don't think you have to. I think this is fine. But because you have RMC here as well, advancing her, so I don't think it's a necessity. Looking at your stats though, you are 1% over. Big whoop, does not matter. Huge amount of damage percent, huge amount of crit damage, 10k HP in combat. You are chilling. So let's take a look at your pieces. You are another 4-liner and all 5 rolls into crit again. Are you using dice? Are you using dice and resin? This is getting a little suspicious. There's too many good pieces in one place, ladies and gentlemen. I think we might be seeing some dice and resin at work here. Very good piece though. Your body, or not your body, sorry, your gloves don't have crit rate, but that's fine because you're already at 100%. And you did hit all of this useful stats with another 4-liner. So this is actually about as good as you can get here. Genuinely, because you hit 3 times HP, hit twice crit damage. Those are the stats you want because you're already capped on crit rate. So good job. Your body has missed 1 roll, which is fine. That's not a big deal. The 2 in HP is good because you're already capped on crit rate. So this is really the only useful stat you have here. You could have a speed as a substat, but I mean, it's not making a difference because you're at 111 in combat. You're nowhere near a break point. So it doesn't matter a ton. I think it's fine. And then HP percent boots, missed 1 roll, not a big deal. Still got twice into crit rate and once into crit damage. Overall, pretty solid. Not really a piece I would change either. Similar to your other builds, 4-piece is very solid. I wouldn't really look into changing or refarming these. I think it's good as is. Because you're already at maximum amount of crit rate. Way too much crit damage and damage percent. You're really not needing to change much. And your HP is very solid as well. We have an ice damage orb, which I do like to see because you already have a lot of HP. And we did hit flat HP once, but that's fine. These are the 4 stats that you would want with the setup that you're running. And you didn't hit crit rate, which is good because you'd be overcapping. So you hit HP percent, which is good. The flat HP we wish was HP percent of crit damage, but it is what it is. This is still a very solid orb. And then we have a 4-liner rope that hit crit damage 3 times and then 2 dead rolls, which, you know, we wish they were crit damage, but if that's the only roll we want because crit rate would be useless. So still a pretty solid piece. Overall, a very solid Evernight build. I think of your 3 builds, my favorite would probably be your Cyrene. I really, really like this orb, but I will say that I also really like your Even Essie's rope. You have some really nice pieces, so good work there. I don't know if you're using dice and resin, but even if you are, these are very impressive, so good work. If I stream talking this much, my mouth would get dry within 5 seconds. Dude, I am drinking so much water, but I really have to pee now. So, oh, sorry, is that TMI? I don't have to. What I meant to say is I have to go get more waters. So I'll be right back. I am back. Water is so good, dude. I can only drink water at this point. I have one soda a day. I let myself drink one soda a day. I have it at lunchtime. And I immediately brush my teeth afterwards. But other than that, I only drink water. So yeah, water is a fantastic thing. Oh, I probably need to be spending less time on each build because we've gotten through 4 submissions so far and it's already almost been an hour into stream. So yeah, I'm gonna be speeding it up a bit. I think I'm being a little redundant with some of the things I'm saying too. So we are gonna be spending a little less time per. Right off the bat, we have Mr. Man himself, finalist from yesterday in our gauntlet. We have Finan. We're running him with an E2 Sunday, E1 Tribute, and E2 Siren, and it is an E2 Finance. This is a pretty high investment Finan team, right? He's going to be doing a lot of damage. Right off the bat, we see that he is 119.4. I would like this if you are running him with a Hyperspeed Sunday. But since you have E2... Did I say even Essia? I meant to say Siren. Maybe I did say Siren. I don't know. Brain fart. Since you have E2 Siren, you are going to be getting stacked up a lot faster, though, and getting him into ult. So it's not a huge deal. I don't actually know how well the interaction works with Sunday in the team. I don't know how fast he stacks. But whatever the case, I think this feat is fine. You've got a ton of attack in combat. Are you running... You're still running a physical orb. Okay, good. Let's take a look at these pieces. Holy shit. Okay, we have a 3-liner that hit all crit rates. So 4 crit rate rolls giving 15.2% crit rate. And another one on the gloves also giving 15.2% crit rate. You have 30.4% crit rate just between your hat and your gloves, dude. What? You're only 3.8 over, too. You're able to run a crit damage body because you're getting 30% crit from your hat and your gloves. You are literally getting... you're literally getting almost a body main stat worth of crit rate on your 2, like, easy pieces. That is insane. And you even have a missed roll here. You could actually get the other crit rate roll to get a body's worth of crit rate. That is so insane. Okay, that is really funny. I like that a lot, actually. Your body, on the other hand, actually is... missing some of its value. You could get these other 2 rolls into attack percent. You don't have to though. Like I actually think with how much attack you have, you really don't need it. And you don't need more crit rate either because you have 100%. You actually have more than that. So like, yeah, this body is ranked low, but I really don't think that farming more of it or like rerolling it would even be worth it. You're not going to get much of a damage increase, honestly. Attack percent boots, I don't hate it. I think you could argue speed and then do like a -1 Sunday over a 134 fine-in because you're at pretty much the speed to do it. You actually are. If you have 25 speed here, you're at 119. You would literally have 134 point, I think it's 6 because I think it's 25. No, it's 25.02. So you'd be at 134.4. You'd literally be at the perfect speed. You would actually, yeah, and then your Sunday could be 133.4. You would literally have the perfect setup. So consider that if you actually do want to run a -1 Sunday. I don't know how your rotation looks to get your fine into ult. If it's fine, then don't even worry about it. I don't have enough gameplay with fine in and E2 Siren and E1 and E2 Sunday with Tribby. I don't think I've ever even played this setup. I really don't like playing Sunday and Siren together, honestly, with fine in, but if you're getting into ult then without any problems, then don't even worry about it. But if you do want to have like a smoother rotation, I think that's definitely something you could focus on. But I still think that your build is really solid as is. This is a very, very good orb as well. You have 3 useful stats. The effect res doesn't matter because, I mean, it looks like you don't really care about speed. And you hit all crit, so very good there. And you have a very strong rope as well, hitting all crit here as well, and attack percent is the main stat, so obviously you can't have it as a substat. Very, very good fine-in build overall. It's very clear that you care about fine-in, so very, very solid build. I really, really like your hat and glove combo of 15.2% crit rate each. If I know I said I'm giving prizes to my 3 favorite builds of the night, this is definitely a contender, because this is really, really funny. You don't see this often at all. This is quite rare, especially to have the exact same crit value for crit rate. They actually just the same crit value entirely. They both have 6.4% crit damage too. Holy shit. Okay, wow, that is really funny. Yeah, that's awesome. I like that a lot. Let's take a look at your Castris. 103.3 to 432. You have E1 Hyacinth, E0 Evernight, E2 Cyrene with an E0 Castris. Okay. I was expecting to see E2. That's fine. You are hitting the speed in combat thanks to... You don't have E2 High, so it's got to be from Cyrene then. Let's take a look here at your pieces. Overall, crit rate, you know, you're a little over. It's not a big deal. You have a good amount of HP. It's because you are on an HP orb, though. You could actually, I think you could argue trying to hit a quantum orb if you really wanted to, but... Fribbles will actually tell you which will give you a better difference in stat value. For my build personally, a quantum orb is better, so I run it on mine. But it's not even that much of a diff. So really, your orb is actually very solid in stats. I don't think you have to replace it. Ignore what I said, actually. I don't think you need to change it. Let's take a look at these pieces. So I immediately off the bat, 4-liner, all hit crit. 4 rolls into crit rate again, dude. You just love crit rate on these pieces. That is insane. You hit all of your rolls on your gloves as well. It is a 3-liner, but that's fine. It's still a very good piece. Your body, very, very solid. HP and crit rate hit all on each, so that's very good. Your boots are your weakest piece by far. You have 2 dead stats and 2 dead rolls. You know, the dead stats, the only amenity there would be having flat HP, so really it's not that big of a deal, but missing 2 rolls is pretty severe. Ideally, you'd want all 4 into crit damage because you're already capped on crit rate, so it would be kind of hard to change. You don't have to, either. Like, this is not something... This is nitpicky mode. But it is something to keep in mind. Your orb, like I said before, very good. The option to go quantum is there, but I don't think you have to. And like I said, the site actually tells you if it's better or not. I don't know for this setup if it'd be better for you or not. It might not be at E0. I don't know. So... something to keep in mind. Then you hit all your rolls on your rope as well. So a very, very good caster build. But I am going to be starring this build to keep as a contender because I really like this combo up here. They don't love crit rate. Crit rate loves them. Yeah, it's actually insane. These ad rates are horrendous. Do I have a lot of ads on my stream? I feel like I don't. I have it set to the moderate on the thing. Like, YouTube shouldn't be doing that many. Also, I'm going to put a custom emote in each of these so I know that it's me that marked them, because I see other people have marked these. So I'm going to put my Chiori Creep Smile. I love that emote. All right, let's take a look at this Silverwolf level 999. We are hitting 200 speed in combat, which I do like. You also have exactly 100% crit rate in combat thanks to her passive. 315 crit damage, and you're running E0 Sparksy with her S1 Light Cone, E0 Yaguang, and an E1 S1 Huo Huo, and you do have, E1 Silver Wolf. I wonder if you went for E2. Wait, her eyes normally closed in the splash art? Am I crazy? No, they're not. Wait, what? Oh, you screenshot it, didn't you? Because they do the animated ones on site now. That's why the quality's so low. Okay, that makes sense. All right, let's take a look. So, for your hat, you have a pretty much perfect piece here. You missed one roll, and that's fine. HP percent, she doesn't hate it. You don't really need it. I mean, having the sustain is good. Or having the survivability is good. But even still, very solid piece. 4 rolls into speed on your gloves is kind of nuts. You know, more speed, the better on her. You get, I think up to 250 or 260. I don't know. You can go really high to get maximum value from it. So very, very good gloves. Your body, very solid as well. You hit 2 times speed, 1 crit damage. Very good boots. You only miss 1 roll, but it's a 4-liner. So 4-liner speed boots hitting 3 times crit rate and 1 crit damage is very, very good. A very, very good orb. Wait, what the hell? Holy. 3 useful stats, 4-liner, and we hit all crit. What? Bro, give me your orb. What? This piece is nuts. I'm surprised your build isn't hitting Aeon, honestly. These are some crazy pieces I'm seeing. I guess it's probably because of, I think probably your gloves are part of it, and I haven't looked at your rope yet. Yeah, the rope's probably part of it too. But damn, I mean, this is an insane orb. This is better than my orb by far. Yeah, but your rope though, 8.9 speed, you know, you hit 3 times, and you miss crit by hitting 1 dead roll, and then you don't have crit rate, but you know, you don't. Okay, you actually could use the crit rate because you're 82 out of combat, and she has a smart crit bringing you up to 100. So if you had another crit roll, you'd get up to 100 faster, and then you'd have more into crit damage. So you could argue to have a crit rate on there. Overall, though, it's still a very solid build. Insane orb, like ridiculous orb. Very good build. That's a good one. Any potential improvements or recommendations for rerolls would be appreciated. Okay, recommendations for rerolls? I wouldn't reroll anything. Except you could, if you really wanted to, you could block the HP percent on here and reroll to get perfect rolls on your hat if you want to. I don't fully recommend it, but you don't look like a free-to-play because you've got some Eidolon investment. I don't know. That's up to you. And then your boots, you could run the 50-50 if you want, or block a stat and pray that it doesn't hit defense percent. But you're only missing 1 roll, so it's an incredibly risky gamble that likely would not pay off. I really wouldn't recommend dicing this at all, and I think that this piece up here is not worth it either because you're essentially wasting 2 valuable materials for 1 substat. And 1 substat is not worth those 2 materials unless you only care about making your build better. The best thing that you could do for your Silver Wolf instead of spending dice is refarming these gloves, because you could have better gloves. The speed is really nice. Like, the speed is really nice, but you're already hitting 200 in combat. In fact, you're 12 over. So this exact amount of speed is what you're over in combat of 200. And the more speed is in like an elation conversion, sure, but you could also just have a better set of rolls here and still have speed on it and hit it like a couple of times with some crit. And then your rope could be improved as well. I think those are the best changes you could do if you don't want to spend any dice, because I really don't think dicing your hat is worth it, and I don't think dicing the boots is worth it either. Whew! That was a long one, sorry. Let me take another sip of my water. These builds are crazy. Damn, chat has crazy builds. Wow. Yeah, we've seen some pretty good ones so far. People are definitely flexing more than they're asking for help. It looks like ETH might have some questions here. I have 2 questions. 1, where do I have room to improve? 2, how should I be vertically investing if I'm focusing on elation and follow-up attack? Okay, L. Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Hypers. Okay. So if you want to be vertically investing in elation and follow-up, let's take a look at what you're running for elation. So you have E2 Evanescia already. You have pretty much the highest amount of vertical investment that I'd recommend going for without just hitting E6. You don't have her light cone, so I mean that's one thing. But you know what is far more valuable than Evanescia's light cone? Every single person in chat, I think, knows this already. If you are looking to vertically invest in Evanescia, Yao Guang's E1 is ridiculous. If you really, and she's about to be on banner in literally 2 hours. If you want to vertically invest into Elation, Yao Guang E1, that is the advice. That's all there is. You don't need her light cone. The light cone is nice. You're gonna have to fix your crit rate if you get it, because you're already 0.6 over. She's gonna give you another, I think, like 12 or 14, something like that. So you need to lose those substats. So really, really, really need to, if you want to vertically invest, this is only if you want to vertically invest. If you want to make this team better than it already is, get E1 Yao Guang. Shino, I got her light cone. Oh, you got even Essia's light cone? Okay, cool. Nice. Good job. So you have that already too. Then yeah, even still, I would recommend E1 Yao Guang over even Essia's light cone. So let's take a look at your build though. 134 speed, exactly where I'd recommend you to be. Very good. You're at perfect amount of crit rate in combat. 418 crit damage. You are running the right main stats. The lightning orb's a little funny, but you're lucky that she does not give a shit what her main stat is. Let's take a look at your pieces. So right off the bat, these hat and gloves are very nice. This hat is insane. 14.9 crit rate and another roll into crit damage. You got a 4-liner, you hit all crit. That is very, very good. She doesn't want any other stats besides crit, so this is very, very nice. 11.6 crit rate and 12 crit damage here. Again, very good. Your body missed, but the thing is you're already at 100% crit rate. So the only way you could make this more valuable for your build is if you hit crit more here and then lost crit rate somewhere else. So that'd be a very tall feat, and I don't think it's worth farming for. It's just if you really wanted to try to min-max as much as possible, that's what you could do, but you don't have to do that. I think it's very good as is. And you did miss one roll on your boots, again, and a lot of crit rate, which is nice. But yeah, you have a lot of crit here. Very good. Very lucky that you don't have Yao Guang's light cone, because you would be overcrapping to high hell with it. Main stat, like I said, is funny, but you hit all crit damage, which is good. No crit rate is fine because you're already capped out. So it is what it is. And then on your rope, similar story. You don't need more crit rate, but you did miss 2 rolls into crit damage. This is actually a pretty big area for improvement, I'd say. Energy regen ropes are extremely hard though. So take that with a grain of salt. I don't think it's worth fully refarming for, because your even Essia is already very strong as is, and those 2 crit rolls are not going to make much of a difference at all. I think you would be far better off with an E1 Yao Guang, like you asked, if you wanted to vertically invest. So that's what I would say. And then you also did ask how you could vertically invest into this team. I will give you my advice when we get to here. But more, I would recommend this more than the follow-up team at this point in time, because Elation's kind of the main shill of this version, it seems. I know that they're bringing this follow-up team into it, and the follow-up team is very strong, which is great to see. But you also have to keep in mind that I have almost no investment in this team. And so my advice to how you could vertically invest in this would be kind of bad, honestly. I think Blade E2 is insane if you wanted to vertically invest into Ashvale. That's about the advice I would give, though. And that's completely up to you whether or not you want to make that investment or not, because he's not even out yet. So let's take a look at our next build here. We have an E0 Herda with E1 Anaxa, E0 Tribi on DDD, and an E0 Danhung. This light cone choice is interesting, actually. I don't see that very often on him. Right off the bat, we have a 134 Herda. I think that's fine. You're not getting advanced by anything in this team, except for Tribi's DDD. But it's not a big deal. Oh, and her ult, of course, but I mean, that's a given. I think that running this set that I forget the name of is good when you're running with Anaxa, because she needs to have an erudition character in the team. Otherwise, she's quite sad. You are actually a little low on crit rate here, I'd say. You are 80 out of your combat. You want to be hitting 100 in combat. Your one saving grace is that Herda really isn't a multi-hit character. She has very big hits that don't hit very much. But if you miss a crit on one of those big hits, you're pretty much resetting your run at that point, because you've just missed out on so much damage. So I think you could work to get more crit rate in your build, and we'll see what your pieces look like to see how possible that is. Because right off the bat, you know, 1 dead roll here. You hit a lot of crit rate on your gloves, which is nice. You're running a crit damage body. I wouldn't change that, though, because you're already so close. I think it's a substat difference. I'm not going to lie. You did hit 3 crit rate there. 2 here and 1 here. You have the 2 dead rolls on your rope, and then 2 dead rolls on your orb as well without any crit damage, which is a little unfortunate. But the attack percent's nice, at least. So more crit rate in your substats obviously would be a benefit to you. I would not change to a crit rate body, because you will be severely overcapped and basically have to change your entire build at that point. So it is really just a matter of getting more from your pieces which are all decently solid. I wouldn't change your gloves. Your hat definitely could be improved. Your body, I think, is fine because you're hitting attack percent in the one roll that didn't hit crit rate. Very, very solid boots. These are actually incredible boots. I would not change these at all. These are extremely good. Your orb is probably your weakest piece because you don't have crit damage on it, and you did miss 2 of your 4 rolls, so half of your stat value from rolls is gone. You're only hitting 2 crit rate rolls, and then you have the attack percent that's already there, and then you have missed 2 rolls on your rope as well. So planners to increase her crit rate would be nice if you want to hit 100 on her, but I mean, this is an 8% diff, not even. This is a 7.6% diff. You could make the argument that you can just reset your run if it's making the difference if you're missing a crit. Like if the cycle count you're trying to hit is unobtainable because you missed a crit, just restart the run and hit the crit. Like you're not really crit fishing with this build because you're at 92%. So I think it's fine. But that is the advice I would give. I'm really a stickler for getting to max crit rate in combat because you don't want to miss crits. It's a lot of damage. Let's see. Next build, we have Aglaya. Oh, Aglaya. You are 4.4% crit rate under. This is to the point where like it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's close to where your Herta was, I think. Yeah, these are both very close. This is like 2 rolls worth. So you definitely could get there. The thing with Aglaya, though, is that she has higher stat requirements than Herta does. So when you're lower on the crit rate side of things, it's harder to accommodate. But it does look like you have some room for improvement in your pieces. So that is something to keep in mind. And you do have E1, which is very nice. I'm glad that you have E1. It's nice to see Aglaya enjoyers out there. Also, to all of the enjoyers in chat, Sesbi and Lex. My face is blocking it. I'm zoomed in on the Herta and Ruan Mei light cone, where they're looking at each other like they're going to kiss. Okay. Anyways. You hit all the good stats here on your hat. That's good. Hit all the good stats here on your gloves. That's good. Body is a little bit unfortunate, but you did hit speed 3 times, and it's only 1 dead stat. It's just unfortunate you don't have crit damage or attack percent here. So this could be improved, but it is what it is. I actually think your boots have a lot more room for improvement because you only have 1 useful stat in crit damage, and then you have 2 rolls that didn't hit. So better boots would definitely be on the agenda. If you could even get crit rate there and hit it once, you fix your crit rate problem. So I think that would be the best thing to farm for her. If you're still running Aglaya even. I don't personally play mine anymore, honestly. It's so sad. 1 missed roll here on the lightning orb. That's fine. This is still a solid piece. Orbs are hard. And then you have a decent rope because you hit useful stats. And not having crit rate, again, is unfortunate because you're missing a bit of crit rate in your build. But refarming that rope would take a really long time. So I think the build is solid overall. I don't think you have to change it. And I don't remember the exact speed conversion to have... What is it? You need a +2 over a Sunday, like double +2 to lap him. There's no way that with your Sunday's speed, you doing that. I think you need like 2... Oh, shit. What is it? It'd be 268. So then you would need like a 270 Aglaya to do that if you're on like a 133.4 or 134 Sunday. So, I mean, that's also something to consider, but you also have Cyrene in the team, so I don't think you have to worry about that too much. It's just if you really want to min-max the speed tuning for Aglaya, there are so many guides online on how to perfectly speed tuner. I think it's 270 to a 134, but correct me if I'm wrong. It's been literally over a year since I speed tuned my Aglaya. But yeah, something to keep in mind. I love shipping Yuri. Herta May peak. I'm glad you guys like that. Let's see. We have Castrus. Okay. 99% crit rate. You're missing 1% of crits. This build is terrible. No, I'm just kidding. Let's take a look here. Very, very solid rope off the bat. And it's unfortunate that your orb looks like this to compare to that. Because if you are farming this domain now, you are pretty much not going to get an upgrade here. But you are praying that you get an upgrade here. Because this orb is quite unfortunate. Your hat is okay. You are a 3-liner and you did hit crit 3 out of 4 times, but you don't have HP percent on it, which is some missing value there. Your hands are worse off because you're missing 2 potential rolls and no HP percent here as well. What is your HP in combat? 10,084 with an HP? Yeah, with an HP orb, that's kind of low. I'm not going to lie. So having some HP percent rolls in your relics would help with that a bit. Solid body, honestly. You only miss 1 roll. You have 2 into HP percent and 1 crit rate, though. I actually like that quite a bit. And then your boots are pretty good as well. What is your pre-combat speed? 94? Is 94 the minimum for this set? Does this 0.3 actually screw you over? Or no? I'm going to assume no because you have 99 in combat. I don't remember what the exact... Or maybe it's 95. I don't remember. Does anyone in chat know? I don't know. Anyways. But yeah. Orb. This is what I would change. If you wanted to make this build better, get a different orb. And then also, I think that these could be reformed up here as well. So you definitely have some room for improvement, but it's still a solid build. You know, this Caster's is not going to do you wrong. It's 95. Okay, you're just at the cutoff then. So that's the speed is a little scary here, but luckily you are just below the threshold. I thought you were good when I saw it was 99 crit rate down here with the 57 start. Yeah, because you're getting 32 plus 10. Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. Okay, yeah, overall solid build. Just, you know, those are some of the areas of improvement. And then I didn't say anything when I was saying you could get E2 blade here for your vertical investment, but I will say it now. As much as I appreciate you having 6-7 crit rate, we gotta get your crit rate up, buddy. This is really low. This is really low. I think your chat is a little behind. Yeah, stream is delayed like 30 seconds, so I see your messages later and you hear me later. Right off the bat, yeah, crit rate, you need more of it. I would honestly, you are 33% crit rate under where you want to be. This gives just about that much. You get 32.4 from a main stat body. You are 12.3 here. So you're going to be getting 20.1% crit rate increase by changing your body, which would put you at 87.1 crit rate. And that's already a significant improvement. So right off the bat, change your body to crit rate because you are extremely, extremely low on the crit rate side of things. I'm sorry I swapped the body. You should be sorry. Let's see your other pieces. You have a dead roll into defense percent, but you have three useful stats and you hit each of them once. That's fine. I like your hands better because it's the same scenario, but you didn't hit defense percent, so that's good. The 3 crit rate rolls on this body is nice, but you need a crit rate main stat body with this setup. And then your boots are okay. I would actually like if you had a crit rate subset on them, because even if you change to a crit rate body, you're still going to be needing like 13% more. So I would really, really see if you can get crit rate more in some of your other pieces. Your lightning orb is a little unfortunate because you have 2 dead rolls and it's a 3-liner. So you already have 2 dead stats, 2 dead rolls. Not a super great situation to be in. It sucks when you have a double crit orb and it hits like that, but you know what it means. It just means back to the mines. And similar story with your rope. 2 dead stats, 2 dead rolls. So your planners could definitely be improved as well. It is unfortunate that these were crit rate rolls and that you still need so much more crit rate. So yes, definitely change your body and then focus on trying to hit some crit rate rolls elsewhere. Rage comes back from the dead just for the 6-7. 6-7. Yes, overall though, I think you have some solid builds here. I really liked your Evanescia build. I think that was very good. I like your Herta build quite a bit as well. These are quite good. You know, the crit rate could be up, but still, you have some very nice pieces. These boots are crazy. And then I think, what was it? You had a really nice piece in your Evanescia too. Yeah, your boots on your Evanescia too. Are you just good at getting boots? It seems like you're just really good at getting boots. This hat's nice as well. So overall, nice builds. I'm very unlucky with my relics. These are the best I got. All right, let's take a look. So we are starting with Archer. We have an E1 Archer with an E0 Sparkle, E6 RMC, and an E0 Yao Guang. So you're 0.1% crit rate over Captain Combat, which is basically perfect crit rate, so that's a good start. Sorry. Let's take a look here. First thing I'm noticing is we have a 5-hit crit damage glove. This is insane because you hit crit damage 5 times on a 4-liner. You are lucky it did that because these other 3 stats are useless. So good job doing that. 2 in a crit and then 1 attack percent. That's a very solid hat. The reason that your hat is actually ranked higher than these insane gloves is because you have so many dead stats here and you have useful stats here. So it's just something to keep in mind. Your body is pretty good. I wish the flat attacks went into an attack percent, but you know, it's not bad. I wouldn't refarm it. And then you have some pretty solid boots as well. You missed 1 roll. Could have gone into crit damage, but it is what it is. Very, very nice orb. I like this orb a lot. This flat attack's not even that bad. And the speed is really not benefiting you at all, but you are running, I would assume, as a Hyper Seed Sparkle, so you don't need the speed. It is what it is. And then you have a very nice rope as well. 1 dead roll. It is what it is. Overall, a very solid Archer build. You said you had bad pieces. What? This is a nice build. This is a nice build. Your Evernight. E2 Evernight. Very based. 103.9 crit rate. You're getting close to having almost 2 rolls worth of overcap, but it's not quite there, so it's forgivable. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. So I will say right off the bat, and the only reason I know this is because I play so much Evernight. I don't always hate having energy regen rope on her. There are some scenarios where an energy regen rope on Evernight will actually net you an ult off start if you are against a game mode that takes energy away from you off the start, like certain variations of Plight have. That being said, I don't think this is why you're running an energy regen rope. So, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know why this would be in your main build, because this is a very niche use case for her to have an energy regen rope. And I'm assuming she's the main DPS of your E0 Cyrene, E6 RMC, and E0 Hyacinth team. So the regen rope here, I think, is a little curious. You're on an E2 Evernight already, so you don't actually need to be getting her ult as often because you get 4 uses of the enhanced EV versus the 2 that you get at E0. I don't really like the energy regen rope at all here. There is cases where it's useful, but this is not one of them. So I would switch to an 80% rope if you can. Very similar to one of your other pieces. You hit 4 into crit damage this time, but you actually do have crit rate as a useful stat here, so that's nice. Solid hat. Very, very solid gloves. You have 4-liner, all 3 useful stats, and you hit all of them. So great gloves. I would not change those. Decent body. The only thing you would really want instead is for the defense percent and effect res rolls to be hitting HP percent because you're already capped on crit rate. So, you know, still very good. Great boots, honestly. All rolls into crit damage is very nice, especially because you're already capped on crit rate. So yeah, that's very solid. And very, very nice orb. The speed roll is a little less impactful for you because you clearly don't care about speed on your Evernight. I mean, you're running with RMC and Cyrene, so I mean, it's fine. You don't need it. And the flat HP roll is a little unfortunate as well, but the HP percent, crit rate, and just having all these stats on the same piece and it being a 4-liner is quite nice. I would prefer, honestly, if the flat HP went into HP percent, and same with the speed, honestly, because you're not really using that speed, but it's still a nice piece. It's nice that it's a 4-liner. And like I said, change that rope. Like unless you were using that one very niche use case that I mentioned, don't run an ER rope. I hate planner farming. Yeah, me too. It's me. Yeah, I just changed it. Okay, good. Yeah, I would definitely. Yeah, I would definitely in most cases use an HP percent rope instead. The only time I would use ER, like I said, is if you're against anomaly arbitration and it has the one that takes your energy away, because it's actually really useful there. You can get some crazy like 0 AV stuff going on with Cyrene if you, well, I guess you have E0, but there's some crazy stuff you could do with an ER rope on Evernight at high investment. So it's just something to keep in mind. And then we have Evanescia E2, very based. E2 Evanescia is so much fun. We have 99 crit rate, very nice. The 1% is really not going to be making a diff, so you don't have to shoot for 100. I think it's fine as is. Evanescia is very easy to overcap on too, and so the fact that you have 441 crit damage in combat and 289 outside, I think is very solid, honestly. And you're at the speed that I would like on her as well, so that's good too. But let's take a look at your pieces. Ooh, okay. The 3 rolls into attack percent is super unfortunate on the hat. This hat could actually be a lot better, literally just if it rolled into crit damage more. That sucks, honestly. 4-liner and hits attack percent 3 times. Ooh, that's rough. But even still, you know, the crit damage is beneficial, and you don't want it to go into crit rate more because you're already overcapped. So it is pretty hard to improve that, but it's funny that it did that. 3 crit rate, 1 crit damage here with an HP percent roll, another 4-liner, which is still, this is a very nice piece. This is good. Your body 3 into flat defense. Oof, that is rough. The thing is, though, is that you're already almost capped on crit rate, so more crit rate rolls really doesn't do a whole lot for you. So as bad as this piece looks, like, you actually don't really have anything else you want here. So I don't think you have to change it if you're keeping your build the same, unless you change other pieces and you lose out on crit rate there, in which case, yeah, more rolls into crit rate would be nice. But it's so hard to benefit from something like this when your crit rate is already maxed, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to, with Evanescia only wanting 2 stats, it's so impossible to like try and min-max her to perfection. I've seen some perfect Evanescias and they're insane, It's so hard to reach that stat threshold, though. It's so much easier to have a perfect Silver Wolf than it is to have a perfect Evanescia. Very nice boots, honestly. The one roll miss is a little unfortunate, but you hit all crit damage here, which I do like to see, and it's on speed boots, which are very hard to do as is, so I wouldn't change those personally. You have a very nice orb as well. All rolls went into crit. The physical damage is actually good too. I mean, she doesn't need it. She doesn't get a lot of benefit from it, but seeing it is nice. You don't see that very often because most people are like, fuck it, I'm just going to use whatever has the best the best substats because she doesn't care. It's like a 2% diff, but you're getting your 2% diff with the physical damage, so good job. And the ER rope is pretty good too. It's a 4-liner. You hit crit damage on 3 of them, which is a majority. It's hard to hit the same stat 5 times. So I'd say that's good as well because you're going to be overcapping if you hit anything else. So overall, it's still a very solid build. Yeah, I wouldn't really change anything with it, honestly. I don't think you have to. This isn't something you need to continue farming for unless you really love Evanescia and want to shoot for those perfect builds, but goddamn is it hard on her. So yeah, I'd say it's very solid. It's speed tuned for her to go right after the AHA instances. See, that is good as well. It's nice to be taking advantage of the energy that she is getting from that because she gets so many actions with her E1. Just be mindful that also she loses out on the certified banger. So with her acting immediately after the AHA instance, you want to make sure that she's getting her actions off before her turn actually starts. Because like if you have like an ult you can use, like get it off. Because if she loses her certified banger before using it, you're going to be missing out on damage. So that is one thing to keep in mind, but it's still a very good build. Woo! All right. I am pacing myself. We have one build to look at here. We have a Silver Wolf, and he said simply, save me. Well, we'll see what we can do. You have a 186 Silver Wolf, reaches exactly 100 in combat with 307 crit damage in combat as well. I would like to see an E6 Silver Wolf hit more than 186 speed in combat. I'd like if you could get at least 200. You have her light cone. You have E6. I mean, I know her Eidolons don't give speed, but like you really want to be getting 200 speed. So I would focus on getting some more speed on your pieces if you can, but we'll take a look and see what we can gather from this. Right off the bat, your hat has 2 dead stats. Silver Wolf only has 3 stats that she wants, so you have 2 out of 3 of them and you hit 3 times, so it's not too bad. Having the crit damage would be nice, but more importantly, it'd be nice if you didn't have 2 dead rolls here, which is the more annoying part. Hats and gloves are super easy to refarm, so this is definitely a room for improvement, especially if you want to be hitting more speed to get her to 200. Another thing to keep in mind too is that you could, if you want, get Huohuo's E1 to give her more speed as well to get you to that 200. Because what, you get 12%? What is Silver Wolf's base? I think it's 110. So with 12%, you're getting 12.8%. So 12.8% would take you to 198.8 in combat, and you would just need 1 speed roll to get you to 200. So that's not too bad at all. But keep in mind this Huohuo is probably going to be replaced. Your gloves have a similar problem to your hat, where you have 2 dead rolls. I like that these are both 4-liners and have 2 useful stats, and hitting them in a majority of the time is nice, but these could be improved. Same thing, because you could get these 2 rolls in here, and you could also get crit damage on them as well. I love that they have the exact same score, actually. It's kind of funny. Plight anomaly arbitration or casual? Surely a few percent doesn't make a difference. What is he asking for? I'm not caught up on what the chat was talking about. The body looks pretty nice. You have 3 useful rolls here. The 2 dead stats is another, it's similar to these 2 pieces, but the difference with a body and with boots and with an orb and with a rope is that it's so much harder to get full stat value out of them. It's so much easier with your hat and your gloves because they're fixed main stats. So when you see 2 dead rolls on 4-liners, you're like, well, that's definitely a room for improvement. But when it's on a body and you're hitting 2 times crit damage and 1 time speed, it's a lot better because it's hard to get a perfect body. It's hard to get perfect boots. So this body is actually kind of solid. You know, the 2 rolls being here would be better, obviously, but it's still not bad. And then your boots, similar story. I mean, this one didn't even hit majority in the crit, so these is just unfortunate rolls because you had a 4-liner double crit boots and then you just missed 3 of them. Like, that's just the worst feeling in the world. That's how you could improve it. Obviously, if you wanted to improve your boots, is that just get more crit rolls in them. But I mean, it's so hard to do that unless you're dicing these or if you're crafting more, because speed double crit boots is already hard enough to farm as is. So I think it's fine. I would definitely recommend farming this domain though if you wanted to get these 2 pieces up, because these are missing some stat value. My dog says, "I just shoved my nose into my iPad screen." Well, hello to your dog. Let's take a look at your orb. Yeah, another similar story where you're just missing most of your rolls. These are just really unfortunate rolls. You have 4-liners for all of these pieces. Literally all of your pieces, and you're just missing your rolls on most of them. That is so sad. You're asking me to save you, buddy. You know who should be saving you? Hoyoverse. You literally have like the blueprint for so many perfect pieces, and you've just missed the stat rolls on them. Like that sucks. I'm sorry that happened to you. So yeah, you did miss 3 rolls here, and you missed another 2 rolls here on your rope. The rope actually still looks pretty good though, because you hit 3, so you're hitting majority of your stat value, and having the speed is really nice. Missing the crit and having no speed on your orb is pretty unfortunate, but yeah. Overall, I think that your main thing here is hitting 200 speed would be really nice. I would wait and see what the Elation Sustain does when they're released, because I know Huohuo is going to be getting replaced, and I think that wasting a Golden Companion Spirit on her E1 too early might not be a good idea. If the Elation Sustain gives speed, congratulations, your problem is solved. So you don't want to waste your Golden Companion Spirit to get that E1 Huohuo. You can wait and see. And especially because Huohuo provides 0 direct benefits to Silverwolf outside of that E1. She's only benefiting Yao Guang and Sparksy, so I would say that your best bet is to start farming the 4Ps to try and just get some better luck here. Like, I'm really sorry your rolls went this way. But overall, still not a bad build at all. You're definitely going to be getting the job done with this, especially because she is E6. Whew. Let's see. Oh, I'm talking about the dog in chat. I love dogs. Dogs are so cute. My 2 mains. All right, let's take a look. We have Firefly and Castris. E1 Firefly with the Ruan Mei with the DDD, the Dahlia with the Resolution Signs of Pearls of Sweat, and a Fermata Tingyun. That is interesting. I know that it gives the break effect, but I don't know. I don't love Fermata on Tingyun. I actually feel like you could run Resolution on Tingyun and then put your Dahlia on something else instead. Like the Hurricane, maybe. I don't know. That's a weird spot to be in. You don't see Fermata on Fugue very often. Oh, whatever the case. Supports aside, let's take a look at the build. We're getting 620 break effect in combat, 264 speed. You want to make sure that your speed is tuned to be in line with your Dahlia speed boost that she gives you, so that when you exit ult, you can pretty much immediately re-enter. That calculation changed now that Firefly got her Nova Flare, so I don't have the exact number, but it's worth considering if you ever wanted to try and speed tune her a bit more. I haven't seen someone use that LC in so long. I just don't like Fermata on Fugue that much. The break effect is nice, sure, but that's the only benefit you're getting. The other benefit, I think, the other effect it has is like Wind Shear. I think it like does something with Wind Shear and like I think like the lightning dot. I think there's just better options you could use on her. I think Resolution on her and then the Herder Shop Cone on Dahlia would be a better bet here. But anyways, also this is a sustainless setup. I don't know if you're always running sustainless. Having DDD is nice, but keep in mind that there are some instances where you're not going to be able to use your E1 Ruan Mei in a sustainless setup because you're going to need to sustain. But I guess I don't know how often you're running into that. But for your pieces, these are actually perfect rolls. You have a 3-liner, but you hit all of the useful stats, so that's good. Very nice gloves. You hit speed twice and break effect twice. I say these are perfect rolls. You hit attack percent twice, and she doesn't need attack percent as much as she needs the other one, but it's still good. Like they're not wasted rolls. So, but that's why your stat scour is so much higher here, because even though you have the same amount of stat rolls, in fact, you even have more here because you technically have a 3rd stat. These going into attack percent is worse than these going into speed and break effect. I'm having trouble talking. I'm talking so much. Holy. Okay, I'm better. Pretty unfortunate body. You missed 4 of your 5 rolls. HP percent and crit damage do nothing for her. Your only useful stats, which granted you have both of them on a 4-liner, is break effect and speed, but you missed both of them almost every time. So this is a pretty sad body piece. You could definitely improve that. Really unfortunate rolls, though. I'm sorry that happened to you. Boots are decent. You hit break effect twice, and obviously it'd be nice to have more, but these are not bad. Boots are hard. 3 rolls break effect on your orb is quite nice. No speed is okay depending on what your speed is looking like to get her back in ult as soon as it ends. Again, I don't remember what the exact speed you need is now that her Nova Flares come through. And then you have a decent rope as well. 2 times speed, 1 times attack percent, and a 4-liner is quite nice. The 2 with defense percent, unfortunate, but ropes, orbs quite hard. The fact that these are 4-liners in the first place and you hit stats that you want 3 times, I'd say is good. So not bad. Definitely a little bit of room for improvement with this body piece. I think this body piece could definitely be improved. It's just so unfortunate how your rolls went here. I'm sorry this happened. But yeah, not bad overall. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't gotten a better body. Yeah, it's so tough getting a nice body piece for Firefly because she wants these really niche stats. And you had the perfect blueprint for the perfect piece for it, and it just rolled poorly. There's an argument that could be made to dice it, but it's still a risk because you are essentially going to be, removing one of these stats if you're using a blocker and then having a 33% chance of hitting a dead stat still. But on the plus side for you, it really can't get much worse. So that is an option for you if you did want to do that, but that's entirely up to you. I don't think you have to do that. It's just something to keep in mind. And your E0 casters with a full E0 team with free-to-play light cones minus Everknight's. Dang, you got Everknight's light cone instead of Hyacinth's light cone. That's interesting. I definitely would say that Hyacinth's light cone is a better investment, but maybe you just like Everknight better, which in that case, based, always get what you want for the characters that you like. I think that's more important than getting what's for the meta. You are a little lower on the crit rate here. 2 more rolls would get you to 100%, so that's something to keep in mind. You are below the crit rate needed, or the speed needed for the crit rate. So that's good. Gosh, damn. Sorry about that. Let's take a look at your pieces. 2 crit rate, 1 crit damage. We have 2 dead stats with 1 missed roll. On a hat, like I've said before, you could definitely improve this. I know having HP percent here would be nice. Flat another. You can't have flat HP actually because it's a hat, but HP percent would be nice. And then just more rolls, obviously. But this is not bad. Your gloves are definitely a better room of improvement area because this is a 4-liner, but you only have 1 useful stat out of 3 potential useful stats you could have, with the flat HP being like a pseudo 4th stat. So you have 3 dead stats here and 3 dead rolls here. So you're missing quite a bit of stat value here on the gloves. I think this could definitely be farmed. Easy to farm too. This probably would not take you super duper long to get a better piece of. Honestly, you could even strongbox this if you really wanted to. Body is very nice, actually. These are all good rolls, except for the speed. But the speed does nothing for you. Your in-comp is 140.2, so this is not making any sort of difference for you. It doesn't get you to any new thresholds. It gets you closer to almost not getting your set effect, but luckily it doesn't, so you're good there. The crit rate roll is good, and the 2 HP is nice. So overall, very solid for a body. The boots are a bit unfortunate because you are missing crit rate on them. Actually, if you had crit rate here on your boots, then you could probably get her up to 100, and then you would not be missing any crits in combat. But 96.5 is pretty close to 100. You're not feeling too bad about that. But if we're being nitpicky, obviously you want to be hitting 100. So, you could make an argument to reform these boots. Honestly, 2 of these pieces, I'd say, are definitely room for improvement with more so emphasis on the gloves. So that's something to keep in mind. Honestly, a pretty solid orb, because you hit your crit rate 3 times, and then it does have flat HP, and the 1 other roll did go into flat HP, so you are getting some benefit from that. I do think that your HP is a bit low for having an HP percent main stat orb with the boots and the rope. It's because you're not hitting it as a substat on either of these 2 pieces, so you could have more there, but that's kind of nitpicky. I still think it's fine as is. Crit damage here obviously would be good, but I still think this is a very solid piece and it'd probably be hard for you to replace anyways, so this one's not really one that you really need to refarm. And then your ropes rolls are just unfortunate because you hit both the stats you want, it's just you didn't roll into them. So you have 2 flat defense rolls and a break effect roll. Not really your fault. That's just it. It's just how relics work sometimes. I would focus more on refarming the gloves first. Then maybe you can go for the rope if you want to improve this build some more. But it's still a very good build. And if you were looking to ever vertically invest in this team more, I would consider getting Hyacinth's light cone, but that is completely up to you. Ooh, this stream ain't ever ending. I am so sorry. I'm just yapping nonstop. I will try to slow it down a bit. Holy shit. Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, guys, their lowest piece rating is 50.6. This is a 180% combat skims DPS score. This is the highest score I've ever seen on any build. What? I mean, okay, I'm not trying to discredit their build when I say this. I know that Silverwolf is one of the easier characters to hit Aeon on, but this is ridiculous. This This is like a perfect build territory. This is very, very close to perfect build territory. They have 0 dead stats. I'm seeing this right away. They have 0 dead stats. Everything is a 4-liner except for the rope. Okay, wow, this is the best Silver Wolf build I've ever seen. I'll start by saying that. You're at 250 speed already. That's great. Obviously, you're hitting the 100 crit rate. Why wouldn't you be? And you have the perfect team for you. You have an E6 Sparksy, wholly based. E2 Yang Wang is perfect because you're getting that speed. And an E2 Hyacinth, so you're getting even more speed. And then, of course, E6 S5 Silver Wolf. I would hope that E6 S5 Silver Wolves have a good build. This goes beyond that, though. This is an insane build. Let's take a look at your pieces and give you the attention you deserve. Obviously, you hit all of your stats on all of your pieces. So we hit speed once, crit rate once, and crit damage 3 times. No dead stats, and you have all useful stats. Same exact story here, except you hit speed 3 times, crit rate, crit damage. Your body has perfect rolls as well as a 4-liner and the perfect stats. This is probably the most impressive piece I've seen from your build so far, because this is very hard to achieve. This is nuts. Actually, this is insane. Very, very good piece. Your boots are somehow rated even higher. I would actually give the points to your body, honestly. I think the body is more impressive, but the boots are also just as equally impressive. You did the same thing on both. It's just I think hitting a body is harder to do than boots. I don't know. Both are impressive for different reasons. You have slightly more stat roll value here, and that's why you're getting a slightly higher score, but these pieces are both just ridiculous. Attack percent orb, it does not matter. She doesn't really care about the main stat. The only thing you're changing with that is survivability if you get HP or defense. So I would always use this piece where you have perfect rolls and perfect stats instead, which you're doing. And the exact same thing here. You have every stat she wants on every piece that you have, and you have every single roll going into the stats that she wants. This is an insane build. And you definitely are deserving of a emoji reaction to be a contender. I think you will probably be getting one of our supply passes today, if I'm being honest. This is a ridiculous build. Watch them say they never used any dice. If there is no dice used in this build, then this is like a dev account. There's no way this isn't a dev account if there aren't dice used in this build. This is a resonant dice build for sure. Because my best builds are resonant dice builds, and I'm still like probably 23% below this, 22% below this. Like this is ridiculous. Very, very nice build. Very, very nice build. I think it's lower based on sub roll strength. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said stat roll value, is because you get the value of your rolls gives you a higher stat score. I think 60 is the highest score possible. So 58.3 is ridiculous. 58.7 is ridiculous. I need to move on. Jesus. Okay. Insane build. Work in progress, still trying to mainly get a new headpiece, but I want to know someone else's opinion on her current build. Yeah, I'll give you one. You are 104.9, 396.3. You are getting close to 2. Actually, you are 2 rolls overcapped right now. So that's a little unfortunate. You have a little bit too much crit rate, but it's not too bad. You are E0S1. Full team is E0S1. I think that's a solid amount of investment. It's an 8 cost team. Let's see what your pieces look like. Okay, right off the bat, just taking a quick once over from your pieces, your hat is easily the one to improve because you have 2 dead rolls, no HP percent, and it's a 3-liner, so you hit crit once on each. I'd say this is where you want to focus first. You have more value here because you have 3 useful stats and 3 went into HP. You missed twice here too, but you had more useful stats and more rolls because it's a 4-liner. So yeah, I would definitely focus on farming for a new hat if you are looking to improve. Especially if you can avoid hitting crit rate on it, because then you will get lower crit rate and not be overcapped as much. Honestly, a pretty solid body. The 2 defense rolls are a little unfortunate, but you would only really want them going into HP percent, so that's a little difficult to ask for, so I think it's fine. Very nice boots. So much crit rate is actually part of the reason why you're probably overcapped right now, but they are 4-liner, so that is very nice. Very, very nice. Wow, this is where your overcapping is probably coming from. Jesus. Flat HP with crit rate, crit damage, 4-liner, and they hit 4 times crit rate, and the one roll that didn't hit actually went into flat HP, so it's not even that bad. Very, very nice orb. And this is a very nice rope as well with 1 missed roll, but it's another 4-liner, so you hit crit 4 times. Very, very good rope as well. Your planners, you do not need to change. These you do not need to change at all. If you wanted to improve your build, I would look into getting better head and gloves, honestly. And those are the easiest pieces. So you have the easiest piece in front of you to change. So I would definitely look into doing that if you're looking to improve your casters. I am going to take a quick break and make a quick run. I will be right back in like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did I miss anything cool? Hope not. I gotta check something on my phone real quick. Give me 1 sec. We're good. All right, let's get back into it. We have a lot of builds to get through still. I'm going way too slow. The first DPS I plan to E2 and my favorite character in fiction. This is the most well-built character I have and spent months on this build. I use Sparkle Light Cone on Sunday because I usually prefer to have DDD on Sparkle in most situations, and my Finan is the only DPS who can properly take advantage of the Light Cone when it's on anyone other than Sparkle, since the fight will usually be over in 2 ults. I also forgot to put in some of the relics from the support spots. All the supports are usually on Sarsanis, Lushaka, with the only exception being Sparkle. He uses Eagle and Lushaka because this is shared between Fine and Archer on my account. Once I get Fine into E2 on his rerun, do you think I would be able to zero cycle the King stage in Anomaly Arbitration? Let's take a look and see. Right off the bat, I see you have an E1 Saridra, so that's a great sign already. E2 Sparkle as well. Yeah, I definitely think that you could zero cycle a King stage if it is a good matchup for Fine once you hit his E2. I don't think that would be out of the question at all. Let's take a look at your stats here, though. You do have 101.4 to 612.9. I do like that you're 135 because that tells me that you're probably running a 134 or 133.4 Sunday for the proper speed tuning setup. So good job there. Let's take a look at your pieces. You hit all crit here. That's good. It's a 3-liner, and you have 2 dead stats with flat attack being like not a super dead stat, but like it kind of is. But it's not bad. This one, sort of the same thing. You have 2 dead stats. This time it really is 2 dead stats, and you hit 4 times. This was a 4-liner though, so you did miss one, but still not a bad piece. I don't think you would have to refarm those. I think these are pretty good still. Honestly, a solid body. The fact that you hit attack percent and crit rate on all of your rolls is very nice. It is unfortunate that you have, 2 dead stats here, but you don't really need speed. The only thing you could benefit from is a flat attack, so really I don't think it's that big of a difference. So yeah, I don't think it's bad. I think it's quite good, actually. Insane boots, though. Holy. These boots are nuts. What? Even just like, hitting all 5 rolls on the crit aside, your roll value here is just very high as well. These are very good boots. Damn, okay. Very good boots. Wow. Very nice orb as well. The speed actually is quite good because it got you to the speed threshold that you want to hit. So I actually like that a lot. And then you hit the other 4 in crit. Very, very nice. Orb. Yeah, this is very good. And very nice rope as well. The one roll going into flat attack is fine, honestly. This is great, honestly. Your planners are very good. I would not change these at all. I think the only thing, if you wanted to improve, really, is just trying to find headed gloves with 4-liner and attack percent, and then hitting those. But other than that, I think you're fine. This one was a 4-liner. It just didn't hit on one of your rolls, but even still, very good overall. I think it's a solid fine build. I can definitely see that you do love him and that you have put care into him. You've done very well in getting him to the right speed threshold, and your setup looks very strong for him. So, very good job, and I wish you luck in trying to get his E2. Jesus Christ, peak boots, holy boots, gimme. Yeah, these boots are very, very good. Very good boots, very good orb. I mainly want some advice on stats I should try to focus on for relics, as they're all pretty much a work in progress. I'm overall a more casual player. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind. I adore Sunday and hope to eventually get him E6 S5 as a very low spender, and I'm trying my hardest to get great relics as an Anoxa team for him. I also love Black Swan and the Break archetype, so I want to invest in my dot and break teams. I would like to hear any advice on which Eidolons and Light Cone I should try to get first. I look forward to hearing your advice. Well, I am here to help. If your focus is to get an E6 S5 Sunday first, which it looks like you're actually pretty close, you're 3 Light Cones and 2 Eidolons away. Congratulations on being close. I would focus on that first if that's your priority. As for vertical investment for dot, right away, I would say E1 High Sealants is very, very powerful. Don Hung's Light Cone is quite good as well. And then having like Black Swan and High Sealants Light Cones are quite good. I'm really the worst person to ask about dot because my investment in dot is so low. I have friends who are much more well-versed in dot. So my advice for vertical investment there is not going to be nearly as good as it will be for break. If you're looking to vertically invest if you're looking to vertically invest in break, your biggest upgrades per character are going to be E2 Firefly. E2 Firefly is absolutely ridiculous. It is literally so good, especially with an Overflare. It's absolutely insane. It's like double as good as it used to be before. E1 Dahlia is extremely good, and E2 Fugue is quite good as well. I'd put that on the lower priority though. E2 Firefly and E1 Dahlia would be very, very solid upgrades. We're a little over 1/3 way done, so just another 4 hours. I'm going to try to go faster than that, I promise. So we'll start over here with your Sunday. Who is your favorite character? Mainly we're going to be wanting to see a lot of crit damage on these rolls, and then the speed. You really want to be tuning this so that you're -1 under your DPS with the setup it looks like you're running, because it doesn't look like you're going hyperspeed. I don't see the Anoxa you talked about included in this, so I can't judge that, but yeah, you'd want your Anoxa to be 1 over this. 1 dead roll here on the hat's not a big deal. He can use HP percent just for survivability. It's fine. 2 dead here is a little unfortunate. You would like to have all the crit damage rolls on this piece, but it is what it is. This piece is hard to say to improve because you don't want to give him too much speed unless you're going hyperspeed, and that's really the only useful stat you can get from a crit damage body for him. So I think this is fine. You don't have to change that. Boots are quite nice, actually. I like these quite a bit. More crit damage rolls would obviously be nice, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you don't need to go too crazy with it. If you're going for E6 Sunday, he's converting all of the overcap crit rate into crit damage anyways, so it's not really a big deal. Your orb is a little unfortunate. You only have 1 crit damage roll. That would be a nice area for improvement if you did want to improve. And then the rope is fine. Honestly, energy regen ropes are very hard. Having 2 rolls into crit damage is honestly good as it is. So the thing with Harmony builds is that you don't need to go too crazy on stat perfection unless it's a character like Yao Guang, who technically isn't Harmony, but she's like pseudo Harmony in her class. Sunday is not one of those characters though, because he only needs crit damage and the speed threshold that you want to get him to. So once he's at that speed threshold, the only useful stat for him is crit damage. So it's quite hard to get a perfect build. I think it's fine as it is. Your Black Swan. You are actually 4.4% effect hit rate under where you want her to be. I would definitely focus on getting her effect rate up to 120. It's kind of a requirement for her. Very, very nice hat. Wow, this is a great piece, actually. Very good piece. I like that you have all useful stats except for the break effect, which is fine. And then you hit all useful stats. Very good. No Effect hit. No, never mind. There it is. I'm just blind. Okay, you do have effect hit right there. Okay, good. Yeah, this is a nice piece as well. Speed, attack, effect hit rate again. Hit all of them. Very good. There's the only difference is that this isn't a 4-liner, so that's quite good as well. I like that you're on effect hit rate main stat body. I'd be concerned if you weren't. You do still need 4.4 more, so we'll have to find where to get that. And it looks like we could actually do it in your boots, so we'll get there in a sec. But this is an Oki piece. You did miss most of your rolls here. What's your speed at? 141? You could go for 160 if you really want to. You would need quite a bit more though. So that's going to be pretty difficult for you once you're also trying to balance effect hit rate and a proper amount of attack as well. So I don't think you have to do that. It's just something to keep in mind. I think your speed is fine as where it is actually. So more attack percent rolls on this piece would probably be better. It's kind of weird. You're in a weird position with that one. It'd be a significant jump to try to hit 160. I don't think it's actually worth it. I wouldn't personally go for it in your spot. 2 attack percent rolls on your boots, 1 flat attack. It's not bad. Having the effect hit right here would be really nice because then you would hit your requirement. So I would really like to see you hit that requirement if you did want to increase your Black Swan's effectiveness, or just hitting it on this orb would have been nice. You do have a good planner set on her though. I'm glad that you're using this. I saw another build that uses one that I'm not a fan of that I'll talk about later. Your rolls are pretty unfortunate here. But like, where else could they go? I guess the flat attack would be the effect hit rate. Yeah, you'd want a effect hit rate at least once. Such a weird character to build, dude. I hate building dot characters. I'm so bad at giving dot character advice because I don't even play the archetype myself. I'm like just going off of general knowledge. 3 flat attack on your attack percent rope is fine because you're not really shooting for insane speed thresholds. You're pretty far off of 160. A 143 would get you a little bit better, but it is what it is. I think it's fine. Main thing is just get to 120 effect hit rate, and I think you're good. Holy shit. Guys, we hit 5 times into break effect. 33.6 break effect on the hat. What the heck? That's nuts. Why? When is it my turn? Nice piece. Let's take a look. 238 in combat. I think is actually a little low for Firefly. I'd like to see a bit more speed there. 146 pre-combat is pretty low. So try to get some more speed if you can. The 5, I would not change this piece. This is insane. 5 break effect hits is nuts. 2 dead hits here with no speed on your gloves. You could definitely improve your gloves. I think that's definitely room for improvement. Very, 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 very much room for potential improvement there. Your body, 2 missed rolls, but you are a 4-liner and you hit 3 times. I think that's actually pretty good. I wouldn't change that personally. 2 hits break effect on your speed boots. It'd be nice if you hit more break effect, but you're already on the right main stat. Attack percent also would be nice, but getting nitpicky at that point, I think the boots are honestly fine. And, it says it's a low grade, but I think it's fine as it is, honestly. I'd focus more on trying to get more speed, which you could definitely do in your planners. Your planners are very low quality, I'm not going to lie. Your rope here, you're only getting 1 useful stat out of it that you rolled into was attack percent, and then you have 3 dead stats and 3 dead rolls. So that's a pretty weak piece. You're missing a lot of potential stat value that you could have if you had speed on it. I would definitely try to get a better break effect rope. And having speed on your orb as well would be nice, because then you could roll into that as well and you could get closer to like 250 in combat. So you want to be hitting a speed threshold in combat where she can get back into ult immediately when her ult is over. And I don't think 238 is doing that for you consistently. So keep that in mind. But overall, I really like your hat. Very nice hat. Holy break effect. Yeah, it's kind of nuts seeing that much break effect on one piece. The Dahlia. You have 169 in combat. That's good. That's where you want to be. Where's your break effect? 318.9. Okay. She really only uses break effect and speed, so the fact that you have those is good. You could improve these if you want, especially these boots. Good lord, these boots are really unfortunate. But she's one of those characters where like more break effect good, more damage is good, but you don't have to go insane with it because at the end of the day, you really want to be improving your Firefly more than anything, and you already have the speed that you want on her. So more break effect and investing a lot of your resonant time here, I just don't think is super worth it. So if you want to improve your build, the boots are definitely somewhere to look, but hey, if you get better boots for your Firefly, you can give Dahlia your old boots. But other than that, I think it's fine as it is. And you set your fugue. You set your fugue as well. Like I said before, for Mata, I'm not really a big fan of this on her. I think you could definitely run the... Wait. No, this wasn't even you. This was someone... Wait, this is another person that's running for Mata on fugue? There's 2? Is this just a thing? Holy, wait, okay. Wait, so you're not running resolution on anyone? Okay, I would run resolution on your fugue immediately. Resolution shines as pearls of sweat. Run it now. Okay. Anyways. You are short of 160 speed. I would actually like to see you hit 160. You really only need effect, hit rate, break effect, and speed on her. So getting that shouldn't be too terribly difficult. Let's see what you're hitting here. You have enough break effect though, which I do like. This is actually a really nice piece. You got good hats. Good hats. This one is okay. Definitely could see the speed here. It'd be nice if the speed was on this piece as well, but at least you have the effect hit rate. So yeah, you could definitely have better arms than her. Your body, kind of unfortunate with the rolls. Also no speed here either. Yeah, you just don't have speed as a substun on any of your pieces except for your rope. So that's why you're missing out. Yeah, more speed would be good. Yeah, I would get more speed. Let's see. Yeah, your boots are unfortunate for this too. You don't even have break effect on them. Just the one effect hit rate hit. So yeah, these two pieces could definitely be improved quite a bit. And then actually pretty decent orb. And a somewhat decent rope. I mean, you have break effect main stats, so you're only looking to hit effect hit rate or speed. So you hit twice, not bad. I would focus more on the boots and the body. The problem is you need speed and you already have speed boots. So you're going to be wanting to, oh yeah, and the arms. I forgot about the arms. Okay, well, I would farm this 4-piece, honestly. You have 3 characters that you could be farming it for. I think your Firefly could use a bit more speed. I think that your Dahlia, it doesn't need more break effect. I think she's fine, but like having more would be nice. And then I think that your Fugue could use the more speed as well. So something to keep in mind. Overall, not bad builds though. And good luck on getting your Sunday. Here are the characters I use most often and their teams, and Eva my main. Evanescia is their main. Should we start with Evanescia? No, I'll save it for last. Save the best for last. Silverwolf, 160 pre-combat, 160 in combat, because you're not getting an external speed boost. Wow, you're running 3 mushy shroomies. You were lucky this light cone stacks. Holy. I see that you are going the free-to-play route with the scene, which is perfectly fine. Let's see, 100.1 in combat. Obviously, you're never not hitting 100 in combat with Silverwolves unless you did something seriously wrong. To go quickly through these, 1 missed stat here, not a huge deal. It's still a pretty solid piece. You have 3 stats that she wants. You missed like all of your rolls here on your hands, and you only have 2 stats that she wants. I would highly recommend trying to reform the hands if you are looking to improve her, because you are missing quite a bit of stat value there. Your body has missed 3 of the rolls out of 5, which is not good. I would definitely like to see a better body, but it's hard to do bodies better than this. It sucks that you missed 3 of your rolls. That's just like unlucky. So not a whole lot you could have done about that, but room for improvement nonetheless. Pretty solid boots. You hit majority of them here, unlike on your body, so you're actually getting more value there. The 2 misses, again, unfortunate, but it is better than the other one. So it's just, it sucks when you have a 4-liner with the perfect stats and you miss the perfect stats. It's just, there's not much you can do about that. Your orb is pretty good, actually. I like this. It sucks that there's no crit rate, but orbs are hard. The fact that you hit 3 out of 4, it is what it is. And it's a very similar story with your rope, except you don't have speed on it, so you're losing some stat value there. You only have 1 useful stat, 3 dead with 1 missed, so room for improvement there as well. But it's still a solid build overall. I would really hope you get better gloves, though, because those are kind of weak. Shroomy supremacy. Holy, that's a lot. Yeah, I know, it's a lot of mushy shroomies. Yeah, I'm in right now. Wait, is this you? No, this isn't you. Let's see. Oh, are you talking about HSR? Oh, the servers are up. I see. I'm behind on the times. Okay, let's look at your Castris. 109.4. You are pretty overcapped here. I would like to see a little bit less crit rate on that. Let's take a look at your pieces though. 1 dead stat. 2 dead stats, 1 dead roll. And then it's similar story here. Yep, 2 dead stats, 1 dead roll. So these 2, I'd like to see a little bit better if you're looking to improve her. More crit damage would be nice because you're already overcapped on crit rate, but they're not bad. They're not bad by any means. It's just the hat and the gloves are so easy to refarm that like you could definitely get better pieces there. Honestly, solid body. The fact that you hit 3 crit rate is pretty nice. Your boots are also decent because you hit crit 3 out of 5. So you did 3 out of 5 on both of these. You had the flat HP here, which makes them a little bit better, but at least in my opinion, I like these better. I like this piece better than I like this piece. Looks like you get some better rolls here though, with the roll value, but even still. Yeah, they're both nice though. I wouldn't change those. Ooh, okay. This orb is pretty weak. You only have 1 useful stat and you hit it once. You missed your other 4 rolls, so you're losing out on a ton of stat value on this piece. This crit rate is actually completely useless to you too. So This piece is effectively HP % and then no substats because you're overcapped on crit rate. So this could 1000% be replaced. I would highly encourage it. And your rope, you have flat HP, 6, 7, and you have crit damage. This is a 4-liner, you hit 3 because the flat HP is kind of nice. So you really hit 2 and then a pseudo stat, and then you miss 2 with 2 dead. So it's not bad for a rope. I wouldn't focus too hard on trying to change that because it's fine as it is. I would really try to get a better orb though, and I think that these could be improved if you want to, but I think the orb is probably your highest priority in trying to change the piece. Sparksy, my beloved. Oh boy. Okay. So this is my favorite character in the game, so I will be a little more critical. I will say just right off the bat, you never want to see crit rate this low, even on characters that aren't multi-hit like she is, but especially not on her because she has so many hits in her kit and you don't want to be missing crits on those. So I would like to see a lot more crit rate on her. The fact that you're doing this with a crit rate body already too, dang, you really need to, I guess, just roll into crit rate more. Let's see, you don't have it on your hat, so you're missing some crit rate value that you could be hitting here. You didn't roll into it on your gloves. You hit it once on your boots. You didn't hit it on your orb, and you hit it twice on your rope. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So you are missing quite a bit of crit rate that you could be getting there. So I would definitely try to get some more crit rate on here because this is quite low. Okay, you're getting close to missing a third of your crits, so that's a lot. Having her no speed is fine because you can run a hyper speed sparkle, so I don't really care about that. And then the attack is good. You've got a shit ton of attack, so yeah, you really just want to be getting a lot more crit rate here because you have 4 liner where you hit 4 good rolls, but you're missing crit rate on it, so you're missing some of the crit rate you could have there. Again, you hit 3 out of 4 of your rolls here, but it's all crit damage, so you don't have any crit rate that you could be hitting here. And no attack %, but I mean, you don't need it. You're already at the cap. Your crit rate body, it would be nice if you hit more crit damage, but that's not really our focus right now. We want to be making sure that she gets her proper crit rate in battle. Same thing with your boots. You hit it once and you hit crit damage once. You have 2 dead stats and 2 dead rolls. So you'd like to be hitting crit rate here as well, potentially. Not hitting on the orb is pretty unfortunate. This was a 4-liner and you didn't hit it once. Feels bad. And then, honestly, a solid rope. Your rope doesn't need to be changed. You have 2 crit rolls here, and you hit crit 4 times out of 5, so this is quite good. You really don't need to worry too much about refarming the orb for now either. I think this is fine as it is. Their main source of crit rate you'll be getting is, quite honestly, from these 2 pieces up here. If you could get high crit rate rolls in both of these pieces, and then later down the line get closer on either of these, I think that would put you in a better position. But yeah, you're super far from 100 right now. You're going to be missing a lot of crits on here. Chino hitting the 6-7. You know, I'm hip with the kids, as they say. Oh, all right. What's next? Evanesia. This was your favorite character in your main, you said. So I'm expecting good things. You are at almost exactly 100 crit rate in combat and 284.3 crit damage. Being 115 speed is a little bit of an interesting spot to be in because that's just entirely from substats, no? Yeah, you have 2 here. Technically, yeah, you rolled into twice there. So technically 3. Is that really your only speed? Huh. That's so interesting. Does she just have a high base speed? I guess she has to. That's so interesting. Okay. Whatever the case, let's take a look. So since you're not really focusing on speed, the speed rolls here are a little bit useless. It'd be nice if you had crit rate and crit damage because those are really the only 2 stats that she actually does care about. So you're missing a decent amount of stat value that you could have on your hat. Similarly, on your gloves, you've missed most of your rolls. So this was a 4-liner with the perfect stats you'd want because she just wants the crit, but you didn't hit the crit. So it's unfortunate. If these 3 went into crit damage, this would be a fantastic piece. It's just the rolls did not go in your favor. With your body, you have missed crit rate on most of them, but luckily for you, you're already at 100%, so it doesn't matter. You do not need to change this unless you're changing your other pieces and losing out on crit rate here. Wow. These boots are unfortunate. I'm also not a fan of attack % boots on her because it's really no diff. I think speed is definitely the better option, hitting like 134. It would actually take you to 140, which is fine. You're not going too fast with that. I think it's a reasonable speed for her to be at. It'll be more comfortable that way. And then you could probably hopefully get some better rolls than this because this is pretty unfortunate. And the attack %'s really no diff. Do have the physical orb. It's not a big difference, but you know, it's nice that you have it at least. You have missed 3 of your 5 rolls though. If you do have like an HP percent or defense percent orb with better stats than this, I would just use it because the physical damage is not that big of an increase. And then for an energy regen rope, I actually think this is pretty good. You've hit 3 times, so I would say this is actually not something I would look to replace because energy regen ropes are just so hard to farm. So overall, this is a decent build, but there's some room for improvement, I would say. All your friends got Blade? Heck yeah. Congratulations to your friends. I'm going to feel like the Squidward looking at SpongeBob and Patrick looking outside meme with everyone getting Blade because I'm not going to be pulling. So sad. Let's see. These are the characters I want you to check on. They're not really flexes per se, but they are my favorite characters to use, and any advice would be nice. But praise would be too. I'll see if I can praise them. Exactly 100% crit rate in combat, which is good. You do have her light cone, so getting your speed is a lot easier. You could try to get to 200 if you really want to, but you don't have to. I don't think you need to. 186 is still pretty good. Let's see. You don't have crit damage on this piece. She only has 3 stats she wants, being speed, crit rate, and crit damage. So you're missing one of the 3 key stats that you could use. And then also you've rolled into 2 pretty much dead stats on her. I mean, the sustainability is kind of nice, but survivability is kind of nice, but you don't need it. So this could definitely be improved. Very, very nice gloves, though. You have all 3 stats she wants, and you rolled into them each time. These are very, very good gloves. Such a stark contrast from your hat. Decent body. No crit damage is unfortunate, but having the speed and rolling into twice is nice. I would hope that you could get one with crit damage in the future, but it's fine. It's not horrible. More importantly, I'd say your boots here are pretty weak. You only have 1 useful stat of the 2 that you could have, and you rolled into it once. 3 dead rolls as well. So you're missing a lot of stat value you could have there. Your orb is pretty decent. You know, orbs are hard to get all 3 perfect stats on, so having 2 of them is good, and then rolling into those 3 times, I'd say, is actually quite nice. Similar story over here on your rope. Attack percent's kind of funny. You didn't really care about that, though. But yeah, you hit 3 times out of 5. Not bad. So I would really heavily emphasize trying to get a better hat if you want to improve her, and then also different boots, because these boots are quite sad. But I do really like your gloves, so that's my praise to you. I like your gloves a lot. Yao Guang. Okay. So you've definitely focused on the speed here more than anything. Luckily, you're getting a ton of crit damage in combat, but you are also on the lower end of crit rate. I would like to see this higher. It's hard to stat balance Yao Guang, I know. It's really hard to stat balance Yao Guang. She's probably one of the hardest characters to build like really well in the game. Especially if you don't have like her light cone or like investment in your team eidolons or light cones. So this is harder to say, you know, get this up to 100, and I don't think she needs it as much as other characters do, because since yours is E0, she's not going to be doing a significant amount of damage. I mean, it's solid damage, but let's take a look at your piece and see maybe where we can improve. Okay, yeah, well, that's a start. So right off the bat, on both your gloves and your hat, you don't have any crit rate or any crit damage. You don't have crit damage as a substat here. You don't have crit damage as a substat here. And you don't have any crit damage or crit rate on your rope either. So you've very much focused on the supportive side of Yao Guang. I will say you have a very nice orb. This is very good. I would not change that. Everything else, though, I mean, if you wanted to, you know, you're passively farming for Silver Wolf set. You're getting this set. And try to improve these pieces. Having the crit on her is actually quite nice. She does do non-negligible damage. And I think that if you were able to get this up to 100, and, you know, more crit damage is always good too, I think you'd be in a better spot personally. You have the speed that you want. You're a little over, but if this goes into your AHA instance calculation and it's actually getting you to a breakpoint because you have it at 172, then I wouldn't change it. That's entirely up to you to calculate. So yes, definitely a lot of room for improvement on your 4-piece, but I think you can probably see that yourself. Oh, you got E2 Blade, Shadow? Hell yeah. Congratulations, dude. Thank you all for your congrats, and congrats to all new Blade havers. Hell yeah. From where do you get these pictures? Enka? No, it's actually from a website called Fribbles. Let me grab the link. It should be up soon, if not already. It doesn't look like it's back up yet. It'll be back up when the patch is Oh, it accidentally put my link. Okay, well, ignore that it's the link to my page, but yeah, that's the site. Right. Oh wait, I haven't looked at the Kafka yet. What's your effective rate? Okay, you're good. You need to 75 on her, I think. Yeah, you're running the right light cone. I'd say these are the right stats as well. Solid rolls here. You don't need any more effective rate. Honestly, decent rolls here as well. You missed 2, but that's fine. It was a 4-liner, so you're getting the same stat values you were here. I would actually like to see you get 160 on Kafka. I think 160 Kafka is a pretty comfortable place to be. That's pretty much my main nitpick. And do that however you see fit. I don't need to grade all these pieces. I'm not a dot expert, but I mean, this rope obviously could be improved. Getting speed as a substat on either of these 2 planners would be good for you. So it's something to keep in mind. These are the 3 main DPS teams I run plus Tribby because she gets passed around a lot. Would not word it like that, but okay. Since I don't have too many supports, I'm curious if there's something wrong with my Finan build or if I just have low investment into him, as I find myself struggling a lot with him, especially in Anomaly Arbitration. Free to play if that matters. I'm also trying to improve my The Herda build, so any input on that is also appreciated. Okay. Let's look at your Finan first, so I just keep that question in mind. I would say it's definitely an investment issue, yes. This is a very, very free-to-play Finan setup, which is fine, but the problem is that, well, okay, number 1, you don't have Saridra. Saridra is the biggest damage gain you're going to get for your Finan, along with Cyrene. Those are both incredible supports for him, and you don't have either of them, and you also don't have Sunday here either. So you're missing like 3 very, very strong puzzle pieces just right off the bat. These are just characters too. This isn't even Eidolon's talk. Like, these 3 characters make a big difference. Completely different conversation topic. E0 Finan, in my opinion, is kind of like a joke, honestly. E0 Finan eats up action value like it's nothing. I'm not telling you to go and pull for E2. I mean, you're free to play. Like, don't spend all your pulls on E2, especially because like the more and more that time goes on, the further and further he's going to be pushed out of favor. But that being said, you're going to notice significantly less. How do I word this? You're going to be noticing a worse performance from an E0 Finan than with an E2 because you're consuming so much action value, especially in Anomaly. As you say, Anomaly Arbitration? Yeah, Anomaly Arbitration, because that's an action value based mode. So E0 Finan and Anomaly Arbitration, especially with this setup, you're going to have some severe problems. It is entirely a setup issue and an investment issue, I would say. You're missing the 3 key characters I would say would be the biggest DPS gain for him. And you're also on a free-to-play light cone. You don't have any Eidolon investment, which is fine. You know, I applaud you for being free-to-play and not spending money on this game and, you know, playing for the characters that you like, but also keep in mind that this level of investment in team investment and character investment is going to perform significantly worse than other Finans that you may be seeing like on YouTube or something. So something to keep in mind. He does perform very poorly in action value based modes at E0. The Herda with Jade. Wow, you do not see Jade very often these days with the Herda. Usually it's an Oxa. Even sometimes like mini Herda. That's cool though. Congrats on being a Jade enjoyer. The second one I've seen today. You are quite low on crit rate, I would say. You could definitely have more. 16.1 being off is a decent amount. There's room for it to be on these pieces. You don't have any on your hat. So even though you've rolled into all useful stats here, but not having it on your hat is a little unfortunate. You did not roll into it at all on your boots. Did not roll into it at all on your gloves. Don't even have it on your orb, and then you hit it twice on your rope. So that's why you're missing so much crit rate. I would highly encourage trying to get her to 100. Missing crits sucks on characters. The Herda is a little better because she's not like a multi-hit character. Like, she doesn't have too many hits in her kit. So you miss one big crit and like you can just restart. But even still, I think it's beneficial to be doing that and aiming for a crit rate that doesn't make you have to reset, because resetting is annoying. And I don't think most casual players care about resetting. This body is very unfortunate. You have 2 useful stats here and you missed them both on every roll. The flat attack is like okay, but attack percent and crit damage being right there and not hitting it all really sucks. I'm sorry that happened to you. Decent boots, honestly. You hit 3 out of your 4 rolls. I wish it went into crit rate, but it is what it is. You can't really control that. You know, the hat is great if you had more crit rate on your other pieces, and we're at 100% already. Like, you could keep this hat if you hit more crit rate on your other pieces, because it's great. And this, these gloves have a lot of room for improvement. You only hit crit twice. You don't have attack percent, don't have speed. Your speed is actually in a little bit of a weird spot. No, actually, you have quite a bit more in combat. Never mind. I think you're fine. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Back on track, though. I would say that, yeah, these gloves could definitely be replaced. I talked about your orb is fine. You hit 3 into crit damage and you have attack percent, but no crit rate really hurts you here because you need crit rate in your build. So I think that would be a room for improvement. I don't think you have to replace the orb specifically. I think that going for different gloves first would definitely help you get closer. And then if you could hit it in like your boots, or if you do get a better orb in the future, or maybe even a different hat. I know this hat is so nice for stat value, but you're just missing crit rate and it just feels a little bad. But the closer you get to 100 is better. You don't have to be exactly 100, but if you get closer by getting better gloves, you'd be in a better spot. So overall, I'd say it's not a bad build, but there's a little bit of room for improvement. Yo, I got a copy of DDD while I was pulling for Yao. Heck yeah. DDD is so good. Tribby build. Honestly, Tribby's one of those characters where you don't have to worry a ton about how you're built there, I'm not going to lie. But your build actually looks quite nice for what you have. You're hitting 100 in combat. You have the right main stats. Your rolls into these pieces are slightly unfortunate, but Tribby's not a character I would really recommend refarming for because the damage you're doing isn't super duper significant. It's not negligible by any means. She does a decent amount of damage, especially because you have E1, but that's entirely coming from the E1. And you already have solid stats in combat, so I wouldn't really recommend refarming any of these. I think she's fine as she is. Sparksy. I would like to see, again, 100% crit rate would be nice. Your speed doesn't matter because you're running her with Sparkle, so being at 119 doesn't matter. I don't know why you're running Aventurine here. I would not run Aventurine here in any case at all. Aventurine gives her 0 benefits. You could run Dan Heng. The attack boost doesn't affect her attack conversion, but it looks like you don't even really need it because you've got Sparkle. You could run Huo Huo to get the energy and more attack. Not that you need it, but the energy is really nice for getting more ults off, which is more thrill, which means more damage and more free skill points. Dan Heng just is a solid sustainer, and I don't think you have any investment in like a Hyacinth because you said you're free to play, so I wouldn't recommend that either. I'd probably recommend the Huo Huo more than anything for the energy, so something to keep in mind until we get an Elasian sustainer. Hat is missing crit damage. You hit through 2 of your useful stats 3 times, not too bad. Room for improvement though, of course, because these are the easiest pieces. Same thing over here, you missed twice and you have 2, so again, these could definitely be refarmed, but they're not bad. Your body is pretty unfortunate with your rolls. You missed all but 1. So more crit damage than that obviously would be nice. Boots also only have 1 useful stat. You hit it twice, so you hit half your rolls, but it's still not great because you've still got 3 dead stats. So I don't love that. Yeah, I think that could be improved as well. 2 rolls in crit damage in your orb is okay. Again, you have 3 dead stats, so you don't have any crit rate here. If you're hitting like double crit on your pieces and actually rolling into them, then you'd have a much easier time hitting 100%. I know it's not something you can control, but if you're looking to improve your build, then that's something to focus on. And your up's actually pretty good because you hit 3 crit rate 3 times, and that's a stat that you very much need at the moment. So I don't think you're going to be replacing that anytime soon. So overall, it's not bad, but there's again just room for improvement. And we did talk about your find and how you could vertically invest here. You know, by getting different characters for him. I wouldn't recommend pulling Eidolons as a free-to-play, but if you did want to use Find in the long run, I think having Surridra would be very helpful. Right off the bat, this glove, very, very good. You have 3 useful stats here. You hit crit on all 5 of your rolls, so that's very good. Your hat is decent. You missed 1 roll, and it's into flat attack, so it's like okay. Don't have attack percent on it. It's a 3-liner, so it's decent, but I wouldn't say you have to replace it. But it is replaceable because it's a hat, and hats are easy to farm. But your other pieces aren't bad either, so I wouldn't say you have to refarm for anything. What is your speed looking like, actually? I guess it doesn't really matter because you're playing with RMC and Robin. Don't have a Sunday. It's so interesting. Let's look at this body. Yeah, the body's very good. I would not change this. Every roll went into something you wanted, so that's good. Your boots don't have crit damage, and you hit 3 times out of 5. They're still fine though. Boots are difficult, and them being 4-liner with 2 useful stats. Well, the speed actually isn't that useful for you, actually. So really you have 2 useful stats here. 2 useful rolls here, and 1 useful stat. The boots actually could be changed, but it's fine. I don't think you need to refarm your 4-piece. You have pretty solid pieces here. Only thing is you'd want to get more crit rate if you can, similar to your other characters. But you don't have it on your orb or rope, so I think those are two areas you could definitely hit it. These could probably be refarmed, if I'm being honest. The orb's not that bad because you have attack percent, so you have 3 out of 4 rolls and useful stats. It just sucks that you don't have crit rate on the piece. But your rope missing 3 times on a 4-liner for crit damage is unfortunate, but you're only trying to hit 1 stat here because the flat attack's not that useful, and not having crit rate is unfortunate. These are my main DPS. I'm still building my break team. I'm struggling with Finan and some endgame content. Any advice would be nice. So we have Castrus E2 with a full E0 S1 mono rem team. You are actually on the lower end of crit rate here. Right off the bat, Castrus is so easy to hit the right amount of crit rate on because she gives herself so much from our relic set. I would like to see more crit rate on her. I'd like to see you get to 100. That being said, I do like that you're on a Quantum Orb. That is very nice to see, and you have a solid amount of HP for being on a Quantum Orb, so good job there. I'm going to have to use the icons here a bit because I don't speak this language, but it's pretty easy to tell what everything is still. So you did miss your HP percent roll here. 1 into defense percent. It's okay. Still a solid piece because you have all 3 stats you want and you rolled 3 times, so it's not too bad. This is a very, very nice arm. It's unfortunate that 2 of them went into flat HP, but all 4 stats are stats that she wants. If I don't recommend re-rolling this because it's not good to re-roll hats and gloves, but man, like the person in me that wants a perfect piece, like just sees this and just sees blocking the flat HP and rolling all of it into these with the dice. Oh, it'd be so good. Either way, still a great piece though. Your body, 2 into HP percent, then 1 into crit. This is pretty good still. You hit most of your rolls and you have flat HP as well. I like this body quite a bit. You hit 3 out of 5 into your crit on your boots, which I think is still good. Yeah, you have a solid 4-piece, honestly. Honestly, all of your pieces are solid. It's just that you're missing some crit rate. That's really the only thing. So if you could just get more crit rate on like 1 piece, then like you're fine. 1 piece? You have 3 out of 5 on your orb with a flat HP roll, which isn't too bad. I don't think this one's too bad at all. I think this is quite nice actually for an orb. And then your rope is very good as well. You hit all 4 rolls in a crit. You have very nice pieces. It's just unfortunate that you don't have 100% crit rate. That's like my only nitpick. Also, not that it matters. No, it doesn't matter. Actually, never mind. I won't say that. Yeah, solid build. Just if you could somehow while farming in the future get to 100 crit rate, that'd be nice. Castrus has so many hits with her Dragon Breath and the bounces from her Dragon Explosion. You want them all to be critting. That being said, the nice build. Evernight. Ooh, okay. Very low starting crit rate here. I see we're getting 87.1 in combat. Another case where I'd like to see that hitting 100. But I am seeing some pieces here that could definitely be improved. Your body has crit rate and that's it, and you only hit it once. So you have 3 dead stats, 3 dead rolls. That's definitely a room for improvement. Pretty solid boots. You did have 2 dead stats and 1 dead roll, but boots are hard, so I'd say those are fine. Pretty solid gloves, honestly. You know, 2 dead stats, but you had a 4-liner and you hit 4 times in a crit. I'd say these do not need to be replaced. Hitting 3 times HP percent is pretty good. I wish there was 2 crit stats here, especially because you need more crit rate. That's definitely something that would be good for you to have, but it is what it is, I guess. Your planners are definitely where we can improve and get some of that crit rate from, because you are only crit damage on both of these. You have HP percent on your ice orb. You only hit 1 time into crit damage. You missed 3 times. The flat HP is okay, but like, it'd be nice if you hit these stats instead, you know, or if you had crit rate. And then 2 times crit damage, 3 times with 3 dead stats. So, yep, these planners are definitely your area for improvement if you're trying to get your Evernight to a better stat threshold. And your Finan is the one you said you wanted help with. Okay. 92.4, 363.5 in combat. Same thing as always. If you could get 100, that'd be great. But let's look at your piece and see where that can be done. Immediately, anytime you see a piece graded with like a D, it means that it's probably not that good. And that's very much the case here. The only useful stat you have here in substats is attack percent, and you hit it once. And then your other 3 stats are useless on him. So this is effectively a crit rate body and one substat that you hit once, and its attack percent is not even crit damage, so it's kind of unfortunate. I'd say a better body would definitely do you some good. Your hat is pretty nice. It's a 4-liner and you hit crit 4 times. I'm actually pretty good with that. I like that. This is nice as well because you have attack percent with crit rate and crit damage. You hit all four your rolls went into useful stats, so that's good. Your boots hit crit damage a lot. You hit once outside. These are pretty good for boots. It's really just your body for your 4-piece that needs to be improved. Okay. Wow, this orb is pretty unfortunate. You don't have any crit on your orb at all. You only have attack percent. You hit it twice with flat attack that didn't get rolled into, then 2 dead stats, pseudo dead stat, and then 2 dead rolls. So this is definitely an area for improvement. You have the right main stat, but you're missing so much stat value here potentially. Also, I don't know why this is your light cone choice here on Dan Heng, but I would definitely recommend something with a higher base attack. I think that would just be a better choice. Also, what is this light cone that you're running on your Saridra? Wait, I need to actually look. What does this do? I forget. Hang on, I'm going into research mode, guys. I can't find it. Wait, what? Where's March's cute face? There it is. Increases attack by 32% upon entering battle if 2 or more characters follow the same path. These key characters crit damage. Nobody in your team shares the same path. No, wait, never mind. Her and Sunday. But you're increasing the crit damage of her and Sunday by 32%, no? Yeah, because it says these characters follow the same path. I don't really like that on her. That doesn't seem that good. I would instead like you to see the Forever Victual. It's a free-to-play light cone. 4-star. It's a lot better on her. I would say use that if you don't have a 5-star option. Or if you don't have that, you could also use... No, honestly, that's the only one I'd say put her on. You could do like a DDD if you really want to, but I don't think you... I don't love DDD on Saridra. She doesn't get old that often, and also with Finan, you're not on field with her that much, so... I don't know. I would say this is probably a light cone I would replace on her. Buffs for second, having a second harmony unit, damage buff specifically. It gives crit damage, but it's only to those 2, so I don't really love it. And then we have... that's the name for Firefly. It's so funny. We have Firefly, which is 230 in combat. You're 129 speed out of combat. That is really low. That is really low. You're running HP percent boots. Okay. Right off the bat, get speed boots. Get speed boots now. This is your first change. I don't care if they have no useful stats. Get speed boots and put them on her. Okay. After that, I would say to... Okay, your hat's pretty good. You hit 3 out of 4, pretty good, and you have speed as a substat here, which I like. You missed 3 of your rolls here, so better gloves are definitely an option. You have a solid body. You hit 2 in effect hit rate, but it's a 4-liner. You have flat attack, speed, and a break effect, and you hit 3. So, and they're in the good stats, so I think that's pretty good. Bodies are hard, so I'd say that's one that you don't need to replace. This is unfortunate. You did not hit break effect at all, and it's a 4-liner. So you missed the only useful stat you have on here with all of your rolls. So this is definitely something that can be improved. Wow, F+. I have never seen an F. No, wait, I have seen an F on a piece before. That is so rare, though. This is Fribble's way of telling you that you have the right main stat, but everything else is wrong. You don't have any break effect here. You don't have any speed here. You don't have any attack percent here. The only the only thing you have here is flat attack. That's the only reason you even have F+ instead of just F. Please, please, please get yourself a different rope and different orb. You could get so much benefit from different planners. You're missing out severely, and not having speed boots is hurting you tremendously. So this build could use some serious improvement because you're missing a lot of useful effective stats that you could be having in your pieces. We've got 2 more from Yin Chao. Here's 2 more. I'm very proud of my Asheville build, but it didn't give me that high of a rating. Ah, well. We'll take a look and see why that is. Even Essia, 101.3, 433.7, 124 speed. Let's take a look and see. Whoa. Oh, wait, this is Evernight. Wait, this is Evernight. I'm illiterate. I'm sorry. I was like, what is this? What is the set you're running on Even Essia? No, it's Evernight. Okay, I'm dumb. Sorry. You've got a runner signature, and you're running with E1 Tribi, E0 S1 Casters, and E0 S1 Hyacinth. I think this is perfectly fine. I think this is a good setup. You have E1 Evernight as well. Are you going to go for E2? I think you said before that you are. If you do, that's based. But let's take a look, see. This is a 4-liner with 3 useful stats, and you only hit 1 into attack percent. So this is actually a really solid piece. I know it's not giving you a super high score for it, but actually this is pretty good. Yeah, I like it a lot. You have hit crit 3 times, flat HP once here. This is fine. You know, HP percent would be nice, or like a 4-liner. It is farmable, but I don't think you need to. I think it's fine as it is. Your body is actually pretty good because you're already at the maximum crit rate, so hitting the HP percent instead is nice. The 1 dead roll is what it is. And I can see why you have a higher crit rate is because you have 3 rolls crit rate here. Hit flat HP once. These are solid for boots. These are a 4-liner, so you did miss 2, but they're still pretty good. Your Ice Orb does not have crit rate on it, but you don't need it because you're already capped out. So hitting the HP percent once was nice, and having the flat HP is nice as well. Again, 1 dead roll. It is what it is. Still a pretty solid piece. And then you also have 3 rolls into crit here with 1 dead roll here into flat defense. And you have HP percent as the main stat. So the only thing else you would really want is flat HP, but I mean, it is what it is. So pretty solid build all around. I think it's well-rounded. I don't really think you have to change anything. You know, there's like nitpicky things I could say, like, oh, dead roll here sort of thing. But I don't think you have to change anything. It's still a solid build. Works well. Your Asheville is 100.6, 441.0. You might be, I don't know if it takes this into account. Your speed is a little low on him. Are you running a hyperspeed Sunday? Yin Chao, are you still here? Let me know if you're running a hyperspeed Sunday. If you're running hyperspeed Sunday, I think this is fine. If you're not, I would say try to do a -1 Sunday setup. Wow, this orb is really nice. This is a really good orb. 4-liner all crit, very, very nice orb. I'm jealous of that. Honestly, solid rope as well. Hit 3 times crit. The speed, it doesn't look like you're utilizing, but even still, cool to see it. Your hat is fine. 1 dead roll is a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. 13.9 crit rate is kind of nuts. So yeah, that's a nice gloves, honestly. 4-liner, you got solid most amount of crit there. No attack percent, it's just fine. I mean, it is what it is. You have what? 5.2k attack percent in combat? I think you're okay. Your body is pretty good, honestly. I mean, you're not really using the speed, so really you have 2 effective rolls here because you're not taking advantage of that. You don't have attack percent on it, so with this being a 4-liner, it's hard to ask it to all go into crit rate. I mean, it's a pretty tall feat to try and do that. So I think this is fine as it is. In fact, you're actually capped out on crit rate, so even if this went more into crit rate, you'd be basically asking to take crit rate off of some of your other pieces. So really, you could improve by having attack percent there, but that's pretty nitpicky. I think it's fine as it is. You have a well-rounded build like your Evernight build. I don't think you have to change anything. And your boots are very good too. These are very nice. With the 1 flat attack roll is fine too. So overall, I do think you have a very nice Asheville build. I would just recommend, if you're not running a Hyperspeed Sunday, to do a -1 setup and try to get your Asheville speed up with some speed boots. But I think you could run a Hyperspeed setup with these pieces because it's a well-rounded build. Yin Chao left? Okay, no worries. Well, she'll be able to watch the VOD and see what I said. We're going to do Maki next after this. I need to use the restroom real quick, though, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And we are close to 3 hours into stream, and we're a little over half done, I think. We're getting there. I need to speed it up though. I don't want to be streaming all night. Alright, Maki, I would really love to know what I should upgrade because I really think these builds can be improved in some capacity. Well, I'm here to help. But looks like we have all 3 elation DPS and Finan. E2 Silver Wolf, you are hitting 200 speed in combat, which I love to see. Very nice. It's because of that E1 Huo, but you actually are very close even without it, so that's great. Let's see. A lot of speed on this piece. I honestly think that's good because you're hitting 200 in combat. In fact, you don't need the extra 11, but I mean, I think it's fine. So yeah, not a bad piece. I wouldn't change this personally. I think it's quite nice. Same thing here. You have all 3 useful stats. You rolled 3 times in speed, so it's still pretty good. The only downside to this hat is that you did miss 2 rolls and you don't have crit damage on it, but I still think it's fine with the speed on it. I think it's okay. With your body, 1 dead roll. It is what it is. You'll have speed and crit damage. Very nice. The boots are a little unfortunate with how your rolls went. You missed 3 of your rolls on double crit boots. These were literally how all of my speed boots on this elation set have gone, so I know how you feel. Even with dice, it's gone this way. They're still fine. It's hard to upgrade that. Orb, pretty solid. You hit 4 out of your 5 rolls into 2 useful stats, and then this rope is very nice because you're hitting 4 out of your 5 rolls on 3 useful stats. So very, very solid Silver Wolf build overall. I don't think you have to change it. I think it's quite good. Sparksy. Oh, thank you for having enough crit rate on her. It's nice to see this. 99.9 is very funny. Very good that you've got that, though. Her missing 1%, 0.1% of the time is very funny. Solid amount of attack as well. Let's take a look. You hit all of your crit here. It's pretty good. 3 useful stats here. You hit attack percent once, and then you hit 3 times crit. I think that's good as well. Don't need to change either of those. Pretty decent body. The 2 flat attack are a little unfortunate, but at least you can use it to some capacity. I mean, you're already over the threshold, so I guess not, but I think it's fine. Boots are pretty solid too. 1 dead roll. It is what it is. Pretty solid orb, same thing. It's 1 dead orb, but it's an attack, so like it's okay. Energy regen rope. You don't see that often, but I actually commend you for doing that because you already have enough attack, so I think that's good. I think that's good that you're running an ER rope on her. I don't see that very often. Oh, but no speed boots. I wonder what your AHA instant speed threshold looks like if you're not running speed boots on her. Do you have your Yao Guang in here? No, you don't. Make sure that your AHA instant has a decent speed, because if you're not running speed on your Sparksy, you could be cooking yourself with that. But other than that, looks good. Finan, you are hitting 100 in combat. I appreciate that. 131 speed is okay, because it looks like you might be running like a Hyper Sparkle, and you might just be getting that speed from, yeah, Saridra. So I think that's okay. Let's take a look at your pieces though. Good stats just from the looks of it. 8,000 attack is so funny to see. Let's see. Twice attack percent, then both crit. Very nice. You hit your stats you wanted. Your gloves could be improved. It's a 4-liner, but you only have 2 useful stats and you missed on twice. So I would say get crit rate on that. Actually, no, you don't need the crit rate. That's a tricky spot to be in. I guess they're fine then because you don't need the crit rate, but it just sucks that they missed twice. Like, they could be improved, but it's going to be hard for you to get the perfect improvement. Attack percent crit damage here, you hit twice and missed twice. I think it's fine, honestly. More crit damage would be nice, obviously. I don't think you need more attack percent, but yeah, you're in a decent spot there. Same thing here, you missed twice. More crit damage would be nice, but you have a decent 4-piece. I don't think this needs to be refarmed. I like the stat threshold that you're at already, honestly, so I think it's fine. Your physical orb, this is on the weaker end, I would say. No crit damage. You missed twice on your rolls. 3-liner, the attack percent's not doing a lot for you, so this is room for improvement. But you have a nice rope. This is definitely part of why you're overcapping, but it is still a nice rope. I don't think you have to change that. I think changing some of your other pieces could actually lower your crit rate, and then you wouldn't have to worry as much about being overcapped, and you could, you know, even out your build a bit more. But I don't think you have to. I still think your build's in a solid spot, and you don't have to worry about it too much. And E0 Evanescia, with a pretty free-to-play looking team, minus the E1 Hueh, which is technically free-to-play obtainable. 153 speed. I think that's entirely from Huo. Interesting spot to be in. You're getting close to 160, which is a little bit of danger territory unless you know what you're doing, so be careful there. This body is quite unfortunate with how it rolled, but you actually are a little below 100, but it rolling into crit rate is really not much of a difference for you, so while it looks really cooked, it's not the worst it could be. Your Your hat is very good. It's just the rolls being so much into crit rate makes it so you can't really get as much value out of your body. If you got a body with more crit rate and like changed your hat to something with an even balance of crit rate and crit damage, you could have a more well-balanced build, but that's entirely up to you. I think it's fine as is. 2 missing rolls here is a little unfortunate. Your boots are pretty good. You only missed 1. The attack percentage doesn't use. Physical damage orb, you're getting your 2% diff. You hit crit damage 3 times, which is pretty good, honestly, because it was a 4-liner. So nice job there. And then your rope is pretty unfortunate. ER ropes are so difficult, I know, but this rope is pretty sad. You only have 1 useful stat and you hit it once. You missed the other 3 into flat defense of all things, so that could definitely be improved, but that's a really hard one to reform for. That's one that I'd say if you really wanted to replace it, I would just craft it. So not a bad build. I'd say it's pretty good. I've been farming her set for over a year. If I could, I would. That set hates me. I've been farming so many sets for so long and just have not gotten any upgrades. And pushing so hard to get a Sparksy upgrade for so long. I really want to improve my Evernight build, but it's been months since I got an upgrade. It gets to a point where you're just like, you're really fishing for like 1 stat improvements, and it's really hard to find those. What did you say? Here are my 2 favorite characters. Okay, let's see what we got. E2 Silverwolf, you have 200 speed in combat, which I like. In fact, he's 200 out of combat, which I really like. And then you're 100, 257. Crit damage is on a little bit of a lower end, but you're clearly focusing on speed. You have 3, 1, 4, 4, 2. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I like that a lot, actually. I think that's very well-rounded, and I think it's good to have that speed focus. You hitting 200 is very good. Let's see. Yeah, solid rolls here on your hat. You know, obviously the attack percent going into crit or speed would be nice, but it is what it is. The 2 dead rolls on your gloves are a little unfortunate, especially because you don't have crit right here, but the 3 rolls into speed are nice for what you're trying to do with your build, but it's a little less impactful when you realize that you're 7 over the 200 threshold that you need to be at, so these could technically be replaced if you found another piece that had speed on them and then just had like 1 roll and then the other's crit, but even still it's pretty good. The 4 speed on your body is so funny. It's so insane. Very nice body, honestly. That's a great piece. Very nice boots as well. 4 into crit, you missed 1, but that is what it is. I mean, very nice piece. Very nice orb as well. Obviously the 4 into speed and 1 into crit, it's very good. Not having crit rate, it is what it is. I still think this is a very, very good piece. And yeah, nice rope. Same thing. You hit all 4 into the stats that you wanted. So yeah, good build all around. I really like that you have 200 speed, especially with this very free-to-play looking setup. Minus the E1 Yagwang, which is very good for you to have. So yeah, good job. And you're the Herda, E2 as well, you said is your other favorite character. 1.5% crit rate missing. We're not going to knock you down for that. I think you're fine. Looks like you're running an Noxa on another Herda Light Cone. Did you get 2 in 110 pull? That's kind of funny. Then you have Hyacinth and Trebi. Let's see. We have 2 crit rate, 1 crit damage with attack percent here. This is pretty solid. You know, 1 missing roll is unfortunate along with it being a 3-liner, but it's still very good. 4 into crit rate here is pretty nuts. Nice piece. I think, yeah, these 2 are solid enough. I wouldn't really worry about refarming them. Attack percent crit rate here. You only miss 1 roll. It's a 3-liner, but not bad. These boots, 4-liner double crit, are always nice to see. You hit 4 times into crit, which is very good. You missed 1 roll, and then you have flat attack as well, which is even better. You're just getting a lot of stat value here, so this is a very nice piece, even with the missed roll. Pretty solid ice orb. The speed you're not really taking advantage of at all, but the attack percent is nice and you hit crit rate 3 times. You still have 4 effective stat rolls here, which is quite good. And then missing crit damage, you know, it is what it is. And then you have a very nice rope as well because you hit crit every time. Guys, I've gone through 3 water bottles already because I've been talking so much. My throat hurts so much. I need to grab more waters. Hang on. Oh, I'm gonna lose my voice. I need to go take your cat who ran out. Welcome back. Hope that the cat is okay. I updated your build, so I deleted the OG post. Okay, we've got a Silverwolf level 999 build. E0 S1 with an E0 Sparksy on Mushy Shroomy, E0 Huohuo, and an E6 EMC. Okay. So you actually do hit 200 speed out of combat. Nice. I love seeing that on Silverwolf builds right off the bat. You have quite a bit of crit damage too. Let's see what we got. 3 times speed here with crit rate that didn't hit, and then effect res. You know, not having the crit damage is a little unfortunate, but I do like that you are taking advantage of speed to the point where you're hitting 200 and prioritizing that, so I don't actually think this is a piece that I would replace. Similar story over here. You actually had a 4-liner here, 3 times speed and 1 times roll into crit damage. This is actually a bit better than this one, even though it's telling you it's not that much of a difference because you missed a roll again. It's still very good. Let's see what we have for the body. 2 times speed, no crit damage substat is a little unfortunate. You would like to see that, but again, I like that you've optimized your build to have 200 speed, so I'm not really going to knock you too much for that. It'd obviously be nice in the future if you could get a piece with the speed and the crit damage, but this is still not something I would worry too much about refarming because you already have a very well-rounded build. The boots, missing twice, a little unfortunate, but you had a 4-liner with double crit, so hitting 3 times is already nice to be doing. I've been missing on all of my speed double crit 4-liner boots on this set, so the fact that you hit 3 times is still pretty nice. And the defense percent she doesn't hate because she wants the survivability a little bit, so not the worst thing in the world, still very, very solid piece. Your orb, again, focusing a little bit more on speed, but you also have a roll into crit rate, which is nice. And then your rope, missing twice is a little unfortunate, but you had a 4-liner, so it makes up for it a bit. You still have 3 effective rolls into crit damage and speed. So most of your pieces, wow, holy. Most of your pieces do not have double crit on them, but you focus on speed to the point where it's making up for it, in my opinion. I think you still have a quite nice build. I think it's very well-rounded. I like this quite a bit, so nice work. Yippee, it's mine. Yeah, it's you. Pretty nice build. It's well-rounded. I like 200 speed on Silver Wolf a lot. Let's see. I would like to know what I can improve. What I can do to improve my Evanescia is she's the first character I ever truly tried to min-max. Okay. Let's see. So right off the bat, you're super overcapped on crit rate. 12% crit rate is 24 effective crit value. So this is like 5 crit rolls worth of crit rate. 4 or 5 crit rolls worth of crit rate. That's a lot of crit rate to be overcapped on. So you want to be bringing that down. You want to get less crit rate on your build to try and compensate for how much you are overcapped here. Evanescia gets like 30 for free from her kit. So you want to be at 70 maximum out of combat. That being said, this piece is definitely replaceable because you effectively only want crit rate and crit damage on her pieces. She doesn't really need the speed, and you're on speed boots already, so you're already well above 134, which is the threshold I would say to aim for if you are aiming for speed on her. So this piece I would say is completely replaceable. You're overcapped on crit rate. You don't need the speed, so both of these stats are effectively useless here. Having more crit damage on her would be really nice. Your gloves, on the other hand, I'd say are very good. You only missed 1 stat, but it was a 4-liner, so you get 4 rolls into crit, which is very nice. Crit rate body, you only hit once into crit damage, which is a little unfortunate. Again, you're not using too much of your speed here because you are already at 146, so a better body is definitely possible. I do like your boots quite a bit, though. 4-liner double crit, you hit 3 times. Same thing I said about Tessa's is that it's hard to hit all 5 into crit, so you've hit 3, and you hit the crit damage twice. I like to see it, so pretty solid still. Your orb, you're another 2% diff. This one, though, you're not really making a full use of the substats here. You've only run crit damage once. Keep in mind that Evanescia does not need a physical damage orb or an attack percent orb or attack percent rope. If you have HP percent, defense percent, or any main stat, really, you can use it on her. If they have better substats, you'll get more value from them. So if you have a piece with better stats, I would use that. Same thing for your rope. No, your rope shouldn't be attack percent. It should be energy regen. I don't know why you don't have an energy regen rope on her. I would definitely try to get one if you don't have one already. Having that energy regen is extremely helpful for her. So energy regen rope is definitely a must. And then I would say to try and get your crit rate down. You could try to run a crit damage body on her and get some decent rolls in a crit rate on it, and then try to round your build out elsewhere to compensate and get to 100 again. But yeah, you are pretty overcapped here. So if you took this away, you would need 20 crit rate worth of rolls elsewhere in your build. So it might be a little difficult to do. You might just want to look into replacing some of your pieces, but you are pretty overcapped, so it's something to keep in mind. And also an energy regen rope. So far we have in breast for instead, Fogue instead of Fugue, and pisses instead of pieces. Dude, my throat is on fire. It's so hard to talk right now. Let's see. You do have 128% crit effect hit rate, which I do like. 133 speed. You are 0.4 short of a speed threshold, my friend. Please get one more speed roll and make me happy. Never mind, that's pre-combat. You're 143 in combat. Forget I said anything. You are good. Safe. That being said, you could aim for 160 if you really want to. This piece is decent. 2 rolls break effect is not ideal, though. You have 2 effective stats here. More attack percent obviously would be nice. Same thing over here. 2 rolls break effect. So you 4 dead rolls between here and here. You don't need more effect hit rate, but more speed could be beneficial to you. Just having attack percent there also would just be nice. But dot builds, it's just so strange how you have to invest in them. Solid body, honestly. If you're not going for 160 speed, I don't think you need it as a substat. Hitting the attack twice is nice, and then a flat attack once. It is what it is. Your boots do not have any useful substats, so you are missing out on quite a bit of stat value here if you had. I mean, the flat attack helps you, but you know, if you were hitting some of your speed rolls here, that would definitely help. Is it worth changing? I don't think so. I think this build is fine as it is. Dot builds are a little strange like that. 3 effect hit rates rolls here. See, this is another thing too, is like if you had less effect hit rate rolls on your other pieces, you could have them here where your attack percent is your main stat. Defense percent main stat on your orb is questionable though. I didn't see that at first. I would highly encourage a physical damage or attack percent orb. More leaning towards physical damage because she can actually make use of it. Actually, is she E1? No, she's not. Never mind. Probably attack percent might actually be the better choice here. I forget. Let me look. Guys, I am such a dot, like, casual. I do not play dot at all. I need to, like, actually, like, actively look at what the builds need to be for this because I'm such a pleb. What does High Sealands want for a main set orb? Physical and attack are equal. Okay, so you could run either of them. Either way, change your main stat. And your rope is okay. You missed 2 rolls, but ropes are hard, so hitting speed and effect hit rate is good. Yeah, there is some room for improvement. I'd say definitely change your main stat here, but overall still fine build. Dot is dot. I'm the worst person to ask about dot. Eagle Kafka. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. 156 speed, I would highly encourage getting to 160 if you can, unless you have like the speed calculated perfectly for your action advance, so this actually is a breakpoint for you. That's up to you to try and do that. I don't know if you're doing that, but you know, still 160 is a good number to hit that speed threshold. But yeah, if you are actively calculating what your eagle is advancing you to and where you will be in the action value with that, and 156 is your breakpoint, then sure, go for it. Let's see what we have. What's your effect hit rate? You're good there. You're pretty over on what you need, actually. You only need 75, I think, so good over there. Solid rolls here, though. Okay rolls here. You missed 3, so you have attack percent and speed, which you both want, but you missed 3 of your rolls, so it's actually not great. I'm going to say okay stats here, not okay rolls. Your rolls are unfortunate. Again, 3 misses here is a little unfortunate. Harder on a body than on a hat. This is definitely replaceable. Pretty solid boots. I like your boots, actually. Flat attack, you hit attack percent, and then you hit effect hit rate twice. One downside is you're very much over on what you need on effect hit rate, so this is less impactful. I clicked off your build. But yeah, it is what it is. Lightning orb, right main stat. Glad you have the right main stat here. And you hit attack percent twice and speed once, so that's good. Attack percent rope, you hit speed once, and then that's your only useful stat here, so that's a little unfortunate. Definitely a better rope would help you. If you could hit more speed even to get yourself up to the 160, then that would be great. Unless, like I said before, if you've calculated where you are with your eagle, then maybe you're good, but that's entirely on you. I hate calculating where action advances will put me in the action bar and basing my speed based off of that. That's so much work. The nice, easy speed thresholds are so much easier. Oh, wait, what do you say? Free to play. I know they can be better. I'm still trying. Okay. Pretty solid Silver Wolf just right off the bat. E2 Silver Wolf with her light cone. Very close to 200 speed. If you could hit 200, that would be great. You have 11.2 on your hat, so you're definitely not going to be getting it from that. No speed on your gloves, though. That definitely could be the area you could aim for it on. Still decent gloves, though, because you're a 4-liner. You hit 3, but these could be improved. Very nice body. You hit all of your rolls into the stats you want. Only downside being it's a 3-liner, but even still, body hitting all 4 stats is very, very good. I like this body a lot. Again, we're seeing these 4-liner speed boots on this set, and it's only hitting crit 2 or 3 times. I'm telling you, it's a conspiracy. This set is cursed with 4-liner speed boots. I don't blame you for this, because my speed boots on the set look the same for most of my characters. I've had to re-roll them several times to try to hit differently. Very nice speed rolls on your orb. It's a little unfortunate that you don't have crit rate, but it is what it is. He's still pretty good. You know, the one dead roll is what it is. Main stat doesn't matter. And then, yeah, very nice rope because you hit all the stats you want, and you even have the crit rate here too. So only improvement would be if this is a 4-liner and hit again. So very nice rope. Well-rounded build. I would like to see this get to 200 speed, but that's my only nitpick. Still very good. And you could easily do that by changing your gloves. Sparksy, my beloved. 102.1. 136, I actually like to see that. I'm glad that you gave her some speed. You are very over on the attack you need with Huohuo on the team, so you could change this to ER rope if you want to. It's entirely up to you. Sorry, it's because you also have Sparkle on the same team. That's why you have so much attack percent. So yeah, I would change this to an ER rope with this setup specifically. And you don't need to be running Lu Shaka on Yao Guang if that's the case as well. You could run a Von Walk there and get her going faster. And you could do like a Keel on your Sparkle because you just have so much attack. She does not need this much attack. But calculate it with the changes I recommend. If taking this rope away brings her down to the threshold or below it, then you might need to change in other areas. So just make sure you're calculating that properly if you care about that. Solid hat. You have all 4 stats that you'd want aside from speed, but you already had a speed threshold, so it's fine. And you hit attack percent once, crit rate 3 times. I like those. Those are good. Decent gloves. You missed 1 roll and you have 2 dead stats. So 1 dead roll, 2 dead stats. Gloves are obviously able to be improved because they're gloves that are easy to farm. Your body is pretty solid. 2 dead rolls, but it's a 4-liner, so you crit twice and speed once. I don't dislike it. Sorry, I have such bad acid reflux tonight too. What a horrible night for me to be doing this. Yeah, so this isn't bad. Boots are pretty good, honestly. Attack percent twice, crit damage twice. There's a 4-liner and you hit effect once, so not bad. Your orb missing twice is unfortunate on a 3-liner, especially because these are the only 2 stats you'd really want. You missed both of them, so obviously your orb could be improved, but I still think you have a well-rounded Sparksy build as it is, so it's not really a big deal. It sucks that I said you could replace your rope with an ER because your rope is actually really nice. This is a really good rope. 4-liner and you hit crit 4 times. It's very good. You don't have to change it. I mean, this is great to use when you're playing her with your Silver Wolf and you're not going to be getting nearly as much attack. But when you're running her as like a main DPS team with your Sparkle and Huohuo, you don't need this much attack. So whether you change that here or at least change these Lushakas to be different planner sets, at least that could be somewhat of a difference. You don't need that much attack percent, but still very, very well-rounded build for Sparksy. I like this one. And a very solid looking castress build just right off the bat. Exactly 100% and then 406.6. Very good hat. It was a 3-liner, but you hit all the stats you wanted, which is good. Same thing here. Very good gloves. Sorry, did I say 4-liner? But it's a 3-liner. It's a 3-liner, but you hit all the stats you wanted, which is very good. Very, very good body. You only missed 1 roll as a 4-liner though, so you hit 4 effective substats, but 2 in HP and 2 crit rate. Very, very good. I like that piece a lot. Man, if you hit that last roll, that'd be nuts. 8% boots, pretty solid. You only missed 1 roll as a 3-liner, but still very good. Yeah, your 4-piece is very good. I would not change that at all. Very nice. Honestly, a solid orb too. Only missing 1 roll. Not bad. 3-liner. And then rope is probably your weakest piece because you missed 2 rolls and it was a 3-liner. So you have 2 dead stats, 2 dead rolls, but this is still a solid rope and a very solid caster's build, I would say. So good job. We're getting closer, guys, I promise. Bunch of E2 Blade enjoyers in the chat. Does anyone know if he wants speed boots or HP boots? Which character are you talking about? Blade? Because I don't. I have no idea. I don't know anything about him. I'm not going to lie. I'm not getting him, so I've tried to avoid it. Let's take a look. Firefly E2. Did you say anything on your message? I'm really proud of my The Herta build. Did her build for a year, but sadly she kind of fell off. Okay, we'll take a look. E2 Firefly on the free-to-play late code. I'm glad you prioritize your E2. It's very strong. 178 speed to 269 in combat. That's more like it. I'm glad you have a lot of speed on her. Obviously, make sure your speed is tuned to the point where you just get ult as soon as it ends. It's different now that she got a Nova Flare. I don't remember what the threshold is, but it's something to keep in mind. That being said, very nice hat. Hit all the stats you wanted. All 4 of these are the stats you'd want. You hit all of them. Only difference would be if you hit 4-liner, but still very good. This piece is pretty nice as well. This was a 4-liner and you hit 4 rolls into your substats that you wanted with 1 miss, so it's very good as well. Solid body, no break effect is a little sad, but 3 times into speed is quite nice. Your boots are a little unfortunate because like you hit 4 times into attack percent, which is nice because she uses it, but like the break effect rolls would just be so much better on her. Your break effect is actually quite low pre-combat, but luckily in combat it's just so high that it doesn't matter. I'm glad that you focused on the speed more than that. Let's see. Decent orb. It'd be nice if those 2 rolls went into speed or break effect, was still a very solid piece. It's hard to get orbs to be perfect. I would say it's fine as is. 3 rolls speed here is nice as well. So yeah, pretty solid build all around. Take a look at the Herda that you were talking about. 86.5, 318.6. I would like to see higher crit rate. Obviously 100 would be the ideal, but it is what it is. Let's take a look at your pieces. Insane hat right off the bat. 4-liner with all rolls into crit and attack percent as well. Very nice. These gloves are even better. These gloves are very, very nice. All 4 stats that you'd want with all into crit. Very, very good. I like those gloves a lot. Your body is a little unfortunate. It's a 3-liner. You have 2 stats that you'd want. You only hit both of them once though, and you missed 2. So 2 dead stats, 2 dead rolls. But bodies are pretty hard. Only improvement would be just if you rolled into those, because you really don't need more speed. I think you're fine with where you're at. Attack percent boots, I'd say, is the right move. I missed 1 roll, but still solid that you hit 3 times. Orb 2 into flat attack is okay. It was a 4-liner, so you still hit 3 on crit, which is pretty nice. I'd say it's still pretty good. It'd be nice if this was an ice orb, but you guys, you have so much damage percent in combat too. I don't actually even know what would be ideal here. You have so much attack too, though. You have 5.5k, 213. I don't even know if it's a diff. I mean, I guess if this is just what you have your better stats on, that's what I'd go with, but interesting. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm just being nitpicky. I don't even know if it's better or not. I'm not the Herda expert. And then attack percent rope with 3 and a crit rate. You don't have any crit damage, but it's fine. It's still a 4-liner and you hit 3 times, so I think it's a pretty well-rounded build. Obviously, if you got to 100% crit rate, that would be the ideal, but I still think it's a solid build all around. You definitely have some very, very nice pieces. These 2 are very nice, and then you have... Yeah, these 2 are very, very nice. Free-to-play Silver Wolf build. Let's see. 175 on Mushy Shroomy is honestly pretty solid. It's quite hard to get her speed up without her light cone, so good work on that. I also like your crit stats in combat. Let's take a look at your actual pieces. And you're running easier S1 Sparksy, and easier S5 Mushy Shroomy Yaguang, and easier S1 Huang Huang. Yeah, you just pure speed on the hat. Just go full speed on her. I understand that. You know, though crit is a little unfortunate, but I do think that the full speed is just, it's still good. So yeah, and that's not bad. You did miss a roll on your gloves, and it is a 3-liner, but you still have 3 useful stats there, so it's still good. I don't think you need to change it. I still think it's a solid piece. Very nice body. 4-liner with speed and crit damage. You hit those stats 4 times out of 5, so it's very good. Pretty solid boots too. Again, we're seeing the 4-liner double crit boots, and they only hit 2 or 3 times. It happens to everyone, I swear, on this set. Either way, still nice boots. Very nice orb. The imaginary damage bonus is funny because she doesn't use it, but it is her element. But clearly, this is probably your best piece you have for her by far. She doesn't care about the main stat at all, so it's just funny to see an imaginary orb. I don't think I've seen a Silver Wolf with an imaginary orb, so it's cool that you got so much crit on it. Very nice orb though, and yeah, solid rope too because you hit the stats you wanted. No crit rate is what it is. I think it's a very solid Silver Wolf build. Very good job, especially free to play. We got some custom art on this one. My pride and joy is also my whole dot team, but I didn't want to send that many photos. Well, I'm glad because I'm really not a dot expert. Let's take a look. Okay. Very nice Anoxia build just right off the bat. You know, 1.3 crit rate, it's not really a big deal. It's less than a roll, so it's not too bad. You are running RMC and Cyrene, so you don't really have to worry about speed at all. The speed you're getting is entirely just from Syringa here, so very nice. Proper setup, I would say. Very good. Let's see what we have. Very, very good hat. 4-liner and you hit all the stats you wanted. Very, very good. I would not change that ever. Very good. Four-liner here as well, and you hit 4 times crit damage is actually very solid. No crit rate is quite literally probably the difference between you having 100 and not. It is what it is, though. Very solid piece. Pretty solid body. You hit 3 out of 4 times. You know, the attack percent's a little less impactful than the crit rate here because the extra crit roll would bring you to 100, but it is what it is. It's still very solid. I would not change that either. Very nice boots as well. Very, very nice boots. Very good piece. Very good orb, too. Wow, this orb is really nice. Wait, holy. 4 effective substats. You hit all. Yeah, I mean, anything you roll into here is good. Very, very good orb. 4-liner. Wow. I like this orb a lot. Great piece. And a solid rope, too. You only missed once. It was 3-liner, but it is what it is. Still very, very good Noxa build. I like this a lot. And you've got the right team, so good job. A Goliath. Wow, this is a Goliath orb. Holy. Hello, mama. Okay. Let's see what we got. 92.4, 367.6. You are leaning towards the Siren setup, which is fine. Crit rate, I would like to see to 100 in combat, but it's nitpicky. I mean, 92 is, I mean, it's high enough, but I love seeing 100% crit rate, and you don't have crit rate on your rope, so something to keep in mind. But ER ropes are hard, so it's kind of hard to ask you to do that. Stick your pieces. Hat is decent. You have 2 dead stats. You know, the attack percent or speed would be nice instead of break effect and defense, and you missed 1 roll. Your gloves are a lot better because you have speed here, and then you also hit all 4 stats and useful stats. So hat could definitely be replaced, but it's okay. Pretty solid body, honestly. The 1 into flying attack's not really a big deal. Very, very nice boots. You know, the 4-liner hitting 4 times in a crit is quite nice. 1 miss is not really a big deal there. Very nice orb as well. Hitting all into crit is good. And then, yeah, like I said, having crit rate on the rope would be nice, but you still have a pretty solid rope, all things considered, because ER ropes are hard. So, yeah, still a well-rounded build. It's quite nice. Even SEI, E2 even SEI. Let's take a look. We're going no speed even SEI, which is fine. The thing is, though, she doesn't benefit from attack percent boots really at all. So you could opt to go with speed boots here, because you're 109 right now, so 125. So the 25 speed would get you exactly to 134, which is a threshold, and it's honestly the break point I would say to aim for with her, because it's a pretty solid spot to be in. Her not benefiting from attack percent boots is the main reason for that, and these boots are definitely replaceable with missing 2 rolls into the crit. So if you have speed boots that you can use on her, I would definitely recommend doing that. But that's up to you. 4 rolls crit damage here, 30.4 crit damage. Wow, it's a lot of crit damage. And we also hit 4 times in crit here. Yeah, these are pretty nice. I wouldn't change these, especially because you're already at 100% crit rate. So not having crit rate here is completely fine. Again, like rolling twice in a crit rate here, missing twice, it is what it is because you're already at max crit rate, so it doesn't really matter. Your ideal boot scenario would be to get speed boots and then roll mostly crit damage. Physical orb with 3 crit rate and no crit damage. You don't have to run a physical orb on her if you have a better like survivability orb like HP or defense percent or literally any main stat that has better crit distribution that you could get crit rate in the other pieces and not be at a detriment, I think would be good. But that's entirely up to your discretion. And a 4-liner double crit rope. Wow. If those were all crit rolls, that would be insane. Still a very good piece, though. Energy regen ropes are very hard, so having 4 rolls, or 4-liner with 3 rolls is still pretty good. All right, back to dot duty. Ah, man. Well, you are a little over on the effect hit rate that you need. I do like seeing Eagle Kafkas, though. Does put a smile on my face. 174 speed, very good. You are running her on the right light cone. Solid rolls here. I mean, the 2 flat attack and attack percent would be nice, but that's nitpicky. 2 speed here. These could be changed. These gloves could be changed if you had a piece with more attack percent. Solid body. Solid boots, honestly. I mean, you don't need that much effective rate because you're already above where you need to be, but it's still not bad. Having attack percent would be nice, but it is what it is. You could do a lightning orb if you want, but I think attack percent is perfectly fine. And it's a good piece too with the 3 speed rolls. And yeah, nice rope as well. I mean, you've got 2 speed rolls, which is nice. Flat attack, which is attack percent, but energy regen ropes are hard, so I think it's perfectly fine as is. Shino being so upset over dot is funny. Guys, I really am not an expert on dot. Sending me dot builds is just like, I know the stat threshold you need to hit. I know the stats that you want, and that's about as good as I can do for you. It's the only archetype I really just don't have that much knowledge of. I just have the very much the basics. All right, do you say anything on this? My Incredible Detective and Super Wolf. Let's take a look at Snow's builds. 96.5 crit rate's honestly pretty good for Asheville. I would like to see 100, but you're very close, so I'm not going to knock you too much for that. 139 speed, I think is fine. I think it's a decent spot to be in. Pretty decent hat. One miss, and then you don't have attack percent on it, so it's 2 useful stats, but it's still pretty solid. I like your gloves better because you hit crit 4 times and you have the attack percent substat. This is just a more well-rounded piece. Pretty decent body, hitting crit damage 3 times. You know, no other useful stats. It's a little unfortunate, but the only other thing you'd really want is attack percent, so it's okay. I think it's still fine. Your boots are unfortunate. You've missed 3 of your 4 rolls here. So boots improvement would definitely be nice. In fact, if you could hit more crit rate there, that would get you up to 100, which would be nice, but I think it's fine. Very, very nice orb. 3 rolls into speed. I don't think you need that much because you're already over the threshold that you're at by 5. So if this was like 1 roll speed and then like the rest into crit, that'd be even better. But it's still a very, very good piece. Very nice piece. And a decent rope. You hit twice into crit and then you missed 2. It's you know, it's decent for a rope because ropes are difficult. Obviously there's room for improvement, but still a very well-rounded Asheville build that I think is quite good. And good luck on getting Blade if you haven't already gotten him. Silver Wolf with Light Cone, 189 speed. We're getting close to 200, but we're not quite there yet. If you had an E1 Ho Ho, you get there. If you had E2 Yao Guang, you get there. I wouldn't recommend that personally, though. Just more speed on your pieces would help, but it doesn't look like you are aiming for that. Your crit rate out of combat is actually pretty low. You're relying on yourself getting a lot of stacks first to get up to full crit rate in combat, which I don't love because... what's the conversion? I need to look at the exact numbers. Hold, please. My website's not working. There we go. I almost clicked the wrong Silver Wolf. Crit rate. 0.4 per stack. So if you're using 60 to get into combat, it's 0.4, right? So 0.4 times 60, it's 24 crit rate. So when you start off your ult, you're at 72 crit rate. That's pretty low. I would actually run a crit rate body on her and then just rely on the stat conversion to give you mostly crit damage instead. This piece isn't even like super superb either, so you could definitely replace it and have a crit rate body and not have to worry about missing crits on the early parts of her ultimate before you have more stacks to give you more crit rate. So something to keep in mind. Very nice boots though. These are very, very good boots. I like that you have a lot of crit rate here. 1 miss roll, it is what it is. These are super solid. First time I've seen a 4-liner speed boots on the set in a while with actual good crit rolls, besides that insane silver wolf we saw earlier. Pretty solid orb. No crit rate, a little unfortunate, but once you get the body, it'll be fine. Like I said, you're hitting it in combat. It's just when you get way more stacks, so you really want to be hitting that earlier. But 4 crit damage is very nice, and then yeah, solid rope as well. Honestly, you hit 4 stats as well. Here's a 5-liner on both. 4-liner on both. You hit 4 out of your 5 stats. Yeah, my main critique is just to get more crit rate beforehand because you're going to be needing a lot more stacks in combat to be getting 100%. Lots and lots of build reviews. I know, I'm so tired, guys. I did not realize how much I would expend my voice doing this. We have Frog Puncher's Acheron that he's very proud of. I know he's an Acheron main, so I will be looking at this and seeing what we have here. 133.8, he is at the speed threshold here. Let's take a look at what he's running here. E1 Trivy, E2 Silver Wolf, and an E0 S1 Don Hung, and his E6 S3. I think he's going for S5 on a rerun. Your hat is pretty solid. You hit all the stats you want here. The only critique I have is that it's a 3-liner instead of a 4-liner, but it's still a very good piece. And this one was a 4-liner and you hit all the stats you wanted, so this is even better. Yeah, your gloves are very good. I like your gloves a lot. Very, very solid body. Wow, this is a really good body piece. 3 in a crit, 2 in attack percent on a 4-liner, and you also have the speed on here. This is a super nice body piece. Very, very good. Boots, too, very nice. Only change I would say, obviously, is this was a 4-liner, but you even have the flat attack here, which rounds it up a bit more, too. Yeah, very nice rolls there as well. One flat defense miss on your orb is okay. I mean, you still have 3 rolls into attack percent and crit rate, and you have the crit damage as well. I think it's a pretty solid orb still, because orbs are just hard to hit on. So yeah, really solid orb still. And your rope, pretty good too, because you have 4 rolls into good stats, and this is actually helping you hit the speed threshold that you're at right now with a 133.4, because you're at a 133.8. So this speed roll actually matters. It's nice to see speed rolls that matter, guys. Like, so this is actually quite good. I would not change this. You are a little bit under 100. That's my only critique of this, but this is still a very, very good build. I really like your body piece, and I really like your boots. These are both really solid pieces. Overall, a very, very good Acheron build. I love men is the only caption. Fantastic. Let's take a look. Very close to 100 here. This is a 1 roll difference, so I'm not going to knock that down too much. Wait a minute. This is a... Is this actually the team you're running? If this is actually the team you're running, as much as you love men, and, you know, if you're just playing the game for fun and you're just using a team of your 4 favorite characters, then go for it. You do you. But if you're actually like looking for genuine build advice, I would never run Maide with Finan. And Locha also is not really of much benefit to him either. I think both of these characters would definitely not be ideal with this character. I think these are the 4 characters you sent. This is what I'm assuming your setup is. This is quite interesting, though. I would not run these characters together. Sunday with Finan is a great choice. The other 2, not so much. I would run a Danhong Perminator Try instead, and if you have Saridra, I'd put her. RMC works. Cyrene works. Robin, Trivy. All a bunch of different harmonies. Really anyone that isn't Maide. I know you're a man enjoyer, but this team is just a little questionable. So that's my main advice there. But let's take a look at your pieces. You hit 3 times the crit damage as a 4-liner and you had attack percent. You did miss 2 and no crit rate. That actually could be the diff between you having 100% and not having it, because this is about a min roll. So yeah, that is one thing to keep in mind. You did miss a bit here, but it's still not a bad piece. And for your build, it's not bad either. It's kind of the same story here. You missed 2 of your rolls, but you do have more stat value here because you have the crit rate here. So this is still a decent piece. You have an okay body. 3 misses on 2 effective stats you could have is pretty unfortunate. You just got unlucky there, I would say. So this could be improved, but yeah, that's just an unlucky roll, because this is a 4-liner with the 2 stats you want and you didn't hit them. Boots are looking solid. Crit rate 3 times and crit damage once. I like those. Those are good boots. Physical orb could definitely see some improvement. You're getting a better score here because you have the attack percent rolls into the 4-liner, but you're actually missing quite a bit of value by not having crit damage and having these go into attack, because it's a little oversaturated. So I think that having a double crit orb here with rolls into that could be beneficial for you, but it's not a bad piece. And then this is just an unfortunate roll scenario on your rope. You missed most of your rolls again, which just sucks. That's just relic luck. Another thing to keep in mind too is your Finan's 111 speed, and I don't think your Sunday is hyper. Yeah, your Sunday, wow, okay. Another thing to note for you is that speed tuning in this game is very important, especially for Finan if you want to get him stacked up fast. So what you'd want to do is I would probably change him over to speed boots, which sucks because your boots are probably your best piece in this build. I would put him on speed boots so that he's at like a speed boots to 136, yeah. And then I would get your Sunday to 1 or 2 speed under that, so that your Finan goes, your Sunday action advances him, and then your Finan goes again. And then you get a nice little combo there to get some stack gen, get more damage off, and it's just very healthy for Finan's gameplay because it gets him stacked up faster. And this team specifically, you're probably hurting for stacks because this is quite the setup that you have here. So yeah, I would highly encourage you to focus on some speed tuning, and I'll give you that same advice when we get over to your Sunday build. Yeah, let's take a look at the Mighty build next. Okay, you actually are overcapped on crit rate in combat, so you definitely want to get that a bit lower. I think that's because you're using it with Sunday in this team, but I guess if this is the team you're running, it really matters who you're advancing with Sunday, right? So that crit rate might actually not be accurate, so keep that in mind. Solid hat. I wouldn't change that, honestly. Very good. Your speed rolls here do not matter because you're not using the speed at all. So this is actually a lot worse than what the site is scoring you for. This is really just effectively 2 crit rate rolls and nothing else. And the flat HP, I guess. So, you're missing out on some value there, I'd say. HP percent main stat body is interesting. I would highly encourage you to have a crit damage percent body instead. I think that would help you a lot more. Your boots are pretty solid. You only miss 1 roll. Imaginary orb is what I'd put him on. You missed 2 rolls is a little unfortunate, but at least you have double crit there, so it's not too bad. And you missed 2 rolls here on your rope as well, which is a little unfortunate. So these could be improved, but I would mainly hope that you get a crit damage body first instead. I would not super want you to be on an HP percent body, especially because you're at 13k HP in combat, which is a little overkill. I think you'd be better off with some crit there, buddy. And some different teammates, perchance. Like I said before, your Sunday really needs some speed tuning. I would definitely get him to like a 134, 133.4, so that he can be under your fine and then get the advancing going. These planners are pretty bad, I would say. I mean that in the nicest way possible. I would never run anything but an energy regen rope for him. You want to have that energy regen so he gets his ult off more. The ults are actually very beneficial to find him. I would also always run a crit damage body because he gives crit damage to the person that he's buffing. So this defense percent is pretty useless on him. And also, like I said before, speed boots will get you to a speed threshold where you can actually be benefiting your find-in and doing a -1 setup. You would need to lose some speed in your other pieces for that, mainly this body that you'd be replacing. Yeah, this definitely could use a lot of love though. I mean, your gloves are decent. Hat is okay. It's mainly these ones though. You have some wrong main stats all around. All of these main stats are wrong. Actually, I would never run an attack percent orb either. Literally all 4 of these pieces, I would use different main stats. These are just not the right stats that you would want. And Losha, I'm going to be completely honest with you, okay? Never, ever, ever worry about improving the build of a character like Locha. Okay, you have him on the right main stats, you have him on the right sets, his speed is fine, just leave his build as it is. He's a healer. It's the only thing that Locha does. He's not one of the healers that actually does damage or anything else that's cool. He just does healing. So you can quite literally never touch his build again and he will be fine. Unfortunately for you, Locha is not in a great place at the moment, nor has he been for quite some time, but I understand that you are an enjoyer of him, and I'm not going to tell you not to use him, especially because you have 2 eidolons on him. So good for you for investing in the characters that you like, but I would say that this is not really a build that you have to worry about improving. I would heavily emphasize getting the right main stats on your Sunday and getting a proper speed tuning here with your fine-in Sunday and a proper team setup for your fine-in as well. Because this right now is not really a setup I would really encourage. This is, I understand the appeal of using your 4 favorite characters together. I mean, if it were up to me, I would run Sparksy, Evernight, Saridra, and like Hyacinth together. I mean, I could do that because they're all E6, S5, but it's not going to look great. So just keep that in mind. All right, another dot build, guys. My bad for saying I should allow dot builds in this. I finally figured out how to use this, and I desperately need help to revamp my lady. So anytime you see a question mark here, it's usually not a good sign. Let's see what we got. You do have enough effect hit rate, which is good. Your speed is hitting 160 in combat, so that's good as well. You are running one of my least favorite planner sets in the game. You are lucky that Black Swan is quite literally the only character that can really benefit from this set. But even still, there is a new dot set that I think is just better on her. I would encourage having that instead, but I'm not gonna fault you for having this. It's just it's an interesting choice. You could have a wind orb instead of attack percent here. I don't know if that's a damage increase. I'm not a dot expert, like I've said before. Dot is not my area of expertise, guys. Let's take a look at your pieces though. 1 speed, 2 effect hit rate, I think is good. It's honestly fine. No attack percent it is what it is. This one you're missing quite a bit of value. You only have 1 speed roll and the other stats are dead stats. Effect hit rate body, again, only 1 speed roll and the rest are dead stats, so you're not getting a lot of value there. Your boots are okay. 1 effect hit rate, 1 attack percent, so you're getting some value here with 2 dead stats with 2 dead rolls. Boots are hard, so I'm not going to knock you too much for that. I wonder how much of a difference it even is for this planner set versus her, like the new planner set. I want to look, actually. I don't usually... So it says to only use Pan Cosmic if you're not hitting 120, which you're barely hitting 120, so I guess it's okay to have it. How much does EHR does Pan Cosmic even get? 10. Okay. Well, you could get 5 EHR somewhere else and then use the better planner set, so that's something to keep in mind. Dot builds are pretty hard, though. I would really encourage that, and also just, you know, more attack percent in your pieces would be good. A better body, much better gloves would be beneficial for you. Different planners would help as well. So that's something to get you on the right track, and I hope that helps. I'm not a dot enjoyer. Why are you spam pinging me, Rage? Message from Hunter, the team for my Black Swan is wrong in the pick. It's High Ceilings E1, Eye of the Prey, S5 Kaka, E0 before the tutorial mission starts, S5 Ho Ho. You mean S1? Wait, no, I see. Okay. I mean, the team setup is fine. I'm not really concerned about that. It's mostly just a piece difference here, I'd say, more than anything. I would really focus on the pieces more than the team setup. I mean, the Dan Hung is fine too, even if you're not running the Huo Huo. You do have the right light cone on your Kafka now, though, if you are running before the tutorial mission starts, so good work there. But like I said, I think that would be the main focus areas, would just be the pieces more than anything. So keep that in mind. Finally, he reached chat. Guys, you can't expect me to be looking at every piece of a build and trying to like read chat at the same time. Like, you're on 2 different screens. It's so hard for me to look back and forth. I have to read every stat on here and give advice, and I can't look at chat at the same time. Hi, I'm back after hours. Welcome back, Lexi. It's good to see you. They're being very mean to me. We do have our second Aeon build of the night. Or maybe it's our third. I don't remember. Either way, looks like we have a very good Acheron in store for us. You hit 100, so I'm very happy with that. We already got the new blade going here. Good for you. I hope you actually do get the E2. Here, look. 4-liner, you hit all useful stats. 3 into attack percent. Very nice piece. Again, 4-liner, you hit all useful stats. Very good piece. Solid body, you hit all useful stats again. You're not using the speed, so I guess the speed's not really that important, but even still, very nice piece. Very good boots. The flat attack's not even that bad, so yeah, very, very good. Very solid orb. You hit all the stats you want. It's a 3-liner, but even still, same thing with your rope 3-liner, but you hit all the stats you want. You hit all the stats you want on all your pieces. You know, you don't have any dead rolls. The closest thing you have to a dead roll is the flat attack and the speed, and even that's like nitpicky. So very, very good Acheron build. This is very well rounded. I like this build a lot. So good job. This is very good. I bet you're very happy that Blade is coming out. Here's mine. Yeah, there's some upgrade to do. Okay, let's take a look. I like that you have 200 speed on your Hyacin. It's a good start. Good sets on her as well. You have an E2 Castress as well. Nice. Let's see. Crit rate is completely useless on her, but that's fine. Effect res, it is what it is. So you have the speed and crit damage, which are okay. Well, I just cooked off of it. So yeah, this piece is okay. This could definitely be improved. Any more speed obviously is beneficial. Most of your rolls went into crit damage here, so this is less useful for an E0 Hyacin than it is for a higher Eidolon Hyacin, but it's still not bad. More speed rolls would be beneficial, but you have the HP percent as well. So this is still a solid piece all around, and you have mostly useful rolls here. Very, very good body. You hit all the stats you want. Only change I would say, obviously, is if you had HP percent, but that's fine. That's nitpicky. Very good piece. Very good boots as well. Only 1 dead roll is a 4-liner. You hit HP and crit damage twice on each. Very good. Your orb only hits speed once and then 3 dead stats, 3 dead rolls. So it's not very good. You know, having crit damage here would help you a bit, but also just if it rolled into speed more. So that could definitely be improved. And your rope is okay. You have the HP percent and you have 3 stats that you want. It's just you didn't hit them much. You hit them 2 times and 2 into attack percent. So that could be improved, I guess, if you ever want to use a dice on a 3-liner, I guess you could do that, but that's up to you. I don't think you need to for Hyacin though. Like an E0 Hyacin, I don't think you have to do that. I would personally because I love Hyacinth, but I don't think you have to do that. So Orb could be improved. And then these two pieces up here could probably get some improvement as well, but still a very solid Hyacinth build. I like seeing 200 speed, easier Hyacinths. It's nice to see. Finan, 105, 556. You do have like 2 rolls of crit rate over capping here, and I don't love that you're 128 speed in combat because that's telling me that you're probably not running a hyperspeed Sunday. I would recommend a setup where your Finan has enough speed to be +1 over Sunday if you're not running hyperspeed Sunday, but it's entirely dependent on what you're doing. Solid hat, honestly. You know, the flat attack roll, it is what it is. You still have 4 good stats here, and you hit all of them once, so it's fine. 4-liner here, and you hit 4 again, so very solid. Great body. You know, 4-liner, 3 useful stats. You're not really using the speed currently, but if you do end up using it, if you change the speed boost, that would be good. So yeah, nice. I do like this quite a bit. Very, very good rolls. Solid boots as well, and you hit all the stats you wanted. Solid orb, you only miss once. 4-liner, double crit with attack percent. This is a really nice orb, actually. Only 1 miss is not bad. Your orb is pretty weak. Or, sorry, your rope is pretty weak. You know that, though, just looking at it. I mean, it's 1 crit damage roll, and then the rest of the stats are useless. Definitely could use a different rope. So, I mean, if you are looking to improve your Finan, that would be the one thing I would change. And also, keep in mind what I said about the speed tuning, because that is important for him. Your voice is probably going to be almost gone by the end of this. Dude, my throat hurts so badly. Oh, you sent me your E2 casters. Okay, let's take a look. You are 8.4% crit rate under 100. I would like to see you get to 100. It's pretty easy on her. So more crit rate rolls in your pieces would be nice. Starting with your hat, honestly. I mean, the 2 into HP percent is not bad. And having the 2 crit is nice, but if these were crit rate rolls, you would not be worrying about the crit rate right now, so that's something to keep in mind. Missing 2 rolls on a 4-liner with HP crit rate and crit damage is a little unfortunate. So these are both replaceable. They're not bad, but like, you know, could be better, of course. Solid body, very good body. You were 3-liner, but you hit both stats you wanted in all times, so it's very good. More crit rate rolls here, of course, would obviously fix your crit rate problem of just being a little under 100, but it's still not bad. Boots are definitely room for improvement because you are a 4-liner double crit and you missed 3 times. That's just unfortunate. Sorry that happened to you, but that's definitely an area you could also make up for some of that crit rate. Quantum Orb, I actually do like to see very much, and you'd hit 4 out of 5 on a 4-liner double crit. Very, very nice orb. And decent rope. You had a 4-liner, you hit 3 times, so you hit majority of your rolls, but like I've said before, it sucks not hitting those other 2. But yeah, your main areas of improvement I would definitely say is your boots, and then you could upgrade these hat and gloves, but still it's a solid caster's build. Being almost 10% under 100 is a little unfortunate because 1/10 of your crits are just not going to be hitting, and Casters has so many hits. The Dragon Breath has so many hits, so having 100% crit rate is very important on her. I would definitely recommend trying to get some more crit rate in your pieces, but still a very nice build overall. Solid pieces. I really like this body, and I really like your orb, so good work. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm on my 5th water bottle. I don't know how his brain isn't broke by now. Dude, I'm pushing through. I'm persevering. Ooh, okay. Let's take a look. Here are my 3 main DPS and an Evernight, because why not? So my Firefly build is apparently on the top 4 on Zealaland within the category of HMC/AV, which I'm proud of. Currently trying to get that perfect 100-200 crit ratio on Archer. Do you know the best way I could achieve that? Thank you. Let's take a look at this crazy Firefly you're talking about first. 175 pre-combat, 276 in combat is very nice. E2 as well, very good. What's your break effect pre? 201 is actually pretty solid with that much speed. Let's take a look. So you have 2 speed, 1 break effect here, 1 attack percent is solid. You have all good stat rolls. You know, the only downside is it's not a 4-liner, but it's pretty nitpicky. It's a very good piece. Again, here you have 3 stats that you want, all 3 of them, and then you hit 3 out of 4, so that's pretty good as well. Very, very good body. Wow, this is an extremely good Firefly body. Good lord. It's way better than the one I have on mine, I'm pretty sure. 4-liner, and you hit both stats you wanted in all your rolls. Very, very good. Let's see. Solid boots as well. Even the flat attack roll's not bad. You have attack percent, attack, and then 2 into break effects. This is still pretty good boots. Your 4-piece is very good. Very good 4-piece. Let's take a look at your... Okay, wow. Your orb's very good too. 3 into speed, 1 break effect. You have 1 miss, but that's fine because it's a 4-liner. Still a very good piece. And decent rope too, because you know you already have the break effect as the main stat, so you hit attack percent twice and speed twice, and it was a 4-liner here as well. Very, very good Firefly build. I like this build a lot, actually. I also appreciate you having the E1 Dahlia. Oh, this cipher art is so cute on this light cone. Wait, what? What light cone is this? I've never seen this before. What? Hang on, I need to check now. What? Oh, the site's down. Okay, now I need to use a different website. Thanks, Pridwin, for being useless. I can't even look at your light cone archive. Wait, what light cone is that? Harmony. Oh, is this a battle pass cone? I think it is. In Pursuit of the Wind. I think it is. Interesting. Wow, that's cute. I like that art. Okay, let's look at your other builds. Castress, exactly 100% in 407. Ton of HP. Yeah, you've got an HP orb. That makes sense. Okay, let's see. This is E2. And then E1 Hyacinth, E1 Evernight. Okay, yeah. You had a pretty solid Minor Remembrance team. Okay, you have the 3 stats you want here, and you rolled into crit all for your rolls, so that's good. Only downside again, it's not a 4-liner, but it is what it is. Nitpicky. Very good piece. This is a 4-liner. You don't have the HP percent on this one. You have crit 4 times again. You missed 1, but it's still a solid piece. Very good. Solid body, honestly, because you don't need the crit rate rolls because you're already at 100%. So having the HP percent rolls here is actually very good. Your boots do have 2 misses, which is unfortunate. It is a 3-liner double crit, and you only hit twice, so that is unfortunate, but still not a bad piece. Boots are pretty hard. Very, very solid orb, honestly. You only missed 1 roll, and it was a 4-liner, so you have 3 in crit rate and 1 crit damage. Very good. And yeah, very good rope, too. You hit all 4 in a crit. So yeah, very solid Castress build. I like this build quite a bit. And you wanted to ask how you can hit a perfect 100-200 on your Archer. Obviously meaning pre-combat because you're at 468 in combat. So you're at 102.5. Get this out of here, bro. So I would say, obviously you have 1 roll over for crit rate. So if you're actually looking for the perfect 100-200 crit ratio, then you would lose a crit rate roll. But oops, let's take a look. Very, very solid hat. You don't have attack percent on it, but it's fine. You still hit your crit rolls on all of them. Holy crap. I saw another piece like this earlier. We see it again. 5 rolls into crit damage, ladies and gentlemen. 5 rolls into crit damage. Wait, Fugue, Light Cone on Nadalia, is it better than putting on Fugue herself? I didn't even see that, I'm not going to lie. I wasn't paying attention. They might be doing this because, well, I think it's fine actually, yeah, because the Dahlia making use of that break effect is pretty useful, and Resolution shines its pearls of sweat on the other one is clearly Nice to have. Actually, I actually would recommend this setup, honestly, if you don't have Dahlia's Light Cone. I think it's probably beneficial. Back to this, though. Yeah, these gloves are insane. I like this gloves a lot. Solid body. You missed once, but you have attack percent as well, so it's quite nice. Solid boots as well. 1 miss is okay. 2 misses on your orb is unfortunate. I like using the new planner set, though. And a very, very nice rope. So if you're trying to hit that perfect 100, 200, like you said, number one less crit roll somewhere on your crit rate, and then you need these 2 to be crit damage. This would need to be crit damage, and this would need to be crit damage. So you've got a very tall order if you're trying to hit that. Also just roll value as well, and you might not be hitting maximum roll value on some of these. You'd need to look at the calculation for that, though. I don't think you need to do that, though. Your build is still very, very good as it is. I know, obviously, for like aesthetic reasons, you probably do want to hit like the perfect 100, 200. Like seeing builds like that is just satisfying. But I think you have a very good build as it is. So, very, very good piece. Let's take a look. Sorry, very, very good build. I meant not very, very good piece. Evernight, you were 0.9 short. It is what it is. Very close to 100. It's good enough. Solid hat, you had all the stats you wanted. 3-liner, it is what it is. Very good. 4 useful rolls here. Do not have crit rate, but it's okay because you're at 99.1, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, good. 4 rolls into crit rate on your body is crazy. Only benefit would be if this is a 4-liner, if you had HP percent substat. Still very, very good. It's hard to do this on a body piece, so very good job. Good boots as well. Honestly, I mean, you're not really using the speed too much, so the speed roll is kind of irrelevant. So really, you just have 2 crit damage rolls here. So I guess it's not as good, but it's still solid. Your build's well-rounded. Decent ice orb. The HP percent makes it a little bit better. The dead roll's unfortunate, and you know the crit rate not being there doesn't really matter for you because you're at 99.1, so it's not bad. And then another energy regen rope Evernight. This is the second energy regen rope Evernight I've seen. Gonna say this again. I think in this case it makes more sense because you have E1 and not E2. But I really still don't love the idea of ER rope on Evernight unless you're doing some shenanigans in Anomaly Arbitration, where you are taking advantage of the mechanics from like Plight, where it takes energy away from you and you're trying to get like a high action value or a low action value clear. But in this specific setup, I don't even think it'd be beneficial to you. I do not like energy regen rope on Evernight. It makes more sense for you than the last one because the last one was E2 and they get obviously a lot more value when they use an ultimate. So I understand you wanting to get your ultimate up faster and get those off more. I still don't really like it though. I'm not gonna lie. It's up to you. If you want to run that, that's completely fine. I mean, this is just my personal advice. I don't love ER rope on Evernight. I don't think you need it. So keep that in mind. Shadow, it's your turn. All right, we've got 2 builds from Shadow. Both could definitely use some improvements, but for now they're fine. I think I will be the judge of that. Let's see. Got an 87.7, 391.7 Anoxa with 139 speed in combat. I'm going to assume that you don't own Saridra. No, you do. Wait, what? Oh, these are separate sides. Okay, you play 2 different teams, entirely different teams. Wow, okay. Good to know. Okay, so one thing I will say then is that these characters kind of want the same supports. Both of them are skill-based DPS. And both of them want Saridra very much. Anoxa without Saridra is a little unfortunate because if you have the Cyrene Anoxa Saridra setup is insane amount of damage output. So if you're not running them on separate halves of like your endgame, I would definitely recommend doing that because that's just a lot of damage. But if you have to run them both, then it is what it is. I also like that you're at exactly 100% of the DPS thresh benchmark. You're exactly halfway to a completely perfect build, which I've never seen a 200% build. But it's funny that you're at exactly 100%. Yeah, but that's one thing I will say. I will look at your pieces now, though. I will also say that your crit rate is a little bit lower than I would like because Anoxa has so many hits in his kit. It'd be nice to see you get up to 100. Something to keep in mind. Let's see what we got. So you have speed, crit rate, crit damage here. What is your speed out of? 139.8. Okay. So the speed does matter a little bit, but not super because you're already above the threshold, but even still, not bad. Then 2 crit rate rolls is 4-liner. So you have 3 crit rolls, crit, and then it's okay speed roll. So pretty solid piece all around. I like this piece quite a bit. 3 useful stats here as well, again with the speed. But you hit all into those useful stats on a 4-liner, so very good there. Not having the crit rate is a little unfortunate because you are a little low in that area, but it's still a solid piece. Crit rate body, we hit twice into attack percent, once crit damage, and then 1 defense percent roll. I think this is still a pretty solid piece. You got the right main stat, and you hit the stats you want mostly. Bodies are really hard to get perfect, so this is pretty solid all around. Your boots, mostly into attack here, and then 1 crit damage. I think this is definitely, I know this is a solid scored piece, but I definitely think this is one of the pieces you could get some more crit rate on if you were looking to get them to 100. I think having it here and having it here could definitely help you a bit. This one's a little hard to replace because this is really solid stat value, but I think these boots, you could definitely try to hunt for double crit at some point. If you wanted to improve that and get into 100, that's completely up to you. Wait, my Siren isn't E1. I must have messed up inputting it. Oh, well, that's fine. I wasn't even really bothering considering this, honestly. Wind damage orb, again, no crit rate here. So these 3 pieces not having any crit rate is definitely why you're not hitting 100. So if you could get that on any of these, it would definitely help you out. Attack percent is nice here, and then Mystic Wonder is a little unfortunate, but yeah, this is, I would definitely look for crit rate on one of these to try and improve. And then energy regen rope on Anaxa. These rolls are very good. If you are not running him with Saridra, I think energy regen rope is fine. I think it's actually pretty solid on him if you're not running Saridra. If you do end up running Saridra with him, I would change this to an attack percent rope. This rope is insane. Very, very good energy regen rope. Very good for the setup you're using. But if you end up using Saridra with him at any point, I would use an attack percent rope instead, because you are going to be filling up on your ult immediately anytime you use a skill with Saridra. I mean, it's just how it works when you're getting those double skills off. So either way, very solid build. I would like to see more crit rate, but still solid amount of good pieces here. I like this rope a lot. This is a very nice rope. Let's see what we have for Finan. Okay. So again, we're pretty low on the crit rate side of things here. You know, we're 18 off of getting 100, so you're getting close to missing a fifth of your crits now, which is a decent amount. I would definitely like to see some more crit rate there. And I think the speed is fine as long as you've got a Sunday that's, you know, a little bit under this, so you got the -1 setup going. Solid hat to start. You have all 4 stats that you want, and obviously you're going to obviously roll into stats you want when you have 4 stats that you want. Very nice piece. You know, this piece is missing crit rate, but you have hit the stats you want in all 4 of your rolls, which is good. I would like to see crit rate on it because you are missing quite a bit, but even still, it's a solid piece. But this one is definitely more replaceable than some of your other ones, I would say. Right main stat on your body. No other effective substats besides crit damage here. You know, the speed wouldn't really benefit you anymore, so only thing you're missing is attack percent, but the 2 dead rolls is a little unfortunate, but bodies are hard. Actually, 3 dead rolls. I didn't see this as a 4-liner. Dang, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry that happened. Hard to hit 1 stat, though. That's a tall order. So, body could be improved, but it's a tough one. Solid boots, honestly. The 2 flat attack rolls could be worse. They're not bad. Wow, you're hitting solid speed. Oh, it's because of Saridra. That's why your speed's hitting that with attack percent boots. Yeah, 1 roll crit on each. It's not bad. Your orb, 3 decent substats here, and then 1 that we don't really care for, and then we hit each one once. Again, this is another piece where we could have crit rate instead, and definitely get our crit rate up higher, because we are missing a decent amount of crits with this current crit rate. He has a lot of hits in his Meteor Strike, and then obviously if you don't crit the big one, that's going to suck too. So it's just a scenario where I'd like to see some more. And your rope is pretty solid as well, because you have some speed rolls here, and you have basically all 4 stats you would want on your rope, so you're getting a lot of stat value just from that alone. I would like to see the rolls into crit rate instead, but that's fine. It's still a very good piece. So yeah, just more crit rate would be beneficial to both of these builds, I'd say. But overall, you clearly have some solid investment in these, and I actually like that you were taking 2 characters that would essentially want the same supports and giving them completely different teams because you like using both of them. So kudos to you for doing that, and also kudos to you for having E2 on both of them as well. I'll definitely go for more crit. Yeah, I think that'd be beneficial. Where did the days of 80% crit rate being goated go? This is Honkai Star Rail, so unfortunately, 80% crit rate is not nearly as good in this game as it is in some other games that we play. Honkai Star Rail, they make it pretty easy to get 100% crit on most of the recent DPS, so it's kind of just a given to go for it, with characters like Silverwolf even having it built into her kit. Recreated your Castra's crit value with my own pieces. Wait, no way. 73 point. Wait, did that? Wait. What? Holy shit. Guys, he made my Castra's crit value with his build. it's literally he recreated my crit value with his build. Holy, that's impressive in its own right. What the heck? He got the exact decimal points down. Literally 1-for-1 decimal crit rate and crit damage on his pieces to match my casters. Okay. Well, I tip my hat to you for that, because that is awesome. That is super cool. I didn't even put this in here. Like, I just put this in here as an example. That's crazy that you went and did that. That is so cool. Plot twist, he copied the screenshot? No, he didn't, because it's a completely different build. We have very different pieces. He has a HP orb and E2 and different team setup and different UID, but it's very cool. Let's take a look. Very, very good hat. You know, 4-liner, you hit all 3 stats. You hit all 3 stats you want, and you hit all of them, so it's very good. Very solid gloves as well. No HP percent, but it's fine. You still hit all crit. Solid body, because you already have the max crit rate, so hitting the HP here is very nice. The 1 flat HP is a little sad, but it is what it is. 2 missed rolls on your boots. I should knock you for, but since you are going to match my exact crit value, I can't really say anything bad about that, so good work there. Same thing with your orb, 1 miss, but you did this to copy me, and holy, this is an insane rope. Very, very nice rope. I am so impressed that you were able to copy my crit stats to the T. This is definitely getting one of my stamps of approval. My Chiori creep smiles. So I have worked 3 builds now, so I have technically hit the cap, but we'll see if we see any more that are contenders as well, and I might have to choose and make a hard decision. But this is super cool that they did this. This is so cool. Yeah, I like that a lot. Thank you for doing that. That's really cool. Got a Zila next. Hell yeah. I'm so happy Zila got Nova Flared. You even got her with the Saridra. 99.9% crit rate Zila out of combat. Based. 219 speed too. Nice. Okay, let's take a look. What is it? E0? Okay. E0 with Archer Lycon. Got it. Honestly, I like this piece quite a bit because you're hitting 99% crit rate. So like having a crit rate focused piece with attack percent and a flat attack is actually pretty good here, I'd say, because you are hitting the stats that you want and you are getting a lot more crit damage from your sparkle. So I think this is actually a good piece for your build. This one is a little different for that because I think you could have crit damage on a piece like this, but you also have very nice speed as well. Actually, it's 19 over where you need to be. So I guess, yeah, you could definitely have a different gloves here, but I think this is fine still. You have nice rolls here. Like, this isn't bad. This is just me being nitpicky. Very, very good body. 2 into speed, 2 into crit damage, 4-liner, and then a flat attack roll as well. Yeah, I like that a lot. Very good piece. 4 into crit damage with crit rate and attack percent subs as well. Very good crit rate, body, and speed boots. Wow, those are really nice. Did you just give her your archer pieces? Let's see. Quantum Orb, pretty solid. The flat attack roll is okay. Again, having crit damage would be nice, but that's nitpicky. It's still very good. And then your rope is decent. Crit rate's the only useful stat you have here. You hit it twice at least, which is nice, but you have 3 dead stats, 2 dead rolls. So that's probably the one piece of this build I'd say could be improved, but it's still a very good build. Like, you don't have to change anything. 7.4k attack, 219 speed, 99.9, 372.3 with 383 damage percent. I think you're going to be fine. So very nice Sela build. I like this a lot. No, my archer has his own stuff. Okay, well, you just have some crazy quantum pieces then. Very nice build. I like the body and the boots a lot. These are very good. We got some custom art again. Builds Peepo Q is all they said. Let's take a look. Got a lot of Anoxa builds tonight. 99.6, basically there, so nice. And you are 129.5 speed with Sunday, which immediately tells me... Oh, you're in a The Herta setup, though. Did you send the whole team? Is that just what you sent me? No, you didn't. Okay, so if you're action advancing the Herda, I guess the speed of your Anoxa here doesn't really matter a ton. I mean, hitting like a 134 would be cool. You're close, so you could. If you are advancing your Anoxa in this setup, though, then I would say you'd want a -1 setup with your Sunday, of course. Decent hat. You know, you missed one roll. It's a 3-liner double crit with no other useful stats, but it's still decent. This is much better because it's 4 useful stats, 4-liner, and of course you're going to get full value no matter what you roll into. So very nice there. The speed rolls, unfortunately, are not doing a lot for you, though, with this current speed, though. So keep that in mind, unless you actually go for the 134, or the 133.4. Very nice body. All the stats rolls that you wanted. If you had speed here, obviously you get closer to that, but still very nice piece. Pretty solid boots. You only miss one roll. 3-liner. Very nice. This orb is about as good as it could be because you only have one useful stat on it, but obviously we'd like to see a crit rate and a speed, and then obviously the crit rate would have to be compensated somewhere else by removing it because you already have crit rate here to 99.6, so you'd be overcapping. So honestly, having, not 10%, I meant to say speed. Having speed here would be beneficial, but there's not much you could change here, honestly, because you're already at pretty much max crit. And your rope is in a similar predicament, but these stat rolls are worse. So again, seeing speed would be nice, but overall, it's still a very well-rounded build. It's hard to get upgrades when you have a pretty much capped crit rate because then you have to make changes to other pieces to not be overcapped. So my suggestions to these pieces would entirely depend on you changing other pieces as well. And you have pretty solid other pieces. So that is up to your own discretion, but I still think it's a good build. The only thing I'd really recommend is considering speed tuning based on what you're doing with your Sunday and how you want your Anoxa to perform within this team. Oh man, guys, my throat hurts so much. I'm just gonna complain. All right, let's see. 166 Yao Guang. I think it's fine when you're earning Mushy Shermie. Obviously, 200 speed Yao Guang is pretty hard to reach without her light cone. Let's see. Solid rolls here. No speed is unfortunate, but still a good piece. Very, very good gloves. Wow, this is a very nice piece. Very nice. Body, pretty unfortunate because you only have one useful stat being speed. You only hit it once, so you have 3 dead stats, 3 dead rolls, so that could definitely be improved. Boots, you only have crit damage on them, hit it twice, so they're okay. Having crit rate as well would be nice because you're 9 short, so I mean, it would help you. Physical orb is interesting. I do not think that she gains any benefits from having physical orb because she does mostly elation damage, so you could definitely change this over to sustainability. Survivability orb. I keep saying sustainability. Survivability orb by having HP % or defense %. And then, I mean, I know you probably have, maybe this is your best orb that you have and that's why you're using it, you know, because it has some speed rolls. But just keep that in mind. And then energy regen rope, you have 3 speed rolls here. Pretty solid, honestly. No crit on both of these, a little unfortunate, but you don't really need a ton of crit on her. I mean, you still have a decent ratio. I would just mainly say that I would change this main stat if you can, because she doesn't benefit from it at all, and having more survivability on her would be helpful to you. Next time, let's limit it to 1 submission per person. I completely agree. I should have done that. Even Essia, 134 with 88. Ooh, you're pretty low on crit rate in combat, honestly. She gets 30 for free. She gets 30 for free. I feel like you should probably be able to hit 100% crit rate in combat. You are 11.4 short right now. Solid gloves, you're missing 1 roll. No crit rate here. 4 in a crit rate on, or sorry, I meant to say solid hat. Solid gloves though, because you have 4 in a crit rate there. That's crazy. Decent body. I mean, all in the crit rate would be nice because it's a 4-liner. It's hard, I know. You could opt for crit rate main stat and then change some of your other pieces, but it'd be kind of hard. So just look for more crit rate main, substats, I'd say. You have full crit damage rolls here, which is like great if you are at max crit rate, but you're not, so you're missing out on some damage there. But these boots would be hard to replace, I'd say, with double crit boots or anything with crit rate, so puts you in a tough spot because like these are solid pieces, but they're more crit damage leaning for like this one and this one. Decent orb. Main stat doesn't matter, of course, and then you have an ER rope that is completely missed crit, so that is unfortunate. Definitely could use a better rope, and that would help your crit rate situation a lot. If you could roll all crit rate somehow, you'd completely fix your crit rate problem, and then the rest of your build would look very, very nice with all the crit damage rolls, so keep that in mind. But still a solid build. I would just try to focus on getting more crit rate on her in the future, is my main thing. One more. Castress. You hit 100%, good, nice. Decent hat. You know, you are missing one roll, but you have 3 stats that you want, so it's nice. 4-liner here, you hit 3 again. Don't have the HP percent on this one, though. It's a little unfortunate that it didn't roll better. Solid body, honestly, hitting all the stats you'd want. 2 into flat HP is a little unfortunate, but still a nice body overall. Yeah, solid boots. Really nice boots, honestly. The 1 flat HP roll is not even bad because she still likes the HP, so still very good. Solid orb. 3 into crit. 1 miss is fine. And then your rope is decent with 2 misses. Double crit. It's hard to get a solid rope. You know, you're only hoping for like flat HP there instead on one of your misses, and then, or just hitting crit on all 4. But still a very solid, well-rounded build. Oh my gosh, guys. We're almost done. How many more do I have? I do not have that many more. We're almost done. Okay, we're pushing through. Josie with her doctor ratio. I love them. I know they probably ain't the best, but they do the job. The #1 doctor ratio enjoyer that unfortunately could not save him from the fate of getting 100 to 0'd last night. But let us see what we have here. Hey, you are pretty overcapped on crit rate, I will say. This is 28 crit value, so this is effectively... Oh, geez. 28 is like... I'd say probably like 10 or 11 substats. You're missing out on quite a bit of potential crit value that could be other stats that are useful. So you are overcapped a decent bit. Just keep that in mind. It'd be good to distribute some of that crit rate elsewhere, because you're getting a lot from your set, but you're also getting a lot from Sunday. So like your starting screen is 75, but you get so much from all of this stuff that just puts you way over. Let's take a look at everything else. Decent hat. You missed 2 of your rolls. It's a little unfortunate. The flat attack's not as bad as it could be. Yeah, it is replaceable though. Very, very good gloves though. Very good gloves. 4-liner, you hit the speed twice. Crit rate and crit damage. Also keep in mind, with this speed, you definitely are able to do a -1 Sunday if you're not already doing that. So just keep that in mind. If you aren't doing -1 Sunday, I'd highly encourage it. Your body is decent. 2 misses. It's hard when you only have 1 stat that you're rolling for on a body. It'd be nice if you had like attack percent here, or if some of your speed was here instead. But even still, it's not bad because you're already at way too much crit rate. So like me saying, oh, this could be more crit rate, would it entirely involve you changing other pieces as well? It's so difficult because, okay, I'm starting to see some of it. Yeah, it's just rough. You just need a little bit less crit rate in your build. By a little bit, I mean actually a decent bit. Your boots, again, unfortunate. Your boots would be very nice if you had just like a full crit damage instead. And you know, this one crit rate will roll. Holy guys, I can't talk. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. Oh my lord, I cannot say words properly. English is my native language. I just can't do it. I can't talk. I can't talk. I can't talk. I'm gonna use some chapstick. I'm gonna drink some water, and then we're gonna try that sentence again. Ugh. Okay. He's my fave. I love him. I know you do. And your name is literally Dr. Ratio Lover, so I know how much you love Dr. Ratio. Yeah, I know I probably have a lot of crit compared to others. Yeah, he's just a little overcapped. That's the problem. Let's see. What was I trying to say? I was trying to say if you had crit damage rolls on this piece instead of crit rate, it'd be more beneficial to you. So yeah, I would definitely look for different boots in the future. Your orb as well. This is where a lot of your crit rate overcapping is coming from, because you have 11.6 here, so it's a lot of crit rate. You know, it's not a bad piece by any means, but it's definitely contributing to the overcap. So like, effectively, this stat is useless because you have so much crit rate right now. So that could be something to look into changing in the future as well if you wanted to. And I actually don't hate your rope because you have crit damage on it, and you definitely want to be leaning towards that more than crit rate at the moment anyways. So overall, there's definitely some room for improvement. If you could get some of that overcapping down, I think your score would go up quite a bit. It's just Fribbles is very harsh on any amount of stat wastage. And so even though you have some pretty insane pieces like your gloves, it brings it down because of that. I will not repeat what I said. Ashvale. It looks like you're playing him with your Dr. Ratio. Okay. So it would be really nice if you could take the overcapped crit rate here from Dr. Ratio and give it to your Ashvale. Then you'd have perfect crit on both. That being said, 85 is not too bad. You'd like to hit 100 because he has multi-hits, but still not a bad spot to be in. I imagine that you are... Oh my god, my reflux. I imagine you are advancing Ratio in this setup because I know Ratio is your favorite character. So Ashvale speed... I'd like to see it at 134 personally, but you don't need it to be. It doesn't have to be because he's a character that gains energy when other follow-ups go off, when other characters are acting. So does he need to be there? No. Would I like to see it? I guess. But I mean, do you need it? No. So I guess it's fine. Let's take a look though at your pieces. Honestly, very solid hat. You know, even though you didn't hit crit on all of them, it's still 2 in attack percent. It's a 4-liner, so you hit all the stats you wanted each time, so that's actually very good. 2 in a crit here, you have attack percent as well, so it's not a bad piece. 2 misses a little unfortunate when you have 3 stats that you want. That's just kind of unlucky, but it's still not bad because you have 3 stats that you want there. Pretty solid bodies, honestly. Having a 4-liner and hitting the 1 stat you want 3 times is kind of like, that's actually lucky to do that, so good job doing that. Obviously, having attack percent there would be nice. If you were going for speed, that'd be good, but you don't need it, like I said. I think the way that you have him built is fine with the setup that you're running. Very solid boots, honestly. You only missed once. But, boots are hard, so good job there. Okay, the orb could definitely be an area for improvement. This is probably where some of your crit value is lacking because you don't have any crits here. So having crit rate, crit damage on an orb obviously would be good in the future. If you can get that, that would be good. You could even, in the meantime, if you have a decent attack percent orb, put that on and then change this to like an ER rope because like ER rope is actually pretty decent on Ashvale. It's up to you though. I doubt you probably have an ER rope laying around in this set that's got good stats. ER ropes are so hard to get, but it's something to keep in mind. But yeah, obviously a different orb would be very beneficial to you. On the plus side, you did hit attack all 3 of these rolls, so it's not actually too bad, but like I said, having that crit would be very beneficial to your build overall. And then this rope is not bad because you hit the crit rate 3 times and it's the only stat you wanted, so could it be better? Yeah, but you need more crit rate in your build right now, so I think this piece is actually probably saving you quite a bit. So there's definitely room for improvement on both of these, just in the form of crit rate and getting some different pieces, but it's still not bad at all. And I commend you for playing Ratio in Big 2026 because, man, that is hard to do. I know that from experience. Dr. Ratio is so fine, says Rach. I think Josie would agree with you. Still need a better headpiece, purely farmed for Finan. I can tell you've got a very nice score here. Let's take a look at the build. Okay. So, stat-wise, obviously you're doing very well because you have a nice score, and I'm going to take a look at your pieces here in a second. But one thing to keep in mind is that when running with... Well, okay, let's think, actually. I have mixed opinions about playing Sunday and Cyrene together. Especially E0 Cyrene, because you're basically like needing to advance Cyrene at that point to get her to max stacks so that she can ult, and then you can get going. So the speed tuning here, like, you can make a case for, like, you should have your Finan speed tune with your Sunday, but since you're playing Cyrene, you could also say, well, it doesn't really matter that much because I'm just trying to get Cyrene to ult. It just puts you in a weird spot where you have to make a choice on what you're going to do, and it clearly looks like you've made the choice where you're trying to just get Cyrene stacked up and then ulting with Finan so that you can get that damage off. I do like that you have Saridra, even better if you have her E1, you're clearly going to be stacking your Finan very fast. The problem is then getting your Cyrene stacked, so it does put you in a bit of a predicament, but that being said, your damage stats do look like they are quite good. I'm going to look here in a second. A little bit of overcapping here, and by a little bit, I actually mean you have a decent bit of overcapping here. 9% is nothing to scoff at. That's 18.6 crit value. If you could lose some crit rate in some of your pieces, that would be good, but it looks like you have some very solid pieces here, so it's just nitpicking. Let's take a look. I can see where a lot of it's coming from. Both your hat and your gloves have a ton of crit rate rolls. Very good pieces though, obviously. It's overcapping you a bit, but still very solid. I like these gloves a lot. 4-liner all hitting crit is very nice. Very good body too, honestly. The 1 miss is a little unfortunate, but you have 3 stats that you want. The speed you're not really utilizing actually, but even still, pretty solid. Insane boots. Insane boots. I can see why you're not running speed on him. This is how I'm going to play him because my boots are too good to replace, is how I feel about that. A very good piece. Solid orb, too. You hit all your rolls there and you have attack percent. Very good orb. And a very good rope, too. Yeah. No, these are very, very good pieces. It's just the comp that I'm like, meh. I don't like the comp personally, but I also have completely different investment on these characters, and it's very different for me. But I know the pains of E0 Cyrene with a non-Crisis Air, so I hope that you aren't killing too much action value between the E0 Finan and getting Cyrene stacked up, but you clearly have very much love for him, and I commend your efforts in getting him to this level, because he has a very solid build. You have very good crit stats here. A little bit of overcapping, but it is what it is. Still very good, so good work. We've got a Scorps entry. I offer to you, my dearest Chino, my 199.9 crit damage Sparkle. If it went the other 2 decimals... If it went to 2 decimals, I'm pretty sure Sparkle would make it 199.99 just to mock me. That is in character. Yeah, I agree. She'd probably do that. Also, my Finan, because he's my glorious Radiant King. He's only here because I figured I'd put in slightly more serious build as well. I haven't exactly enough crit rate for Cyrene to get him to 100%. I'd be happy to get advice on my Finan. I'd love to get him to SSS rating and relics. I've only recently started taking things like numbers of effective substats, 3-liners versus 4-liners, and relic reroll value into account after seeing your build standards, ignoring Evanescia. Okay, my Evanescia is not that bad, but let's take a look here and see. Throwing some shade to me about my Evanescia, all right? I got one bad piece, guys. One bad piece, and all of a sudden, I'm terrible at building characters, okay? That's a little far-fetched. Would we not think so? Anyways, let's take a look here. Interesting planner choice. If you are not running her with a quantum character, this set is pretty useless. So I would just keep that in mind. I think it does give regen. Does it? Oh god, I have to check. I don't even run this set. It's so useless to me. I hate this relic set. I'm not gonna lie. It's such a dog. It's such a shit relic set. Where the hell are the planners? Oh, on this tab. Duh. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, it does give 5% regen. That's basically the only benefit you're getting right now, because you get 10% damage percent on quantum characters, and that's it. I would just much rather see you on like Keel or like Lushaka. I think those are better. So something to keep in mind. I based right away for running Sparkle's Light Cone. So many people just like ignore it and use DDD. I still use her Light Cone too, though. I just love her Light Cone, and especially the art. Sus Cage. Okay, let's take a look. 2 speed, 1 crit damage on the hat is actually pretty decent because you got a 4-liner here. So pretty solid stat value, and the effect res could be going towards Keel if you're using it, but you're not. 1 speed roll here, being your only effective substat, is not super great. I would like to see some crit damage on that piece because you could definitely be giving that to the characters that you're buffing with her. Miss some rolls here as well, only 1 into speed, but you are at 160 already, so it doesn't really matter. So I think it's fine. Boots don't have any crit damage on them. That, I think, could definitely be an area for improvement. I would look for crit damage on the boots if you are trying to improve your Sparkle. I mean, you don't have to. She's a support. Like, the crit damage rolls you're getting converting over to your characters, it's not an insane amount. So just keep that in mind. Like, you'll get more value from just improving your characters first. And of course, we have our planners. I can see why you're using this set because you have some pretty decent rolls here. Speed and crit damage on both. You rolled speed twice and then crit damage once and then speed twice there. So you have decent rolls here. But just keep in mind that the planner effect, aside from the 5% of energy regen for her, is pretty useless for anyone that isn't a quantum DPS. So if you're not running her with Archer or Xing Shui or Zila, you're probably not going to be getting a ton of benefit from that. So how does it feel to get roasted in your own video? I'm livid. Guys, we're so close. Oh my gosh, Chino, you can do it. One last push. Bro has a 50 effective crit res and not using Keel. I don't know. Maybe he has a Keel set aside. I would definitely use Keel though instead of that set. I don't like that set. Oh, you don't have your combat stats here. I can't see what you're running. How am I supposed to see what? I assume. Did you say what you're running your Finan with? No. Somebody didn't follow the instructions. If you're running with Sunday, you are getting pretty much exactly how much crit rate you need. And if you have Surger as well, you'll be fine. I don't know what you're running with, but either way, let's take a look at your pieces. Clearly, if you are running with Surja, you would be 3 speed short of having a setup where you could do like -1 with a Sunday. So depending on what your setup is, keep that in mind. I don't know what you're running though, because I can't see it in the screenshot. Solid piece though. You hit all effective stats here. Yeah, good piece. This one is good as well. Same thing. You did the exact same thing here, so very good. Pretty solid body. You missed 1, but that's perfectly okay. You missed most on your boots. I definitely think these boots could be replaced, but still having double crit, I mean, that's a start. Just looking for better stats there, I think would be good. Missing 2 on the physical orb is unfortunate. Orbs can be quite difficult, but so room for area for improvement again, especially because you have 2 dead stats here as well. 2 dead stats, 2 dead rolls. It could be changed. But a very, very nice rope. I like this rope a lot. Hit 4 useful stats, and you have the flat attack as well, which is nice. So yeah, good build. Just keep in mind what I said about the speed, depending on what you're running with, because I cannot see it in the screenshot, and I don't think you're in the stream anymore. So just make sure to keep that in mind. We are on the last build. We are on the last build. Oh my gosh. There's actually 3 of them, but it's fine. We're on the last entry. Okay. Which is the better Silverwolf level 999 build? I don't know how important 200 speed is exactly. Also, my current find-in build, should I farm the new domain in 4.3? I could also invest in E1 Huohuo. I don't have her at all right now for Silverwolf, but I'm not sure if it's worth at this point. So to answer your question right away, E1 Huohuo is worth it at the moment. But as soon as an Elation Sustain comes, if they give any amount of speed, and even if they don't, they're probably still going to be better than Huohuo for Silverwolf. You just completely lose the usefulness of that. And then that's 2 golden companion spirits that you spent for nothing. So I would say, although Huohuo is a nice character to have, especially at the moment, I don't think you need her. No, I think you can just wait and see what the Elation Sustain does and then make your decision then. Especially because you're already hitting 200 speed. Speaking of which, I know that this build says Aeon, and like that makes you think this is better. Your 200 speed build is better. This is better 10 times out of 10. This will always be the better build. So always run this build instead. You want to have the 200 speed. It is a breakpoint. It's very important. But more so than that, you are also working towards getting your AHA speed threshold up. Having 200 on your Silverwolf and then having a high speed on your Yawguang and your EMC will allow you to have a very high speed on your AHA. So just keep that in mind. So I would always pick this over this. Even though the score on this is better for damage, I would always say that this is better, especially because it's such a small difference. So just keep that in mind. Take a look at your pieces though. 4-liner, you have 5 rolls here, so you only miss 1. Very good with all the stats that you want. A lot of speed here, which I do like. I think that's the piece you change between the 2, yeah? Yeah, it is. So I do like that you do this better, so good job. Fairly solid body, honestly. You only miss 1 roll. 200 speed is very good. Same thing I've been talking about the entire time with these 4-liner crit boots on this set is that it always misses twice or 3 times. Even still, solid to hit it 3 times, so good work. Attack percent orb, it doesn't really matter on the main stat. You have 3 rolls into speed and 2 into crit rate, which is very, very good. So very good job there. And this rope is insane. The effective stat value you have on these is very high. Your roll value is very high on all of these because you're literally like 1.5 away from perfect roll value on this piece. So very, very, very good rope. Very good rope. And that is our second to last build because we are now on the final build, which is a Finan build to wrap it all up. A 139.6 Finan, you were 0.3 short. So what? It's still good. Running with Saridra, Cyrene, and RMC. Very, very good investment levels here. E2, E1, and E2. You've definitely prioritized the right Eidolons in each character. Solid piece. You had all the stats you wanted here. Same thing here. All crit. No attack percent, but it's fine. It's still a solid piece. If you wanted to improve, obviously planners can always be farmed, but they're still very good. Same thing here. You had all stats you wanted. Hit all stats. You have 3 times crit and then 2 misses here. The flat attack is okay, but it's still not bad. Sorry, I heard my dog. I'm going to have to take care of that, but I'm almost done, so it's fine. 2 misses here, but still very good. 4-liner for a physical orb is pretty good to have, so it's just good regardless. And then still a solid rope. I mean, 1 miss is okay because it's still another 4-liner. So overall, very, very good Finan build. I like it a lot. Did you ask anything for your Finan? Should I farm the new domain in 4.3? I'm not going to lie. I don't even know what's in the new domain. I have not looked at leaks at all. I'm very, very oblivious to all of it at the moment. So I cannot answer that for you, but I'm sure that 100 guide makers online will tell you what's better. So that is build reviews finally concluded after 4.5 hours. I am completely dead. I'm not going to lie. I think Finan did have the most submissions. I think you're right. Oh, my lord. This is so fun. I can't believe I was almost going to skip this stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm regretting doing it. I think I'm going to do this differently if I do build reviews in the future, because oh my lord. Oh, guys, I'm so tired. My voice is dead. My brain is dead. I just want to go play poker and just, like, not think. You did great, Shino. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've barely been able to even read your chats because I've just been doing this the whole time. Let me post mine. No, we're done. I'm not taking any more entries. I don't want to look at another Fribble screenshot for another 2 weeks, unless it's my own. Oh, okay. Well, that's enough for me. I heard my dogs crying. I want to go take care of them, make sure they're okay. This has already been a very long stream, so I think we're going to call it here. But thank you for everybody that showed up and listened to me yap about builds for 4.5 hours. To everyone that submitted their builds, thank you for submitting. I hope that the advice I gave can lead you in the right direction, or if you just wanted to flex, that is good. I only ended up marking 3 builds with the emoji that I really liked them, that really stood out to me. So those 3 people will be winning our supply passes. It was the really crazy Silver Wolf build, the one castress that copied like my stats, and then the Finan that had the duo crit rate pieces that I thought was really cool. Yeah, the 15.2 on both. So those 3 will be getting a supply pass on Tuesday. But yes, this will conclude our live stream. Thank you again for coming. I hope that you all enjoyed, and I hope that we can do another stream in the future. I'll have to plan something, but I'm gonna talk for an extra couple seconds this time because it cut me off yesterday. So yes, goodbye everybody. Thank you for coming. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Okay, I'm